Welcome to day 2 of the Last Stand Tournament here in the MDI as we decide the last team to make it to Global Finals. I'm Dratnos, joined today by Nagura, Tettles, Zyronic, and Makes as usual. And this week we have a special guest, Now, who's already got a ticket to Global Finals, so able to join us here on the casting desk. Glad to have you with us. All right, so we do have to quickly explain how the format's going to work for today, because again, it's a little bit different than our usual MDI weekend. Zyro, give us the quick notes on how the format works.
All right, quick notes. So, very similar to Great Push style tournament here. They have 3 days, 5 hours per day. Of course, we already completed the first day of competition. Name of the game, just try to get the fastest time in all 6 of the dungeons available, and at the end of the weekend, the fastest overall time of all your times added together gets that last spot to the Global Finals. So far, Womegalol played pretty strong, but, still 10 hours of competition left.
Yes, we have 5 teams that are battling it out this weekend. Here is a look at those, and wow, right off the top there, you can see Womegalol are currently in a commanding lead with 4 dungeons done already. That's 2/3 of the dungeons done in 1/3 of the days, and they have the best time in all of them. It's got to be a pretty scary spot here. Yeah.
I mean, if you're Womegalol, you're probably very happy, right? But we've only seen 1/3 of the tournament up until now, so everything is still open to change. 2 dungeons we have barely seen, so that TOP that was run yesterday was run at the very last kind of time slot that was available, and Neltharion's Lair is still a mystery to us, so it could still turn around.
I think the DOS, I think the DOS in particular from Womegalol was the run that kind of impressed me the most. They were able to fairly easily get that 2014, and it seemed like they were able to even get like a sub-20 run, which is going to be able to save them somewhere around a minute compared to the rest of the field. But I do also expect some of the other teams to be able to adapt to some of the strategies that Womegalol did yesterday and kind of come in here today and be able to save a little bit more time in DOS, but that dungeon seemed like a prison in regards to how much time you can spend versus how much time you're going to be able to gain.
The thing is, when you give away a strat like that very early, there's a huge opportunity for other teams to just copy whatever you did, right? It's also something we see in MDI a lot of times, where teams do a very good strat day 1, and you just see other teams do it, the second day or the third day. But I think generally everything is going to come down to Neltharion's Lair.
Yeah, we kind of expect that that's going to mostly be Sunday, right? Tomorrow. I don't know. Does anybody think we're going to see Neltharion's Lair today? Because if I was these teams, right, if my Neltharion's Lair was bad, I wouldn't want to do it today because I'd want to wait and see if anybody else does. And if it was good, I also wouldn't want to do it today because I wouldn't want anybody else to see it.
Yes and no, right? It's something we talked about kind of in our green room before the show started as well. I think it makes the most sense to not do it today. I also think we might see it today.
I think today's going to be
Yeah, everyone wants to talk. I'm going to go first. I just wanted to say that I think the only team that I think it would make sense to do Neltharion's Lair is Womegalol.
Yeah.
If they think that the dungeons that they have already done, they cannot shave too much time off what they've already shown, right? Because if they think, we can only save 10 or 20 seconds in another key, then it would make sense for them, for safety, to go to Neltharion's Lair. Because if they waste the whole day trying to save 10 seconds in a dungeon, and then they can't get a good Neltharion's Lair tomorrow, they might just lose all of their advantage that they already have accomplished until now.
I disagree on that. I'm actually complete, because I know Womegalol have a lot of players who's been playing since Legion. So I think if anyone has an edge in Neltharion's Lair, it's probably Womegalol. And I expect them to have a pretty decent strat in there. Meanwhile, some other teams that haven't really been playing that dungeon a lot of times, either on Time Walking or in Legion, are going to struggle a lot more. Mm-hmm. So if I was Womegalol in this position, when you already have the 3 best times in all the dungeons so far, or the 4 best times actually, right? I think it's very wise to save that to the last day, because if they play it today, towards the end, you're going to give other teams the opportunity to, soak up strats and, try and implement it into their own routes.
Yeah, even if you do all of the 5 other dungeons, it's better probably
exactly.
go
yes.
and find 10 seconds in a gambit rather than show the Neltharions.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I think it's wiser to just keep that for the last day and not, give the other teams that opportunity to just copy whatever they're doing. Because I assume what we're gonna see today is a lot of the strats what Womegal used yesterday. Since they have the fastest time, right? I think a lot of teams are gonna try and implement whatever they did yesterday to their strats today.
I think today is going to predominantly be like a Spires of Ascension Theater of Pain day, but if you're Womegalo, you have built up a lot of additional time by them being able to kind of one-shot a lot of their keys in certain situations, like that Sanguine Depths was like the first run of the day, it was like some 0-death Sanguine Depths, and then like you guys said, I expect them to then refine their keys, so they've built up a lot of bonus time that they can do to battle for 15 seconds here and there, whereas other teams are going to have to be like really progressing their Spires of Ascension and Theater of Pain runs in a different way.
So,
I actually think...
Yeah, I mean, I agree with all of you. I do think it's a bit risky, though, right? Like,
Sure.
considering that you really can only save 10 or 15 seconds somewhere. I think it's risky, but I think
But you
they
still have
also
like
can
5
take the risk.
hours. You have 5 hours tomorrow. If you're done with everything else around Neltharion's Lair and you have 5 hours to do 1-1 tomorrow, I think that's kind of safe bet anyway.
Yeah. I think you can take the risk for sure if you're in the lead.
Yeah, I think they're in an incredible spot right now to just,
Yeah.
keep pushing the first dungeons to finish all of them off today and then just save that for tomorrow and, looking super strong for tomorrow, just going into, kind of finish off with an impressive Nelt.
yeah, well, Megalol definitely looking really strong. Looking pretty smart there, Zyro, and now as well. Okay, Mage as well, who's joining us again tomorrow. Then myself and Makes had evolved as our picks going into this one, they do have the best Theater of Pain time. Now, haters will say they have the only Theater of Pain time.
Is that all the credit you're giving them? Come on. Dratnos, I thought we were in the same team. Where are you gaslighting us?
I'm just saying, they gotta ramp it up a little bit here, as do Ethical and also Yeppers, who are all fighting to really catch up to where Womegal are at. But I think Now's point is really great that the teams can see exactly what worked from Womegalol yesterday, so to the extent that they've been able to figure out how to do that in the last 19 hours before the dungeons opened again, that's going to be really, really valuable, and that might mean that even though it looks like they're pretty far behind Womegalol right now, they can catch that up really quick if they do implement those strategies well. But on the other hand, it's not like Womegalol did anything like that novel. They just came in and one-shot these really hard pulls, but I'm not sure how much knowing about those pulls versus being able to practice them, which the teams weren't able to do until now when the dungeons open again. I don't know.
Yeah, I think I want to go back to the point that Now is making about Nelths as well, because if one of the teams, probably Womegalol, has a good Nelth strategy, it's actually pretty important that they hold on to it, because Nelths is a dungeon where, you can't even really go back to old VODs of the dungeon being done and copy what they did, because teams were heavily relying on the old Affliction Warlock slow ring strategy back then, and you don't really have anything similar to that in the game anymore, right? So you really
you have the Frost Mage, right? That adds a bit of slow, but it's also the fact that classes are completely different now compared to how they worked back in the day, with bigger mass grip, more threat. Exactly, aggro is going to be a massive thing now, and I'm pretty sure if you actually end up trying to do these, mass grip kiting pulls, you need probably 2 MD classes, so either a hunter and a rogue, maybe double hunter. So I'm kind of curious to see what the teams, opt to play for the key. That being said, I think Nelth will be the key where we see, the biggest time differences from, the winning time, to the slowest time. I think it's going to be probably minutes in between. Meanwhile, we see Gambit right now. The leading time is 35 seconds before the slowest one currently, right? Meanwhile, Nelth, I think it's going to be 2, 3, 4 minutes difference.
Easily.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
First
All
team's
right.
running.
We're in the dungeons.
Looks like Womegalol and Ethical are opting to go for Sanguine Depths. That's going to mean Ethical actually putting a time in a dungeon they don't actually have one in just yet. And then we also saw a Gambit being started up again as well, which, yeah, it's a great point, though. The Gambit, even though you can maybe do a run that's 10% better, that's not very many seconds because it's just such a short timer on that dungeon already. And at the end of the day, it's going to come down to total seconds between all the dungeons. So those longer dungeons maybe going to be an easier place to find a little bit more time in.
I completely agree with that. I know we spent, literally 2 or 3 days trying to shave off 10 seconds in Gambit. And I don't think that's what the teams should be focusing on currently, because even though you have the perfect Gambit run, 10 plus or minus 10 seconds in this one's specific key, it's not going to bring you all that much right in the very end. Meanwhile, you could maybe shave off 30-40 seconds in another key, which is a lot more valuable.
Something that we actually saw last stand that was problematic was like Sanguine Depths was saved until Sunday, and Ambition. So they qualified for globals in their Sanguine Depths, but they qualified for globals basically 4 hours into the 5-hour day because they spent like all 4 hours running Sanguine Depths, and it was definitely a question of are they going to be able to get a time on the board? And I suspect that Neltharion could potentially be a pitfall where if teams don't have a consistent strategy, you could just be 4 minutes down in an NL, and like some team could come back and be able to win the whole weekend off of a fairly strong Neltharion strategy. That's certainly something that you have to be worried about. It's one of the risks that you're going to be facing waiting until Sunday to show your hand in that dungeon. The teams did kind of know that the NL was going to be in the pool, so they should at least have some blueprint strategy, but it's definitely a question of how fast the teams are going to be.
Yeah, so it looks like Ethical already having some issues on their second pool there in Sanguine Depths as they gathered up the whole Lantern pool and then pulled a lot of the trash into the boss. Holo ended up going down and Shapeblock following immediately after. This is another case, like I've been talking about this yesterday already, because we've seen some teams play Rogue in Sanguine Depths and other teams play the Windwalker. And whenever you choose to play the Windwalker in Sanguine Depths, your Warlock has to go Venthyr. And that means you don't have the safety net of the pot tender. And we've seen a few teams actually already deplete keys because their Warlock did not have the pot tender available. And I think this is another case. Again, Ethical. Shapeblock, if he would have had pot tender available, they might have actually been able to continue. But now, you know, it's such a big time loss having to focus that boss with only 2 damage dealers alive, now only 1 damage dealer alive. So yeah, I think I personally like the Rogue more in this dungeon, even though...
Sure.
Of course, it brings less like AoE kind of damage, but you know, having more control from the Rogue and in addition having the more safety on the Warlock, I think is really good for that key because it's so important to keep the Lantern stacks on everyone.
So it's not that I don't think we've seen 40 play Rogue this season at all, and it's certainly not an issue of
really?
Like can he play Rogue, but I think he's only played Windwalker this whole entire season for Ethical. Which then you have to question how good is their comp flexibility just as a team and as a whole. Sure, like you could definitely get away with Windwalker, Serve Hunter, Destro Lock in almost all dungeons, but you definitely want a Rogue, you definitely want a Demon Hunter for certain situations, at least in my opinion.
I agree. I think Rogue definitely can bring a lot of value into certain keys when you need that kind of control. And again, these kind of Venthyr dungeons where you have to have your Warlock go Venthyr, I don't think it's as big of a deal in halls.
Sure.
If your Warlock has to go Venthyr, but I do think in Sanguine Depths, it's definitely noticeable. Because we've seen just the Warlocks go down and it happens. And then you lose all of your stacks and you just have to town portal. And that's just a big time loss, especially because Sanguine Depths is a pretty long key in comparison to some of the others. But yeah, it's interesting to see that teams choose different kind of comps. And Yappers as well, you can see in the top right of your screen, also chose to go with that Windwalker monk as well.
I like how they're lining the mobs into that cubby. So that's actually not something that we see all too often, is teams getting the mobs grouped up, just utilizing the line of sight and getting the ticks all the way in. I actually really like that for Yappers. Sure, it does actually slow down their damage just by a little bit, but at the same point, it's going to be quicker to get the pack stacked up. It's going to be easier to kite out the Spiteful Shades, as you do see. Zotzi ends up going down, just probably due to melees on the Spitefuls. It's not exactly super clear like what he ended up dying to. But overall, I thought that first pull from Yappers, if they don't have the death on the H-Priest, that overall looked pretty good.
Yeah, that definitely looked like a really cool just kind of deviation from the strategies, being able to gather up everything a little bit quicker and using those tiny line of sight kind of corners in this room.
Yeah.
Definitely not something we've seen very often, so it's cool to see. But yeah, I think this is just a very difficult pull to gather up, first of all, and then just the start of it, right? Until you manage to finish off the to get the health regeneration on everybody. It just seems so scary, especially on the priests, because everyone else in the group has some form of defensive or like a big defensive they can use to survive everything, especially the explosion from all of these ticks. But yeah, the priests really don't have that much, and we just see those angels pop up every time.
I have a question. Why do you think that Evolved started in Gambit? So they currently have a 3:15 time, and it's one of those things that now they had a 4:18 Hillebrand split, where yesterday their best split for the first boss was 4 minutes and 3 seconds. So did they change something on their boss 1 split that's putting them behind, or do you think that's just like variance? Like, why would you even go back to this dungeon, do you think?
Yeah, I think it's a very interesting question because we talked about this earlier with Now as well, where we were saying that spending too much time in Gambit doesn't make that much sense, considering that you cannot make up that much time in this key.
Yeah.
Because the difference between them and the best key, which is Womegalol, is 35 seconds, right? While in other dungeons, you can maybe make up a minute or more. So it's interesting that they chose to go with this key, but I think they're definitely, like, if they want to win, because that's, like, winning is the goal for this dungeon because you want to get to the global finals, right?
Yeah.
Of course, there's a prize pool, and getting second or third would also be good, but you want to win and get the global final spot. So you need to beat Womegalol's time, and I think because of that, it makes sense for Evolve to go back into this key because they need a better time. No matter if they do it today or tomorrow, they need to make up those 30 seconds somehow, right?
Yeah, it looks like to me the evolved route in Spires of Ascent or in Gambit is actually faster as well than it is for Womegalol. So like we've seen them having a faster split on Hillebrand, a faster split on Hooktail. They've looked really good in there, but then on Solia they've always lost a little bit of time going to the end of the dungeon. But I think they also know that they have the faster plan in here potentially, so I think that's why they're coming back into this dungeon, because they feel like there's 30 seconds on the table. They just want to pick those up real quick and then leave this dungeon for good.
What do you think about Womegalol on the bottom left going to Sanguine Depths again instead of trying the Theater of Pain? Because we've already seen we've already seen Evolved do the Theater of Pain, right? So unless they have like a really secret strategy, which is not something you would expect from a theater, like it's not a completely new key like the Neltharion's Lair would be, where you know they do a strategy that you've never seen before. Do you just think they want to get the Sanguine Depths out of the way because they think they can make up a little time there, or do you think they just want to hide something in theater?
Well, so they actually started doing Sanguine Depths again yesterday. They did it for like 2 or 3 runs, and then they bailed on the Sanguine Depths. So I have a suspicion that they think that they can get probably at least 30 seconds off the timer. It definitely is weird to me that they would go back in the Sanguine Depths, especially after having a 0-death run, especially after
it was 0 deaths yesterday, right? 1733.
Exactly. Yeah. It's one of those things that they're still leading the pack pretty considerably. I think 1733 is not a time that I would actually be uncomfortable with, but Womegalol clearly thinks that they can save a decent amount of time in there. They've also put a lot of time into DOS, so going and rerunning that doesn't make a ton of sense. They're also leading the pack a little bit. I don't think Spires of Ascension makes a ton. I don't know. I would have gone to Theater Pain personally. I think that you and I think alike on this one. I certainly don't understand why they picked Sanguine over Theater, but I'm sure that that's a question that we could absolutely ask them after the fact as to why they picked what they picked here.
I think Womegalol will probably go to Theater by the end of the day, if I had to guess, but I don't know, they have a long day today. They have to start finding something that's, because they did so well yesterday, they kind of don't have any big chunks to take out any of these dungeons, but they know they can still shave some seconds off in a lot of them, so I think that's what they're starting with rather than going into the Theater early. Even though doing it early in the day versus doing it late in the day doesn't give too much difference information to the other teams, it still does give them a time to aim for that you maybe want to delay doing until later.
Okay, so I got a DM. Apparently this season, 40 on Ethical has only been on Windwalker and Havoc Demon Hunter with a single play on that Havoc DH. So they're basically just fully committed to the Windwalker Monk. I know that they had not played very much much else except for the Windwalker. I didn't realize that there was only one Havoc Demon Hunter is the only other thing that they have played in this specific dungeon.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it makes sense for them, but it's not only Ethical that plays Windwalker and Sanguine, it's also, I think it's all teams except Womegalol that is playing the Rogue. At least I've seen a lot of Windwalkers. But Womegalol is, they have the fastest time with the Rogue. So I think it's just interesting that they have those different kinds of ideas of how to play this dungeon and how to optimize it. But we do actually see Womegalol having a really good run in that Sanguine Depths that rogue that I've been talking about on the bottom right side of the screen,
Those are Tarvalls.
they just did finish off that whole trash room in the third boss room, and also dealing with the rest of the boss's HP now. They did have the third lantern that they used for this pull as well. And we've seen a lot of teams actually struggle with this boss because it is a 22 tyrannical.
Yeah.
But no issues for Megalol so far.
It's weird because their second boss split is substantially slower than it was yesterday. So their second boss was actually a 7:26, but it looked okay. But their Borrelia was an 11:30. So I think that they're sequencing for the Tarvald ring and like how they're doing their lanterns. That seems like that's changed because they're going to be, like, I think, right on pace with their run from yesterday whenever they end up killing this third boss. So the time that we're looking for in the bottom left is 11:30. That was the time to beat on their previous best at 17:33 that we had from yesterday. So it looks like they're going to be right on pace. I think that they may be a little bit faster, but not a ton.
Yeah, meanwhile, up in the top left, we've got Evolved getting close to killing off Solia here. They've always kind of fallen apart in the last little bit of this phase 2, but if they can cleanly get through this and have this zero-death run, I think they might be able to actually take that star in Tazavesh Gambit here. They are really quick up to this point.
I have a question for you guys. So the two fastest times that we've had in Gambit involve a Havoc Demon Hunter, and then the two slowest times that we've had in Gambit involve a Windwalker Monk. Is that something that's like... do you think that Evolved should have swapped to the Havoc DH after seeing some of the times that the teams put up yesterday?
I mean, apparently not, because they're about to beat the best time with the Windwalker, right? I think sometimes it really doesn't matter what the third DPS is. Like, as long as you can... Because, let's be honest here, the stars of the comp is the Warlock and the Hunter, right? So the third DPS is really just like kind of like a support DPS, either buffing the other two damage dealers with some sort of, magic damage increase or whatever, or they provide the utility so the other damage dealers don't have to provide it, right? And I think whatever damage dealer you can choose that fulfills that role works just fine.
Oh man, wait, they're pumping really hard. So right now the current best time in Gambit is 12:40. It looks like Evolved is going to be able to beat that. It's gonna be it's gonna be really close.
It's gonna be close here for Evolved up in the top left. Can they get that star in Gambit? Actually, it won't really affect the tournament too much, but it'll be a big morale boost if they can actually have the fastest time here. They've got to do a little bit more damage. That Nova is kind of unfortunate coming out here. I think they're gonna be just a hair slower
Touch of Death
than Womegalo. Oh, they do have Touch of Death. Come on, Touch of Death. Okay, it's too late. Yeah, a little slower. Not bad, though.
Still really good, though.
Yeah, 12:43. I mean, that's going to save them 30 seconds in here. I don't think they should stay in Gambit anymore. I think you flee now.
So, Womegalol in the top left-hand corner of your screen, you see that with 3 deaths. They also procced like a 15 or 20 second time loss with Tobo dying on the skip that's right after the third boss. You do see the Borrelia split at 11:24. That's right at where it was yesterday whenever they had that 17:33. So it's reasonable to assume that even if they are right at that 17:33 mark, they could reasonably cut 30 some odd seconds off of this if they do have a near perfect run. But again, that 17:33, that was like a deathless run. And so it calls into question, how much time should Womegalol seriously spend in Sanguine Depths? At this point, though, they actually have a lot of time that they can spend anywhere they believe that they can battle for 15 to 20 seconds. They are certainly in a commanding lead to the point where they control their own destiny right here.
Yeah, I for sure agree. And I think maybe they even set themselves a timer as well. Maybe they said, you know what, we're going to go into Sanguine Depths today, and we're going to try for an hour to shave off some time of our Sanguine Depths.
Yepers.
And after an hour, we go some other dungeon, right? Because they already have such a good time. I don't think they need to set themselves a timer to say, okay, we are going to do this dungeon until we have a 17 minutes key. They can just say, okay, 1 hour. That's it, right? And then we move somewhere else. And either we increase the time or it stays what it is, and it's still fine, right? Because 17:33 is already a very, very good time that is going to be hard to beat by the other teams.
And it's clear that they rerouted this dungeon, at least in some capacity, so they think that they can shave off just a few more seconds with a more aggressive strategy involving like the lantern management, like the buff management. Unclear as to how much time that's realistically going to save, though, but it definitely seems like they're able to save a little bit, which down the stretch...
It's going to come down to this pull, right? Because they're going to go into the last boss with all of this trash now.
Yep.
It's 15 minutes into the key. So they have 2 minutes 30 to kill all of this.
They're full on
because
That
that's the
count.
timer
overcount.
that
Yeah,
they
what's
already
going on
set.
here? Why? So something earlier in this dungeon must have gone a little bit wrong for them to be this
yeah.
high on count, because they could have skipped mobs from earlier. But yeah, here they go into that last boss, and if they can get this done, it is 22 tyrannical. If they can get it done in 2 minutes, they will be improving their time. I think they probably will get it done. Yeah, maybe save 10 seconds off of their previous time. I don't think it'll be much more than that.
I think it may be more boss damage
Well,
for them. I think it may be more boss damage for them to actually pull the trash into the boss. You don't want to be at like 110%
That's the thing,
count.
right? Is that means you cut some trash from earlier, right?
Yeah.
Like,
don't let me lie here.
I mean,
you don't want to be.
They're actually kind of melting this boss. Are they going to actually save minutes here, not seconds? This is incredible on this tyrannical encounter. But look at that damage being put out by Ricky and Toba there, and a rogue holding the 4th place in the damage meter. Of course, just rogue things trying to fight for 3rd. The
please
jailer
don't
weapon
badmouth.
is over. Here we
Please
go.
don't badmouth Jesus.
He's catching up. Oh. All right, it's going to be real close there. But yeah, actually, I mean, it looks like Womegalol are probably going to make a minute up in this Spires, or in this Sanguine Depths, which is completely absurd.
Okay,
It's so
I gotta know
interesting too
how.
if you look at the splits, right?
Yeah.
Like they made up so much time between the 3rd boss and the 4th boss. It's crazy.
Because it must be because of all the trash they skipped here. You know, that big woe skip they were doing at the end. Like they've cut trash pulls from the end of the dungeon and done more trash earlier in the dungeon. And yeah, it just looks like this is a way faster strategy because they are getting something like 50 seconds of time gain in just this one run. And this is a 3-death run as well. So, I mean, they've really just set the bar here for Sanguine Depths in terms of what's possible.
There's also a world where they lose the 3 deaths. They also lose that random 15-second time penalty they had to have by resing Tobo and getting all that stuff done. There's a world where they have somewhere around a 16-minute run in Sanguine Depths. I did not realize that time was possible. Now, if you're evolved with the 1754, you kind of sweating a bit because they went into Spires of Ascension after they finished their gambit. But with them being almost a minute and a half behind in Sanguine Depths, they have to revisit that dungeon at some point. They can't afford to be a minute and a half behind, I don't think.
I think that this is...
Sure.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say that Evolved, especially now that they've done that gambit again, I think they just they see that Sanguine Depths time, it's like, okay, we're not happy with this at all. Which is interesting because you just said you didn't think it would be possible to go that much faster. And I think I kind of agree. When I saw them do the 0-death run, it looked so good, right? They had no mistakes. So maybe Evolved was thinking that their time in Sanguine Depths isn't even that bad, and that they maybe don't have to really rethink the dungeon. So now seeing them do 1638 with 3 deaths as well, that is going to be scary for all of the teams, and obviously for Evolved too, but I think all of the teams are going to be like, oh, wait a second.
Oh my god, yeah.
Yeah. I think if you're one of the other teams, you got to be looking at that though, and it's like you said, it's it's a question of rethinking the dungeon, which clearly Womegalol did over the 19 hours where they weren't allowed to go into dungeons, right? But if you're one of the other teams, like you can't really do that during the day, right? Like you can't do that while the dungeons are open. You kind of have to do that either you can like quickly lift the woe strategy, or you have to do it for Sunday, right? You have to do it overnight tonight, and that's going to be something that. I don't know, it's a really dangerous position for teams to be in because that's putting more pressure on your Sunday that already has that big Neltharion's Lair for almost everybody kind of lurking there.
Yeah, Yepers has been having some issues with their Crixus pull in Sanguine Depths. This pull is actually incredibly scary, and I think they're doing a great job of trying to get it like line of sight all the way in. But at the same point, it just looks like a lot of the ambient damage, whether it be from the Engorge from the ticks, it just keeps ending killing off their healer. In the top right, we also see Evolved wiping to the Skirmisher Stealth Claw pull, which we've seen that wipe a bunch of teams this season, I think.
Yeah, it was so, like, quote-unquote funny because Alex pulled the left side on a Blood Decay, and then we saw a Gateway plus a Priest Grip to get them all the way to the other side.
Yep.
And then as soon as the Stealth Claws came in, they just got one shot. It's just like all of this effort just to get one shot on the other side.
Well, yeah, that checks out. Well, Megalol, bottom left, going back into Sanguine Depths. I think that this makes a reasonable amount of sense just because of how much time we know that they can save if they have at least a similar run to what we saw in their 1638.
Yeah, I think this makes a lot of sense because, like you said, it's not like that was a flawless run. You know, it was really good strategy. It's clear they have a great route, but there were 3 deaths in there, right? There's a lot of opportunity to change things, and they went over count somehow. So maybe there's something they can skip from earlier, or maybe legitimately the route's just 6% over count and it's fine. They can't change any of the pulls because of what's where and everything. So I'm not sure. Either way, it'll be really fun to watch as they do get started in the bottom right with another one. We also have Depleter Squad up in the top right. They are in 5th place by quite a bit at this point, but they are working on putting a Gambit up on the board. And you can see even in that spot, they are not afraid of these big pulls. They're doing everything onto Time Cap and Hooktail. They are gaming as well.
It's been so interesting to me that they've been playing Vengeance Demon Hunter in basically all of their dungeons this weekend. It's something that we saw that was pretty popular whenever we were watching the China finals, but a lot of the other Western teams that we've seen have pretty heavily preferred that that Blood Death Knight in almost all situations. There have been some situations where the Demon Hunter is
except the third weekend, right? Like Group C was after the Blood Decay nerfs.
Yeah.
And we've seen some teams switch to Vengeance.
That's true. Ethical was playing actually a lot of Vengeance Demon Hunter last weekend. That is actually, or 2 weekends ago. It makes me wonder like how close Vengeance and Blood Decay realistically are. I don't think it's like that much different to where you're not able to do insanely different strategies, but it does seem like the Blood Decay at least has slightly more damage, a slight damage advantage over the Vengeance Demon Hunter, I would think, though.
Wow, so Omega Lol still in Sanguine depths.
I think that this makes sense, right? Like, there's no reason for them to leave. Do you think that they should go to Theater Pain after that 1633 or 1638?
I really think they should go Theater.
Well, they have 10 hours left in the tournament, right? So
yeah,
like,
true.
And they know they can save time in Sanguine Depth. So even though it's like, oh, we need to, we need to get a Theater on eventually. It's like we've got so much time. Let's not play our hand too early. Let's, while we've just done the Sanguine Depth, let's just clean it up and get that extra 30 seconds and then be done with it for good.
Yeah. Okay. Like I definitely understand the approach, right? But I would just be, I would be very scared to like completely throw away my lead for such a risky strategy, because I think they're so far ahead at this point, showing their strategy in Theater of Pain or even in Nelth. I honestly don't think, the other teams might copy it or whatever, but they still have to beat their time and beat their time in all the other dungeons that they're first now too, right? It's not that, they're just gonna see the strategy and they're immediately gonna replicate it, right? So I think they can be safe, at least a little bit, right? They can still save the Neltharion's Lair for tomorrow, but just, get the Theater out of the way, because it's at 24:45, Sanguine Grievous, and it's totally possible that they literally wipe in the dungeon for like 3-4 hours straight without getting a good time in. Like, that's a possibility, right?
So the
and if that happens and they lose because of that, that would be a tragedy, right?
Yeah, at that point, so like the general thought process is like the only way that they could lose is by self-sabotaging, by not being able to like really get a run done in one of the final 2 dungeons, which does make sense.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
They are really far ahead. They are really far ahead in the 4 dungeons that they have time posted in. So
that's why I'm thinking that they don't need to be so careful to save, like to show strategies. That's what my thought process is, right? Because if it was only like a little bit of a difference between their times and the other teams, then it makes sense to save it. But they're so, like, in such a good spot right now. I think that the saving strategy kind of thing is not that important for them anymore.
Yeah.
But either way, there's still a lot of time left during this day, so I definitely think they're going to go Theater eventually.
I would like to see them get out of Theater by, like, halfway through the day. I've heard rumors that they've been putting in infinite time during practice. Like, after their cup, it kind of remotivated them to continue to put in more and more time, because they believe that they should have gotten top 2 in Cup C, right? They kind of got upset by Sloth.
Yeah.
They were the team that was projected to get out of the group, and then losing to Sloth and then losing to Donuts and Despair in the lower finals. I mean, it really makes sense that they put in a ton of time, and they showed up really strong in the Last Stand tournament. And they're really playing for that global final slot.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think it makes sense, and you can really see how practiced they are, because I mean, they go into these dungeons and they just one-shot them basically.
Yeah, they're not,
a lot of them.
Yeah,
right?
they're not progging the dungeons. Some of the other teams we're watching,
Yeah.
they're like actively progressing the dungeons. It's about what we expected. For Womegalo, they just like one-shot them randomly, and you're like, wait, hold on, come back.
Yeah, I guess it makes sense for today to like quote-unquote one-shot a key because you had time to talk about the route, talk about the strategy, right? But Womegalo, even yesterday, without having any sort of time to even go through MDTs or whatever, they just got into the dungeons and just cleared it without any deaths, like that first Sanguine deaths, right? So that is impressive to me because the affixes, they didn't know them. They didn't know the key levels, they didn't know the affixes. So just going in there, one-shotting those keys without really discussing strats, just kind of having that blueprint ready to go is incredibly impressive. So I guess it makes sense for them to go back into some of those keys because now they actually did have time to refine their strats and actually think about what they could do better. And clearly, we saw that they can do that Sanguine depths better, right? Shaving off 1 minute of their time already within, I don't know, half an hour of today. So yeah, it definitely makes sense. But I'm just incredibly impressed by them, and I don't want them to risk too much, you know? Like I would feel so horrible for them if they end up losing because they decide to go into Theater of Neltharions too late and then don't manage to get a good run, right?
Yeah. So now we're looking at Depleter Squad here as they're making their way through the Gambit, again, running it back. We do know that they only were able to put up 2 dungeons time yesterday. They put up that Spires of Ascension, and at the other side, they were definitely going like a different route than the remainder of the pack here. So they have not yet put up a Gambit. However, whenever we were watching them do the Gambit earlier, they ended up wiping on Hooktail. It seems like they are around the point where we need to see from them, at least time-wise. In addition to that, they're like doing really meta strategies for this Gambit, kind of similar to what we saw from the teams yesterday. I think that they're actually doing a pretty good job. That DOS is really concerning time-wise, 27:53. At the same point, though, they can save a lot of time there if they have the opportunity to go back and rerun it, because we know that they were. They didn't have basically the cleanest run ever. There was some deaths here and there. They did end up spending a ton of time in DOS, though, so it makes sense that they're like, all right, we got to get a move on. We can't just live in the other side for the remainder of the weekend. We have to continue to progress through the rest of the keys.
Yeah, I think it's really tough for the Depleter Squad, just because they have not competed in the group stage, while all of the other teams have competed in the group stage of the MDI. So even though for this tournament, they didn't know the dungeons, they didn't know the key levels or the affixes, while for the MDI group stage you do. But the other teams have this kind of blueprint route that they've been running in their MDI group, and now they can kind of apply that run to these dungeons as well. And they just have to adapt a little bit here and there, right? They have to maybe do a little bit of a bigger pull here or a smaller pull there, and just play around the affixes a bit more, while the Depleter Squad couldn't do any of that. They had to come up with the strategies all from like scratch, which of course is a lot harder for them. So that's why they're struggling a little bit, but they're just putting in a lot of effort, and I think it's definitely showing off. That the other side, incredibly unfortunate, especially when it's such a long key and you spend so much time in there. It happens, right? We've seen it in the last stand, the last stand as well, where teams have been spending hours and hours and hours in the same key and none of the tries worked out. Well, you know, you go into another dungeon and first try, you already have a good time. But then one key just doesn't work out in your way and you just end up wiping for hours, which is incredibly unfortunate.
So, I have a couple of questions. How do you like Evolve's strategy of going to Spires of Ascension after they immediately improve their time in Gambit? Do you think that that's kind of what you're looking to see from Womegalo? Because Womegalo, they did, like, first dungeon of the day, they put up a better time in Sanguine Depths. At that point, the only dungeon that they have not put a time on at all is a Theater of Pain, whereas Evolved, they're doing that kind of strategy that you suggested of them to do, where they immediately put up the time that they talked about overnight, clearly that Gambit, and then they bounced and went to the Spires of Ascension, which they have not done at all. And that gives them a more conservative approach of like dividing and conquering and doing more dungeons. Do you think that is the correct play for Evolved, and just trying to make sure that they have the opportunity, if Womegalo is making a mistake, to kind of just capitalize and get better times there?
Yeah, I think it's a really tough, like, kind of strategy call to make.
Yeah.
Because the good thing about doing dungeon, like, for example, if they do Spires now, it kind of is an advantage to just keep doing Spires until you have a really good time, because then it's fresh in your mind, right? Because if you end up doing Spires now and you have like a decent time, and then you go to a different key again, and then you go to a different key again, and you just switch the dungeons up all the time, then it's not fresh in your mind anymore, and you might have forgotten about things that you already had in play earlier, right?
Yeah.
So switching up dungeons all the time can be a negative, but then at the same time it can be a positive if you get too stuck, right? Sometimes you get too stuck in a dungeon and you maybe are not focused enough anymore, or like you get distracted because you've been doing this over and over. So I think it really depends on the mentality of your team and your group as well, depending on how the players are. Maybe they like doing the same thing over and over, or maybe they need a distraction once in a while doing something else, right? But I think for Evolved, just having a Spires time on board, just like getting a decent time, definitely is going to be a good thing, because they know they have to improve their times in the other dungeons, right? They have to improve their DOS for sure, and then they also have to improve their Sanguine depths, right? So I think they still have a long way to go to beat Womegalol for sure.
Did you see the first pull that Evolved did in Spires just a second ago, by chance? They para-rop them. They para-rop the first pack, and they don't actually do it with their full bridge pull, which is incredibly surprising. So it is like fortified inspiring, so it makes a.
Wait, which bridge pull?
The first pull of the dungeon.
The first pull of the dungeon. Yeah.
Okay. So where's the bridge?
The very first pack is it's kind of all a bridge if you think about it.
Okay,
bridge that is life.
True.
Yeah,
it is a large bridge. The whole dungeon actually.
Okay, so what did they do in the bridge?
So that first pack has that inspiring mob in it, but they just used Para and Rock to entirely skip that first pack, and so they're getting a little bit less count from their first big pull. But they're still only doing one pull at the start of the dungeon, and maybe if they can get that count from later in the dungeon efficiently, then it can be a big time save.
With them wiping right here, we'll be able to watch them do it again in a bit.
I think that is something that rarely anyone ever does, like skipping trash on the first pull.
Yes.
Because everyone just kind of thinks it's so efficient, and it's a pretty linear dungeon, I would say. Like, there's not much trash you can really do or skip. So I think most teams decide to do everything at the start. But yeah, having inspired means that there's 2 inspired mobs on the first platform, on the bridge, as you call it. And if you succeed the first inspired mob...
I don't know how to describe it, okay? You don't have to continue to flame me, Nagura. I did not know what to call it, all right?
But if you succeed at first inspired mob, then you cannot really pull it into the second pull that you do at the end of the bridge, right? Because then you have another inspired mob, so you have 2 inspired, which is horrible.
Yeah.
And you kind of want to do everything in one pull anyway. And yeah, it's definitely a bit weird. Technically, they could play, I don't know, like they could do some sort of Shadow Mal shenanigans, but that is something that we haven't seen in a long time, because some classes are popular that cannot be Night Elves, right? Like Warlocks, for example.
True. All right, so
that's actually interesting, because we haven't seen that in forever, right? A full night phase skip. That is something that was so common.
Five Night Elves. Yeah, here's that skip you can see in the bottom left right now. That Para Rop walking around a Mind Soothe on the patrolling one as well. And that takes one inspiring mob out of this fairly nasty pull. There's that Mender at the top of the stairs that's also inspired, but by the time it comes in, they've been able to land the kicks on the most important effects. And
double dark flash going off. Oh
it's letting them do this pull without Bloodlust as well, and then you can see a big knock on that Mender to get the next kick that they need. So really big, a big strategy coming out from Evolved. I actually like this a lot. The question for me is just where are you getting that like 4% that you're missing from those 3 Forsworn at the start of the dungeon?
It's an interesting adaptation on the route. It's something that whenever we saw Womegalol and Spires, they were wiping to their first pull. This first pull, they were doing everything. They sat here wiping into it for 45 minutes probably. They were chain running it down to the first pack, and then once they got the first pack dealt with, they were able to generally progress through the dungeon. But this was I think this was the dungeon that they spent probably the most time in yesterday, either this or DOS, and it was due to the first pack being so difficult on 23 fortified inspiring. So Evolved, I think the more conservative approach is interesting. They also, with doing it like this, are able to save Lust for the boss, so that's something that they can actually make up a decent bit of time on as well. Unclear as to whether or not, like, where they're going to get that 4% count, like Dratno said. But I'm interested to see how Evolved's route changes. Top left-hand corner of your screen, we see Womegalol They killed Executor Tarvald at 6:54 here. What are they doing?
So yeah, this is actually a little bit slower than their
different.
previous split. But yeah, it seems like they're maybe on a different plan here. Again, it's a 0-death run, so we'll just kind of have to see when they get towards the end of the dungeon how much time has been saved or lost versus previous plans.
Well, okay, so it was different than their splits yesterday, but their split earlier today, it's also different from that because their split early, like 30 minutes ago or whatever, they were at like 7:33 whenever they killed Tarvald. So I think it's even a different route compared to that. I think this may be the third route for Sanguine Depths that they've been running.
Yeah, this looks like this pool that they've just been setting up is kind of crazy because the amount of trash they're pulling into this lantern is from all over that ring area. We saw the tank, Lamike, just literally go all the way to the other side, chaining everything back into this lantern.
Spiteful
Jay did go down. They have used their battle rest though, which unfortunately Jay lost all of those stacks, right? They're still going to kill 2 mobs, so he has a 2 stack of the lantern.
Yeah.
Everyone else is going to have a 10 stack. So this is going to be pretty bad for the next pull because they want to pull all of that trash into the third boss. They killed Woe again, so they get the movement speed, which is really nice, really saving a lot of time from the running around they have to do here. But yeah, losing a little bit of damage. It's not as bad to lose the stacks on Jay compared to losing the stacks on Ricky or Tobo, right?
No,
but
did you see Lamike? He's snapping the ghouls to the boss as well. It's not just the trash that's in this room, but he ran into that caged area, blood boiled the ghouls, and then snapped them down to Brillia to get more mobs on top of the boss so that Jay the Warlock can do more priority or like funnel damage into the boss here. That's cool. That's a really cool strategy.
Yeah, we've seen them do this yesterday as well. When they still had like their initial strategy. So it looks like they are really like changing up their strat a lot, but trying to be as efficient as possible with their snapping of the trash pulls. Because if you think about the trash pulls they do in total in this dungeon, it must be like 4 or 5 even. Like they really just pull everything on top of bosses and do like maybe 2 or 3 lantern pulls, and then that's kind of it, right? So they're doing this dungeon so quickly.
May as well test every single route that we've come up with in MDT for Sanguine Depths. All the ways that you can pull the lantern pulls.
Well, that's the thing, right? Is maybe they actually did come up with like 3 different routes overnight, and of course the tournament realm was closed, so they couldn't actually go in and practice. So maybe right now they're just quickly seeing, hey, what's the baseline time for each of these strats?
This Brillia split's going to be probably a minute faster than where they were
really
earlier. So their previous Brillia split was 11:30. This looks like it's going to be a 10:30 Brillia split. Unclear as to how much count they had in the previous 2 runs, because we did see them go over count by a decent bit in their last run. So maybe this is. I mean,
at 85, they're good here. They are in great shape for the rest of this dungeon. And I don't know. I mean, this is the same kind of story we saw yesterday. Like, look at every other timer. Every other team is only 1 or 2 minutes into a dungeon because they just keep wiping and resetting. But Womegalol are just continually powering out these great runs back to back to back. And that is going to be so hard to beat for everybody else.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we saw them, like, they had to reset the dungeon like 2 or 3 times on the Crixus pull, like the first boss pull. But that's it. And now they have this like insane run again. So really crazy how consistent they are as they're trying to do the skip. It looks like Igloo didn't actually manage to get through. And now they're Rasputin combat.
Okay.
So I think this is actually going to be a little bit of a disaster because they don't have the shroud anymore.
Yeah, we go again.
And it looks like they might have to go again. This is a pretty big time loss, unfortunately.
So
they can summon people to the other side, but only if enough. Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
Upside, they were only 11 minutes in. Downside, that was an insanely good run that they just lost.
That was really good, yeah.
That's okay, though. I mean, they're not in a position where they need to be worried about these sorts of wipes, right? They're not under any time pressure. They have the fastest time in 4 dungeons. They are kicking back, able to put together these runs and not have it be too punishing when they wipe.
Yeah, I agree. Yepper's having some issues in on their lantern pull there. It looks like Setsi did drop pretty low, but did manage to recover. And yeah, I mean, this dungeon is just so hard. It looks so easy when Womegalol is doing it, honestly. Like, they're doing those insane pulls on the lanterns. Everything just seems so safe. But then you look at some other teams, and everyone just dropping to 1 HP, getting topped again, dropping to 1 HP. So Like, it is really crazy, this key, on especially Necrotic, Spiteful, when the corridors and everything is just so small, you have no space to kite, and especially after they nerfed the Lantern range. Like, the mobs have to die really, really close to Lantern for you to get the stacks, so it's really hard for the tank to even kite the Necrotic, and also for the Spitefuls, right? Like, the Spitefuls are all just, like, on this Lantern, while the 2 melee players try to do as much damage as possible while not dying.
Evolved in the top right-hand corner of your screen, wiping to the first boss again. I think that's the 3rd time that they've ended up wiping to Kintara since we've been watching them in Spires of Ascension. I have not been paying close enough attention. Are they pulling the Inspired Castigator into the first boss with the Lust? So most teams actually haven't had Lust for the first boss. They've actually been
Isn't
lusting.
it a champion?
Maybe it's a Mender.
I swear it's a Mender. I swear it's a Mender.
It may be a Mender. It's either a Mender or a Castigator. It's the one that's on the right.
Yeah, the weapon. Yeah,
the Mender. Pretty sure.
So most people are just like CCing that mob and not pulling it in until late to avoid the inspiring. I have not been paying attention to whether or not Evolved has been pulling that into the pack or not. But it's been whatever they've been doing on the first boss has been causing them a tremendous amount of issues to the point where they continue to wipe on it.
Yeah, I don't think it would really... Like, you wouldn't gain any time from pulling the Inspired mob in there, right? Because the pull is over when the boss dies. So having an Inspired mob at the start doesn't really make the whole thing faster, I would say. So I don't think they should be pulling it into it if they have been doing that, because I've also not really seen it. But sometimes, I guess a little bit of a damage gain to have the weapon, right?
Just jumping off.
Oh, they've been wiping through this pull like a couple of times already today. This is usually the time where they have to reset.
Yeah, I mean,
like, if they get past this pull, then they're good to go for most of the dungeon. But yeah, this pull is really difficult to execute.
That is the hallmark of a great strategy for this format of tournament, though, right? If your very first pull of the dungeon only has a 50-50 success rate, you can't really get away with that if your plan is to win an MDI weekend. But if your plan is to win a last stand or a great push style event, that's totally fine. It only costs you 2 minutes every time you brick your first pull. So just pay that price, right? Wipe to it 10 times over the course of the weekend. It's no big deal. You just spent 20 minutes of your 15 hours, and then when it works out, you've saved 2 minutes in that dungeon, and that is very, very worthwhile exchange.
Womeggle having quick menuing, getting back in the Sanguine Depths, not taking too much time. We go again, as they say. Tobo, what? Tobo died to something random. I didn't see what he died to, but the dungeon hasn't started yet, so I guess it's not that big of a deal.
It looks like Evolved also had a death there on their priest in the first pull, but they just continue to go. Because they had so many issues on that first boss pull, they don't want to reset on one bath.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll see if they see the Mender or what they do now. If you take a look at the bottom right side of the screen, we see Evolved now getting to that first boss area. And we do know they had issues on this pull that they're going to be gearing up in a second for. So we'll see what they do here. The Mender on the right side is the Inspired mob. We've seen most teams to see it. There we go. So they do see it with a trap and Monk CC as well in cap. But yeah, this pull is just generally hard even without Inspire, right? There's just...
Yes, it is.
So many... It's really hard to see where the bird is facing to, right? Because the bird obviously flies to an area and then shoots these like 3 projectiles out. And when you see where the bird is facing, it's really easy to dodge as a melee. But it's really hard to see where this bird is facing when there's so much trash on top of it. But yeah, it looks like they've been doing decent so far, with only the Goliath alive.
Now we're chilling if we're Evolved. I don't think that... It's less likely that they're going to wipe to this position. What they've been wiping to is like a lot of the casts going off, whether it be the Goliath or the Castigator or whatnot. Right off the rip. Not that it's impossible to wipe from here, but they only have the Inspired Mender that's off to the side. You see it get gripped in. Now they have like the weapon and whatnot. This is a better position for Evolved, and now we're looking to see where they're going to be making up that 4% count that they're skipping at the very beginning of the dungeon. I have a suspicion it's probably going to be in the 3rd boss area after you end up killing Ventinax, but it's definitely something that's it's interesting to talk about, like where they're going to be making up that count, because it's not a route that is super typical for this dungeon.
I have a question. Did the Yeppers change their setup in Sanguine Depths?
Like comp-wise?
Didn't they play Windwalker?
Lizelle was on a Windwalker earlier, I think.
Yeah, right? They changed it. Interesting. Okay, so they decided to go with the Rogue now. and the Warlock also going Night Fae again.
Oh, yeah, this is what you're talking
because
about.
the Rogue is playing Vent there. So interesting. I wonder why.
Well, like you said at the very beginning of the cast, Nagura, the Warlock needed Pod Tender. As we
Maybe,
know,
yeah, maybe.
Warlocks don't have enough defensive
Maybe.
survivability. They need that Pod Tender to be able to live, like you were talking about.
If only the priest could go Pot Tender as well.
It would maybe help him survive the Spiteful Shades, but maybe we shouldn't blame
There's also
them.
one thing. It was very interesting because I talked to JB. He was basically saying, because for priests, it's not actually like if you go for a pure like damage output, you don't want to go for versatility. But priests are so squishy that it's just so much safer if you go for a versatility build, right? And JB said that at first, when he was doing the MDI, he didn't go versatility because he didn't want to be the first priest to basically go with like a build, that is just for survivability. He didn't want to seem weak, quote unquote. But then he like watched the other groups and he saw some of the other priests go versatility, and he was like, "Oh my god, I was so happy when I saw the other priests go verse. I finally don't have to be so scared anymore." So I wonder what these priests are actually going to be playing. Do you think they're going for the full verse build?
More likely than not, pre-survivability. Okay, so this season as well, more often than not, you haven't been playing that Windwalker monk, especially if you're like playing a rogue composition. And so we've seen a lot of times, like if the priest dies, they immediately have to commit a battle res, which is so dangerous in a lot of situations. It's to the point where a lot of seasons, like if your healer dies, you can kind of limp through the pull and then be able to like single res them on the other side, just utilizing one of those hybrid reses. But since you don't have those more often than not, unless you're playing a Windwalker monk, it's really, really bad to lose your healer inside of these pulls, because then they either have to release, which more often than not is not reasonable for the MDI, or at the same point they have to commit a battle res, which is very dangerous because then if you have any mistakes at any other point in the dungeon, you're just like full wiping. You have to restart from the very beginning. So I think that at least the priest healer playing a little bit safer is better, and versatility also isn't that bad for their damage. Obviously, it's not like the best thing in terms of like their throughput healing wise, and it's not the best thing for their damage. But on a certain level, just the increase in survivability it gains to a class that is really, really squishy is also quite nice.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It looks like ethical. Yeah. It's just having so many issues on the first pull, and it's not even the priest going down this time. It's Jack on that hunter, right? And I think Hunters is the other survivability class that is struggling a little bit. Right?
Look at Evolved.
And
look at where Evolved has this pack grouped up. They're tanking it on the stairs. I don't think we've ever seen a team line of sight this pack onto this part of the stairs. They're wiping here. However, I think that where they're tanking this pack and not using the Kyrian Spear here, that is a really interesting strategy from them. They're doing a lot of weird stuff in this Spires Ascension.
I think this was just a timing thing. I think there was a patrol timing thing probably.
It could be. I kind of suspect that what they're up to here is they don't want to spear this pull because probably they need to spear something in the third boss room to make up that extra count that they've lost by skipping the very first pull of the dungeon. So that's my tinfoil theory about what they're up to, but we'll have to see whenever they actually get through that successfully what the rest of the dungeon looks like for them, as they are going to go out and probably reset it once again. We also have Womegalol starting up another Sanguine Depths attempt up in the top left. Again, like that previous one a couple minutes ago was looking so good. They could just get that again and then avoid having a little bit of a fiasco going towards the last gauntlet. I think they could maybe take another minute off of their Sanguine Depths, which is completely absurd.
Yeah, I actually think so as well. If they have a clean run, their strategy just seems so good. It's, of course, incredibly hard to execute that strat. And even here, like even that first boss room where they basically do one lantern pull, and then they pull this whole area into the first boss, and then they pull even more trash into Crixus. You can see those ticks that they're pulling in at the very end. And how scary this is. It's a tyrannical boss fight. So much damage going out on the whole group, and then they pull those ticks additionally, which have to be interrupted and explode on death as well. Just crazy amount of damage coming out onto the group. They still have that Woe relic as well. You can see everyone is faster, and they've been utilizing that a lot in Sanguine Depths, especially in like the last few runs that they've been doing. I think they really optimized their relic usage as well, just really making sure they constantly have this speed buff whenever they have to make any sort of bigger movements in the dungeon. And I really like that. Like, it's working out for them a lot. as they now pull basically all of this trash after the first boss into this first lantern, and the amount of damage Lemai is taking on that Blood Decay is crazy. Using the Dwarf Racial there to reset the necrotic stacks, but they're just really struggling to survive.
But now they're starting to get stacks of the Lantern coming through, and that's going to be able to stabilize them a lot. So while they do have like 10 stacks of that Oppressor debuff, which is reducing their damage dealt, at the same point that's being counteracted by the 10 stacks of the Sinfall Boon on the Lantern. And something that you pointed out, talking about that Woe Relic, I really like Womegalol's utilization of it, because they're really using it as well to just like get resets on the Lantern over and over again, to the point where they just basically apparently have 10 stacks of that Lantern buff. I've genuinely thought that their routing through this dungeon is super interesting. And look at this, they're just refreshing at the very last second this 10 stack of the Lantern in the top left-hand corner of your screen. Again, they summon that Woe Relic. Everybody dropping so low, it's going to be a full wipe for Womegalol. They're going to go again, but it just proves how difficult Sanguine Depths realistically can be. Everything is so heavily on a knife's edge that just one or two mistakes can end up costing you the run, and you just go again. Fortunately enough, with the Last Stand format, you can just run it back. It's fine.
Yeah, and I think them changing their strategy a little bit to kill more Woe relics is also so much harder for them, because it gives you the speed buff in between and the damage reduction, but it doesn't give you that safety net during a pull to get the HP regeneration, right? Because sometimes we see them doing these huge pulls, but then you finish off the Relic, and you get this HP regen, and everyone is like recovered, right? It really helps you out to survive. But them focusing the Woe Drifter every time is not going to do that for them, so they have to get through this pull without that kind of instant regeneration on their HP, which makes everything quite a bit harder.
Okay, just looking around here, we have Yeppers still in Sanguine Depths. They've changed their comp a little bit since the start of the day. I think last time we saw them, they were wiping in the Tarvald wing. They need to make sure that they continue to get back there. This dungeon is super... like, the first couple of pulls in this dungeon are basically, like, it seems like it's like 50-50 for a lot of these teams. And so, Yeppers is town portaling. Unclear as to what went wrong. It looked like, I don't think they have a Lantern buff.
Oh,
so maybe,
no.
We're gonna need one click, I think, on the Lantern.
Please, please help. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like we're going to be in this little bit of a game of chicken here between the teams, where we're going to see them keep attempting these dungeons that they're just optimizing and they're refining in for a little while. But at some point, the pressure to go and make sure you actually have times in the other dungeons, make sure you have a theater on the board. You know, that should probably happen today. Maybe you can leave theater and Nelts Lair till tomorrow, but I think you could only be comfortable doing that. I don't think you could ever really be that comfortable doing that, but you'd also need to have great times in all 4 of the other dungeons, because I think those 2 will take at least a full day to really min-max. I think in particular, if you're Womegalol and you're looking at like how do we lose this tournament, it probably involves going into Sunday with top and Nelts Lair both untimed, and then having a couple of bad hours, and then all of a sudden you're under the gun there.
So Nagur and I were talking about this a little bit earlier. Do you like what Evolved is doing, where they immediately improved their Gambit at the start of the day, and now they're in the Spires of Ascension?
I think that the difference between Evolved's position and Womegalol's is, I think Womegalol has like a minute they can gain in the Sanguine Depths by just doing a pretty clean run. Whereas I think Evolved are in a place where it's like, okay, maybe we can get 15 seconds by tightening it up, but it's not going to be much more than that in that Gambit. And so I think that's the crucial difference that makes sense for Evolved to be like, look, that Gambit should be a really low priority for us. We should only go in there once there's nothing good we can do anywhere else. And whereas Womegalol are still in a place where it's like, actually, if we look at all of our times, like, we're at that place in Gambit. We're kind of at that place in Spires and in DOS as well, right? We're at a place of like, oh, we can gain 30 seconds in these dungeons. So Sanguine Depths is still probably the place where we have the most bang for our buck, if we don't want to go into theater yet, which we don't. But maybe we do that later today, is my guess behind their thought process.
Yeah, I do think that makes sense for Evolved. It's obviously, like, the longer it takes them to finish the Spires, the more pressure is going to be on them, right? Because they obviously have to make up a lot of time in those dungeons. And that Spires is, I would say, even one of the hardest keys, just because the difficulty, or there's a lot of difficulty at the end of the dungeon, especially if Evolved skips that first pull, or some of the first pull. They're gonna have to make up that trash later, and as we saw, they're not committing the spear for that Goliath plus either Diver pull. So that means they're gonna do some big pull in the Orifrion room, plus the Triple Angel pull at the very end of the dungeon. So that means that the difficulty of their route really lies like at the end of the dungeon, which is really, really risky in this format, right? So I think Evolved, especially since they wipe on the first boss so many times already, is definitely going to feel the pressure now. Maybe they even have to change up their strategy to move some of their risk to like the front of the key rather than the end. Not sure, because it's, at least for now, it's not working out for them in that Spires.
I think bottom left-hand corner of your screen, Ethical here. It was a team that, Nagura, you and I predicted them to be able to win the weekend. They've been having a lot of issues in the Sanguine depths. It seems like their practice actually just doesn't work. The way that, from talking to the team, it seems like the way that they believe that they do dungeons is not exactly conducive for this Last Stand format. So we talk about sometimes teams with like volatile strategies, the Last Stand format works super well for them. The Ethical guys think it's actually the opposite. They think that the Last Stand format is generally worse for them because they're a team that puts a ton of time into like practicing the first couple of pulls, and then eventually everything kind of all clicks at once. But it's something that it doesn't work super well for the Last Stand tournament because they need to be able to kind of just get on heater runs a little bit faster than what they normally get, because they just, at least from talking to them, they believe that the format is not great for them just because of that.
Man, they really have to shape up. I mean, I literally said that they're going to be winning, right? I put my money on them, so come on, Ethical.
How could they do this to you? This is so messed up.
Right? This is super messed up.
Chompy, I'm gonna need you to hurry this up. I voted for them because they have a Moonkin main on their team. Chompy, we gotta talk later, bro.
How many Moonkin mains are there in this tournament?
Chompy.
Probably only Chompy, right? Mace, actually, he mains Spiral. That's also Mace is not even here.
He mains Spiral, and he's not in this tournament. So
two small problems with that, but nothing major. We can still count him. Yeah,
I think it's just Chompy now that I'm really thinking about it.
I think it's only Chompy. Yeah.
All right, looks
Let's
like
play a Blood Decay, which is close enough to Moonkin.
Looks like Depleter Squad
similar damage.
Are putting together actually here up in the top right a pretty good pull here on Time Cap and Hooktail. I think this is the best we've seen them doing so far. All that trash is dead, and they're kind of owning here. So maybe we'll see them put up a time in this dungeon and keep themselves alive in this tournament. Pretty happy for them. I've been rooting for Depleter Squad whenever we've seen them up on, as obviously big underdogs in this tournament. But it's been great when they've been able to make these massive pulls work out.
It must be very difficult for Depleter Squad going against 4 teams with like pretty long-standing MDI experience, whereas this team is like relatively newly formed. They met one another in LFG, that kind of thing, and it's just super difficult for teams to just like completely jump into the MDI without any experience. We even saw it take Sloth 3 seasons of MDI attempts to be able to get that top 2 slot. Of course, they did make it to the Global Finals eventually, but it took 2 full seasons of like practice and preparation and stuff like that for them to be able to make that leap into becoming one of our top 8 teams.
All right, we have made it here past the first hour of the day. That means we get to do a exciting caster swap and say farewell to the Moonkins for now. And hello to Zyro. And now, as we enter the second hour, Womegalol still in that Sanguine depths in the bottom right. That to me is going to be the most exciting, is just how low can they get the time in this dungeon, because they came into the day on a 1730. They've lowered it now to a 1630. And I think they maybe still have another minute or at least 30 seconds they can shave off in this dungeon. Although it's not going to be on this attempt, as they all do jump off on this first pull.
Oh god! Oh no! Yeah, I completely agree. The Sanguine Depths is a dungeon. It's a very hard dungeon to pull off, especially with Necrotic and Spiteful in here. You know, the Lantern, you have the Scribes already, you know, sometimes randomly one-shotting you, and then you have Spite on top of that as well, with Necrotic on the tank. And I'm actually a bit surprised that I see all the teams run Rogue instead of a Windwalker in here. I think it was Yepers who started with a Windwalker, and then they swapped to Rogue as well. which I find a bit weird, because I think if you just have a clean run in Sanguine depths, the Rogue is not going to bring it too much time. It will definitely be faster than the Windwalker, but having a good run with a Rogue over a Windwalker is a lot harder.
Is
So
that because
if
like
I-
less AoE damage?
Yeah, you have less AoE damage. You don't have a Ring of Peace for the tank with Necrotic, right? You don't have a leg sweep, and you trade that for more single target damage, right? But you make the pulls a lot harder. The Rogue brings so much less AoE than a Windwalker, and as long as you just get through the dungeon, cleanly, and you just kill the last boss on a good pace, I think sub 16 in Sanguine Depths is a good run, because I think it was Mode's team that had let me see, I have the screen here. They had a 23. Tyrannical as well, but they had Bursting Volcanic instead of Necrotic Spiteful, and they ran that in 14 minutes and 33 seconds. So I think sub 16 is a really, really good run considering the affixes, and I don't think you need a Rogue to get sub 16 in here, and I think you're just gonna get that way faster bringing the Windwalker over bringing the Rogue.
Oh, interesting. Evolve's still going to be going for this Ventanax kill here. Don't have a battle res. Aren't going to have a battle res before the boss dies. So we'll see if they end up completing that run. They've been in the Spires pretty much all day today, right? So they probably are getting pretty consistent in there. We saw Womegalo yesterday. Probably spent like 45 minutes to an hour just completely figuring out the first pull in this dungeon, and then once they got past that, they were able to put up a pretty good time pretty consistently.
Inspiring is very, very awkward in Spires, right? Because you have so many casters that you kind of need to keep in check, or they're just gonna start killing you. And what Evolve did here, I've been watching them play Spires throughout the day, and since they're skipping the first 3 mobs, right, they need to do a double pull, where I think it was Womegalo who just did a single pull. They just get up there, they play the Helion with the next pack, right? They don't need to spear that because they have enough kicks to stop that, but since Evolve, they opt to skip the first 3 mobs, they will be missing count, which means they need to do a double pull up here, which will require a spear, which in return will not, they won't be able to spear the Ether Driver patrol with the Goliath, prior to this boss. So they're playing, I feel like they're playing a lot harder dungeon than the other teams for a very small gain, and if they manage to pull it off, they will be faster, but time will tell if they actually manage to pull this off, because the strat is really, really hard.
Yeah, the thing that I kind of hate about this is they're making their first pull of the dungeon easier, and they're putting this pull that's 10 minutes into the dungeon to be much harder, right? And if you're thinking about like how much time it's going to cost you to keep attempting this, every time you wipe to a pull 10 minutes into the dungeon, that's so much worse than wiping to the first pull for like 30 minutes, and then you have it down, right? And it's right at the start of the dungeon, so it doesn't cost you too much to wipe to it.
Yeah, so if you look top left now, I think they will pick up the spear here, they will skip the Helion here, run on the right, and I'm probably going to gateway up on the left side. And I think they will opt to do a double Helion pull and use that Kyrian spear. As we see here now on the full screen, I think a gateway will come up to the left side. Yes, there it is. And I think they will play the Relic pack here with the Helion pack to the right, stack it up and pop a spear. So let's see what they opt to do here. Yeah, exactly. They pull the right pack here because they're missing count, right? They will mass whip this together. And I think the Kyrian spear will land in any second here.
Yeah, let the
maybe there it is.
First,
yeah.
But there you go.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So now the pull is in control. They should be able to finish this off, especially with the Windwalker, right? Because they have so much AoE damage in this comp. And if they make this happen now, they should technically be a little bit faster, but we're gonna have to see if they can actually live this pull.
It's pretty dangerous. The Grievous is ramping up a little bit. Bazooka's really low. I mean, even if he dies, he does have the Angel form available to help out, but just the Helion's left alive, they should be able to get through this relatively clean.
10%.
Not exactly optimal. They still do a lot of damage.
Yeah, double Helion is so much damage here, but it looks like they're able to do it.
Yeah. I mean, that wasn't the best execution, right? But I think that was the first time seeing
exactly. I think it's the first time they actually got this far in the key, and I think the next time they get here, they're probably going to optimize something, right? Maybe the Windwalker will also get some more procs, be a little bit lucky, because they only did 50k DPS here, but the next pool, he might do, 80k, because that's the class, right? So,
let me just get
good for them.
Okay, well, interesting. So I wonder which strategy actually ends up being faster overall, because I like Dratnos. I mean, I also agree with the fact that if you're going to take, like, more difficult pulls in the dungeon, I'd much rather them be at the start of the dungeon rather than be, like, in the middle, because not sparing that either to have a patrol pull seems like it's a pretty big flip pull, right?
That being said,
at
the end of the day, if this is, like, a minute and a half faster, then okay, let's do it, right? Let's get it.
Yeah, the thing is that trading, in the beginning is where they're saving the time, right? Because I think most teams, they do seize it as first inspired mob, they do one pull and they do a double inspired mob pull after, right? So they're technically saving one pull this way, but just making all the other pulls so much harder. So I'm thinking maybe like 30, 40 seconds is what they're gonna save at most running this strat. So we'll have to see here if they actually make it all the way to the end and manage to kill the triple angel.
And like you said, they didn't end up using a spear on that either diver patrol, so that means they do have a spear for the final triple angel pull, which is pretty important. I don't think you'd be doing that on a 23 fortified without a spear. I mean, well, Megalol surprisingly one-shot that pull, right? So.
Yeah, I didn't see if they actually did end up spearing the Ether Driver Patrol with the Goliath pull. I saw the previous one that didn't do it, but they wiped. I don't know if they changed and actually did spear that and won't have a spear for upstairs. But on a 23 fortified, nothing of a spear upstairs is kind of equal to death, right?
They're gonna, I think they have that spear, and they also have Bloodlust for it, right? So they're saving everything for Triple Angel with Spear and Bloodlust, which, I mean, even with Spear and Bloodlust on 23 fortified Grievous, that is very lethal. So.
Ooh, heal goes off on the pack. It's gonna be really bad. Yes, heal went through. I don't know if they're gonna have enough damage to...
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh yeah. Down goes the priest.
That's okay. You know what? This was kind of a cursed run anyways, because we had that death earlier for most of the second boss fight, so we would have a hard time knowing exactly how fast this was going to be anyways. So that being said, I'm glad that spear pull on the Hellion worked out, because that is something that I was worried that was going to be not consistent, and if they can just do that every time, then all of a sudden I think this is actually pretty great.
I think there's a big motivational boost for the team, though. They actually see that this is doable. Yeah, they missed a kick on the heal now, and the boss healed on the boss fight here, and it was kind of a bit unfortunate that happened, right? But they still, as long as they make that happen the next time, they do have the strat down, right? They just need to play really, really clean, and they should be able to put a time up pretty soon, I hope. Because if they get stuck here for like another 1-2 hours, it's going to be pretty bad, because they need to spend, quite a bit of time in the other keys as well.
Yeah, they still have to make up several minutes of time based off of what we've already seen from Megalol, so you don't want to spend too much time in a dungeon, right? Like, it'd be really unfortunate if they get to that point in the dungeon, get that boost of, oh, this is possible, and then, 2 hours later, you're still plugging away at that Spires trying to get a good time in there, so hopefully they can put it together pretty soon here. Man, this pull from Yeppers is always so scary to watch. Sometimes it goes perfectly, and sometimes you just let a few Engorge casts go off a little bit too long. That tick got almost a full Engorge channel off, and Zatsu's
Satsu goes down, speaking about it, yeah, that's... I mean, they might be able to recover from this, right? I don't know if they use the Seer on the first... No, they only have one death, so they should be able to rest Satsu up here, and they should be able to continue.
That has so many stacks, though.
Yeah, it's gonna be... I don't know if they used AMC. I guess they maybe did. But they could live that with an AMC, right? Yeah. But this pull is always, we said the same. We played this key with Inspiring when we did this first pull. And this pull is just so weird, because you don't expect that you should be able to live this, right? But with all the Lantern stacks going and Bloodlust, you just become so powerful that you can basically outlive anything as long as you don't get one shot. But, we keep making jokes of the priest, right? The angel form, and they are really squishy. It's a go next. It's a reason they do die a lot, because they are very squishy. They bring a lot to the team, but I think the Sailor, for example, they play as much verse as possible just to make sure they live, right? Because they are very, very squishy.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, looks like the pull went well for Megalo up top. I mean, that's one of the fastest cricket splits we've seen. 207. That's faster than any of our splits the entire weekend. So
so I think they're gonna struggle on the maybe positionally not this pull, but this is really where the Windwalker shines in Sanguine Depths. Is where it's this play. They pull everything through, and now they will be missing this leg sweep from AoE stop, and they bring a piece to reset Necrotic, and they bring the Brogue for this. But if they can manage to pull this off, they will be set for a very, very good time in here, and they did do that before, so I believe they can do it again.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a rough pull. I definitely agree with you. I think the Windwalker's just a much safer pick here, because it's just a little bit of extra added safety, right? Like, having one other class that can blast AoE is really, really nice, especially if something goes horribly wrong. In a worst case scenario, your Warlock or your Hunter dies, you still have one other class there that can carry their own. I mean, Jay's doing 40k, but a Windwalker would easily be doing, very close to what...
Yeah, I think it would be with a Warlock here. Yeah, exactly. And now they pull the next pack here, and they don't have a Shadow Fury available. Maybe they have some lucky Infernal procs, we'll have to see. But this is where they do have the 10 Lantern stacks rolling, though, so they should be... As long as they don't end up getting one shot from, some of the oppressors casting here, they should be able to finish this off. But we see Igloo walking in the back here. It's being pretty unbreaking. Yeah, we'll see how this goes, but it looks pretty good so far.
I've noticed, and I don't want to pick on Ricky too much, but standing out in the middle as a Warlock here is like not what you want to do. You want to be on that corner being ready to line aside any silence casts. He got silenced like 3 times on this pull. That's
Yeah, I think
ideal.
it was Mode's team, right? That we saw they were all playing, you know, we see Jay on the left with the Inferno. That's what they were playing around that corner. They were lining back and forth all the casts in between Rain of Fire casts. I would assume. I don't play Warlock, so I don't know how you play it, but I heard it's not too complicated on AoE. It's mainly Rain of Fire, right? Yeah.
I mean, you can even actually stay around the corner and just Rain of Fire like a little bit off to the side and just be out of line of sight of most of the casts already, and just kind of go back into line of sight whenever you have to cast something that's not a Rain of Fire. So I don't know, maybe Ricky doesn't actually play Warlock too much on live, maybe it's just a tournament realm thing, but you could definitely play a little bit more optimal. But hey, Warlock's so powerful that even if you're playing a little bit suboptimal, it's still kind of nutty.
Yeah, but and I saw them. I think Jay died in this pull previously, right? This is a very, very scary pull with, I think, is it 4 scribes in there casting on random people? We see Ricky pop in the wall. And then Spiteful as well. But people kind of, you know, us, for an example, is you didn't really notice Spiteful all that much previous season because you always bought that Frost Mage, right? With the 70% slow. But Spiteful is actually a real affix this season just due to the fact that you don't have a proper slow when they spawn.
Yeah, I mean,
but it looks like they did it clean this time here.
The only thing you really have is like what, Tar Trap and your Blood DK. That's it. Those aren't anywhere
if the
near...
DK plays, yeah, exactly. If you play the Death and DK slow as a DK, you have a 90% slow that goes down over time. I don't know if Mike's playing it in here or if he's playing Wraithwolk. Tobo going down.
It's rough. That's more.
What did he actually die to here? Did he get aggro?
Because that just went off. Must have been aggro.
No, yeah, must have been aggro, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, this boss is also just pretty. Yeah, there's quite a bit of damage that goes out on the group, and sometimes the hunter just gets in some trouble there.
Yeah, it must have either been the boss beam or the aggro. It's the only thing I can think of, but I actually didn't see.
I mean, he pretty much got one shot, so it had to be aggro. I don't think the beam one shots you on this key level.
Yeah,
well,
yeah, for sure.
Either way,
it looks like Yepers did.
Yepers
did actually manage to pull. Yeah, they managed to get through to the boss here. I think they should be able. They're a little bit slower though, even though they're playing the same comp. But the split was 207 for Wumigalol, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's Womegalol's best here. The Yepers are going to be something like 30 seconds slower than Womegalol on this first pull, but I don't know. I feel like Womegalol have just got that first pull so good right now, where it's just so quickly everything's grouped up and they're doing their damage so instantly. So yeah, it looks like Yepers going to be something like 20 seconds behind that split, but not too bad.
Well, also Ethical on the bottom right, they had just finished off a Crixus split as well, and their timer was something like 3:01, so they went for a reset. I mean, that's a minute slower than Womegalol. Not really.
Yeah, that sounds like something went. Yeah, I went a little bit wrong. I think if you get like 230, 240, yeah, I don't think it's bad. I don't know why actually Womegalol is so much faster already here, because I think they're running the same comp, right? They're pretty much running. There's not too many differences you can make this early into the dungeon. You do the first pull and then you just basically pull everything with the boss, right? Maybe they're optimizing something a bit better than Yepers are doing here, but...
This is one of the most dangerous pulls in the dungeon here for Womegalol. You can see Ricky actually had aggro on that Vestige of Doubt and ended up
he's sitting in a pod right now.
Big damage sources here. And they don't really have anything rolling here. None of the major cooldowns are up. They don't have any stacks of the Lantern. There's no blood.
Look at the DK, he's doing Warlock damage.
Oh, Ricky's just dead.
Rick, no, this is gonna be... He's Spawn's right in the pack though, it might not be over already if he can actually... J drop it very low, if he can actually make sure to... He should be able to get stacks here, right? The Lantern is still up.
Yeah, he'll get 10 stacks as long as they are able to...
Well, the Spiteful Shades don't give stacks anymore, right? So this is...
Yeah, they actually...
Yeah,
there should be enough alive. Also, the Warden doesn't actually give count anymore, but now the Spites spawn and you see no slow, you see how fast these Spites are. Ricky's running for his life.
Look at that little dwarf run as well as he's trying to run away.
Finishing out the shade so they can actually get the invis portion of the woe buff. They want to get as much of this 10 stack onto the third boss as possible here. That's pretty solid, actually. So they'll get a lot of it.
Yeah, this is something we saw. I think it was maybe Mode's team did this, but you see Mike on the right side here. He blood balls that pack and they will snap down with all the trash down here on the third boss, which is I think the first time we actually ever saw that being played, which is a really smart strategy. It's a little bit bonus. It's not a lot of count for free, but it's a little bit and a little bit over time. It just adds up, right?
Yeah, 100%. just making sure you're as efficient as possible. This could be a little scary here. There, like Ricky actually had to end up using his Infernal to finish off that pack, make sure they got their 10 stack on the last pull. So he doesn't have Infernal for this particular pull, but it doesn't really matter when you have PI and you're a Warlock with your 4 set. You still do top damage anyways.
You still, even if you don't have a 3-minute cooldown, you still do decent damage, I guess, right? It's not it's stupid Warlocks. But yeah, anyways, this pull is very scary though, because they don't actually manage to kill this trash before this part of the fight, where they need to start picking up the orbs. It can get really out of hand really fast, but it they did do it. So I don't know what the previous split was on this boss, but I think they're in for a pretty good run here, right? Even though Ricky died on the previous pull, it didn't really matter too much.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it was pretty okay. The most important death so far in the dungeon was definitely the Tobo death at the beginning of the second boss, right? Losing the 10 stack. The boss probably ended up lasting about 20 seconds longer or so there. Maybe cooldowns got a little misaligned. But so far, so
I mean, he lost his lantern buff, which is the...
Yeah. The 10 stack buff for the boss is a big deal for sure.
Yeah, that's the biggest. Yeah, for sure. But I think if they do get like a sub 16, I think or like close to sub 16, I think they should be kind of happy and probably move on here. Because yeah, Sanguine Depths, like I said, is a key where you can probably get like a very, very good run, almost sub 15 if stars align, as we like to call it. But it is a very, very hard dungeon. Not only the mobs are hard, but the apexes make it so much harder. Yeah. So I would like, if they actually do get through here to the end, I would like to see them maybe move on to theater or something like that. Because if they actually do set a theater time, they're gonna show the other teams that you need to step up right now. We're just gonna take this home, right? So it's...
Yeah, I mean, they're really putting a lot of pressure on the other teams for sure, right? And to compare this run to what they've already done this weekend, their fastest Borrelia time so far is 11:24. So even with the death on the second boss, losing the entire 10 stack, this is still 40 seconds faster than anything.
Yepers is doing a massive pull with the boss top right on the screen right now. They're almost all dying here, but they're somehow still alive. No one actually died. They were all like 10% HP.
Live Warlock.
Wow, that was a nice soul shape out of danger there, and somehow they're all going to stay alive. Yeah, in the top right. That is.
Yeah, but you see now comes the Spires, right? Look at the army of Spires just chasing the entire team with no slow. But it seems like they're able to just hide it out.
Yeah, well done there by Yepers, and they're also on a pretty quick run here. I mean, again, their Tarvold's going to be a little bit slower than Womegalol, but.
Okay,
they're gonna win.
You cursed it. Dratnos just
And they gotta get that curse spell. That's what can I say?
I actually don't know what happened here, but I saw that Severity Jeep broke the pod tender and Satsi got the cleave from the Sentinel. So I don't know what, because Roth was alive when all this happened. So I don't know what went so wrong here, because I feel like they kind of made it through, right? But then it just went to something must have happened.
Yeah, we'll see it from them again. I'm sure next time they get to that point in the dungeon, we'll actually be able to focus in on it and see what they're doing there, because that pull seems like almost unnecessarily large. I think Yepers has done that in a couple dungeons so far this week.
Yeah, but the Sanguine Depths is
Gambit and so on.
Yeah, Sanguine Depths is kind of key, where you want to go all in, right? Because you can do it, even though it's really, really challenging. You just feel bad if you don't do it. You know what I mean? You can do it. It's challenging, but are we gonna be okay with doing something we can just do so much more efficient? Yeah, I don't know. In this setting, potentially might be the play, right? But we'll have to see what they actually end up doing.
Check out Womegalol on the top left, though, finishing off this Sanguine run. They're already in the second phase of General Call here. Going to be moving on to the third section pretty quickly, which is when they're going to grab that last 10 stack lantern buff and hopefully.
Yeah, they didn't open the lantern yet. Right now, it's still there. So I would expect them to. They have the acolyte still alive, so I would expect that Mike is gonna go and pull the boss back. I didn't see what they did in the previous run here, but it would make sense, right? That they pull the boss back and actually have lantern for the entire last, part of the boss fight.
Are they?
But who's actually? I don't know. Oh, Jay is running to pull. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So he ran ahead earlier. This was it's a really smart one. They're all lining the casters in here, I think. But I don't know if this is actually lined, because these walls are a bit weird sometimes. But it looks like they stacked it up, and they're probably going to open the lantern now, right, and get all these stacks rolling.
Yeah, they even left a couple Gargans alive at the last second there just to get a couple early stacks right away. Where are the stacks?
Yeah, that's the thing with Jay, right? All the...
Okay, this is awfully embarrassing.
No, it's Jay, right?
No, it's Jay. Jay's their only vent there.
Yeah, it's Jay. He's playing. Yeah, normally we had our Warlock playing Venter here, because I think we played Monk in this key. result an option, right? But since Jay is went already,
Oh, there's the lantern.
there's the lantern. Okay.
Well,
a little bit
you
awkward,
actually
but
can still get a lot of stacks from the spawning Gargans, right? There's
Yeah,
4 more coming
but
in here, so they're going to be able to
I don't
go up
think
to a
it's
6
really-
stack, right?
do they have 4 stacks right now? They do, right? It's hard to see
Yeah.
the screens.
Maybe 2 more coming in.
There's another
So
set of
I think
Gargans
they have
running at them as well. So
this-
it looks like they're going to leave it at 6 potentially.
No, they'll
Yeah,
be
Maybe bring it up
that's
to
a huge
8.
miss.
These last 2 they'll get.
Yeah.
They'll go.
Yeah. That's very unfortunate.
You got to bring those into range.
but,
Yeah, that range is pretty small.
Yeah.
Looks like they've done it. And yeah, they're going to take 8 forward. So
They did also kill a Wool Relic here, which actually is very smart. You see how fast they run to the boss now. And I assume
Yeah.
they're just going to pull this pack straight into the next room with the boss and just pop, their Bloodlust. They don't have Infernal, but as Cyril mentioned earlier, it doesn't really matter because it's a Warlock, and they probably have all other cooldowns as well. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
They'll be up in a sec.
last time they did this, they were actually already at full count when they pulled this that room. So this is going to be a lot better. This means that they've really figured out the whatever unoptimized thing was going on that caused them to go overcount last time. And yeah, 1440 on the clock when they pull last boss here with Lust and everything. I think this could be sub 16 minutes maybe. Look at that boss health. Even on Tyrannical, it's melting.
Yeah. They have 6. Yeah, they're gonna have the entire Lust here. They kind of finish off the trash now. It should. The Spice is the only thing that could potentially kill them right now. It looks like the Spice got down as well. So now it's only a boss, right? We say only a boss, but
Man,
it's still Carl. But
even though this is going to be a good time, like if I was them, wait, that trap position is so troll. Okay, dude, even if this is going to be a good time, the fact that they didn't get the 10 stack for that last 10% of call,
yeah, I know
it's
they're gonna.
it's gonna trigger me.
I completely agree, and I know. Ooh, they cleave each other here with the bleed. I completely agree with you here, and I know from playing with Jay before that Jay is not going to be happy with this run. But I hope his team tells him that this is a sub 16, like we said earlier, a very close to 16 is a very, very good. Oh, okay. Speaking about that, maybe they can rest Jay and finish.
Yeah, they're going next now for sure. Well, they're not going next, but they'll not
Yeah,
be
yeah.
this time for sure.
Yeah, they will not be happy, but I would still like them to potentially move on here and maybe do theater a little bit. They can always come back here later in the day.
Yeah, I
but-
agree. Because the thing about theater is you don't really give that much up by showing it an hour earlier if you're going to show it on the same day anyways, right?
Exactly.
Whereas,
It's not
if
like
they were
teams
thinking
will-
of saving it for Sunday, right, that would maybe... But I feel like that would be really aggressive because then you've got 2 dungeons you're saving till Sunday, and
Yeah,
that's
I
how you
think-
lose this tournament if you're Omegalol, I think.
What do you think, Sire, when it comes to Neltharion Slayer? You think all the teams are gonna save that for the last day? That's kind of what I think right now.
I think that's the best strategy to do if you have a strategy in that dungeon already, right? If you're a team that has a good strategy going into Nelts, you'll definitely save it for the last day. I could see one of the lower ranked teams maybe going there just to try to get used to playing it, but they probably won't have much to show off, so it's probably not that bad for them to go there. But
Yeah, and I think, like we spoke about earlier when we started the show, right, is that Omegalol, they have a ton of players. I know Ricky played back in Legion, Jay played back in Legion. They have so many players who actually, properly played Neltharion Slayer back in the day. So if it's any team that should have a, good routing in that key, it should be them. So I wouldn't be surprised at all to see them saving that for the last day. And in 5 hours, they should be able to, put a timer in Nelth.
yeah, 100%. I mean, that Nelth key is going to be very, very mean too. I mean, that first boss, ever since they reworked the Legion dungeons, that boss is a little bit more difficult than it used to be.
Yeah, so I'm very excited to see Nelth when the third stomp on the first boss is the timing where this little tick spawns right before the stomp. And if you don't pop personals there or kill it to try and get a global onto it on a 21 tyrannical setting, I don't know how much damage that stomp will do, but I believe it might one-shot you. It's something we're gonna have to wait and see. But I'm very excited to see how teams deal with the first boss in Nelth.
What is going on Ethical's screen right now?
Looks like the priest pulled aggro.
It looks
right?
like Hollow is...
He's getting
okay, eventually does hit the release there.
Okay.
That's teams, they have a great deal of respect for their healers, right? That's always the thing that I notice is they really like to
yeah,
throw each
we
other
never
around.
take print screens of the angels or anything. We just very supportive of the.
Boy, all right.
So did we see what Omegalol opted to do here? Are they standing, maybe deciding what? Meanwhile, Jeppers are wiping on the first boss on 1%.
no.
They're almost all dying.
Yeah, they're not going to be happy
The
with that.
DK
That
Rolf is a
little
lot.
faster, though.
Yeah.
250.
Yeah, the
is faster,
250.
but-
Yeah, with all these deaths, I think that would have been probably like 230 if they didn't end up dying in the end here.
Would have been a lot better.
But they should be able. They can release now and finish this off. I don't know if they will actually keep on playing. Okay, no, they're teleporting out.
No shot. They're gonna portal.
Yeah.
Unfortunate. Well, we'll see where Megalol's up planning to go to in a second here. Whenever we see them in a dungeon again. But let's see. Evolved actually got through the first poll this time around, so we'll see if they're able to make any improvements here. Remember, their best boss split on the first boss is. Let's see.
This pull is an extremely hard pull actually. With all this trash in the first boss, you pop Lust, and it's very easy to disrespect this pull. But with all the mechanics going on, the bird frontal shooting 3 balls, and then you have the dismantler AoE in melee on top of kicking the castigator and kicking the Goliath and dodging the frontal cleaves on the tank. It's a ton of mechanics going on, but it seemed like they are doing it. But I saw them wiping here a lot earlier in the day, and I'm not surprised because the pull is, even with Bloodlust, it's a very, very hard pull.
Yeah, those the frontals from the worm here are really annoying to deal with, especially if you like using the black motions. They're kind of hard to see, but yeah, no, there's a lot that goes on in this pull, and see the teams consistently get it down is pretty nice to see. Here we go.
I mean, that's the #1 death on this pull on Evolved side here. The frontal from the bird with all the trash standing on top of it. If you don't have a proper, good view or someone calling where it's actually going, it's bound to be a disaster.
I'm just waiting to see what Megalol is doing. I have a feeling that they're going to stay in the Sanguine. That's
I have a feeling as well. Knowing Jay a little bit, I know he's not happy with this run, but it's he's still probably scratching his beard, thinking should we maybe go theater and just get a time? But I'm 100% sure they will come back to Sanguine probably tomorrow, if not later today. But we'll have to see what they actually do.
I'm okay with Sanguine if they give themselves like a 1 hour time limit in there. I think once you get to halfway through the day, I think you should really go theater, because I feel like you're in danger of blowing your lead if you leave theater and Nelts Lair till Sunday, and all of a sudden all this early time
Alex
you
goes
created
down.
goes
Did
away.
he get stunned? Did he get stunned by the stealth claws? Because I saw that Soda was pulling them all with a turtle, but I didn't see how he actually died. He got global when he ran into the mobs. I don't know if one of us maybe still in stealth and actually just came out and stunned him.
I didn't see either. It's a really unfortunate way for a dungeon to.
Yeah, it's very. I mean, at least it's early on, right? Yeah, it's still early in the key, so it's better to wipe here than to wipe on the double pull after the second boss, right?
Yeah. All right, yeah. Well,
there we go.
The Sanguine, so
yeah, they don't give up. All right. This kind of shows, it just shows dominance. It's okay, we have the rank 1 time in every single key, Sanguine that's by 1.5 minutes, but we are not happy with this. We still want to go faster. We want that sub 16 run before we're satisfied and we want to move on. And it just screams like a power move, because I feel like the smart thing would just be to go and just set a time in theater, right? Because at this point, even with a 16-12 Sanguine depths, I don't even think they need to get back there to even set a better time. But I mean, yeah, they're not happy as we see here. They're probably going to start the key very soon.
I mean, how much faster can they actually go in the Sanguine depths, right? You have to factor in they had 2 deaths on the last boss.
Yeah.
They lost an entire 10 stack for 10% of General Call's HP. They could probably go 35 seconds faster.
I think low 15 is a very, very good run. If you have a 15-10, 15-15, it's a very, very, very good run. But what we keep coming back to is the fact that the Sanguine Depths is a very, very hard key just by itself to have a clean run in, because it's very easy to make a mistake. And when you add Necrotic and Spiteful, it becomes even harder, right? So we'll see what time they actually end up with. But without these deaths they had this last run, I think that was probably a 15-30, 15-40 maybe.
Yeah, around there for sure.
Ish.
And Depleter Squad is just not having a good time in this gambit. They've been struggling to put up a solid time here all day. And
this pull they're doing here is very hard.
Yeah, the mass trash pull into the boss without Bloodlust is pretty hard to pull off. So I mean, it's cool that they're going for it, but
yeah, I think so. But the issue with this pull, right, is that the boss has a frontal and you have raging, and by the time he casts the first frontal, these mobs are probably gonna be sub 30%. And if you knock these far away, can potentially even knock them into the water, right? They're never gonna come back. And if you have 2 or 3 casters standing there with raging balls hitting the tank over and over, he can only live so long, right? So
yeah,
I think we saw yesterday that most teams chose to Bloodlust. I remember I was watching. I think it was I'm not sure if it was Evolved. I think there were Bloodlust in that pool just to make it safe, which I think is a good play. Even though you don't. If you bloodlust the first pool and the last boss, you would get double bloodlust and would potentially be faster. But is it worth it to spend more time in the key, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, we saw Perplex doing that. I think it was like in a 21 gambit during the cup play. We saw them doing that, where they would only bloodlust once in the dungeon, and it was specifically on uphill with all the trash to make sure that pull worked for them. But
Satsu did a really good play here. Sorry for interrupting you. You can
probably not worth it in the 2023. But sorry, yeah, I mean,
okay.
Sorry, what were we gonna say, Dranos?
Oh, I was just gonna, what that play. Now you mentioned Zatsi did up in
so
what happened?
Yeah, so what you do here on top left is you see the corner on the left, the DK stands there and he lines everything in, right? And then he continues to move to the lantern to do a mass grip to get everything into the lantern so you can get the stacks. But sadly he missed like 2 or 3 mobs that were standing in the back casting on people, and Satsi saw it very, very fast, ran back and knocked everything into the lantern. And if he didn't do that, I think it could have been really, really bad. So it was a really, really good heads-up play from Satsi there.
Oh, so
wow, Lazzle actually
taking so much
lining
damage
as well, yeah. This is a very dangerous spot in the pull, but they're doing okay, and that 10 stack is actually doing a lot of work carrying them through this lantern pull. Really, really impressive actually from Yeppers. I think their Sanguine Depths is starting to look pretty good here. They've really adapted a lot of the fast strategies we've seen out of teams like Womegalol in here.
So yeah, I mean they had a 232 boss split, right?
Yeah,
so
it's pretty good.
It's getting.
Oh no, that's
speaking
the last second.
Tratnos with a curse again here. Satsa goes down. Oh. But I mean, he's still a healer, right? If he's not there to do damage, right? If he can keep the group up without the stacks, they can continue this run. It's gonna be very, it's very healing intensive, right? The next pool. So if he can probably do it, Satsa's a great player. I believe he can pull this off even without the stacks. We'll have to see.
Oh, and they're going for a little bit of a safer route too, where they just refresh on the lantern twice before the second boss. So as long as they can live through this pull with this initial 10 stack, they could definitely make some progress here. We haven't seen a second boss split from them yet so far, so it'd be good to see them make a little bit of progress here. But you can see just how dangerous this pull is. There's so many scribes in this pull, lots of throw research casts going off. People are just pre-popping it personals just to live through the
you see here, without the 10 stack on the healer, people are not really getting their HP back. See, Lacelle proccing cheated here, probably from some throw scribes.
Oh, man. That was a burst from the drift that just killed them. Oh, man.
Yeah, and I feel like now you get to the very challenging part where you still have trash left and spites are spawning. So being in melee at this point is you see all the spites going here. Satsi gets hit once, lives. Is kiting doing a good job kiting?
Man, when they're moving forward on the right side. Huh.
Yeah, Evolve is doing the pull where Alex died the last time. It looks like they have everything stacked up now, right? It looks like it's a clean pull from their side, which is very nice to see. So they will be able to progress in the dungeon here. I don't know actually which pull is the hardest in Spires, because I feel like they're all, they're not super hard, but they're all, in terms of difficulty, just there's no breathing room. You know what I mean? Like they're all pulls where you just need full attention. If you play this for 50.
Look at what they're doing. They're lining everything into this room here, including the boss.
Including the but yeah. Do you actually? I don't know. Yeah, it is. But are you immune to the? I guess you're immune to the rotating.
Yeah, the tornadoes won't hit you in
room
there, but there's a lot of ground effect when you're fighting this trash, right? You have those the slam with
I'm curious.
The swirlies.
How do you live the Sentinel AOE? That's
It's I think maybe you go in there for a bit and then you come out of there later once you've got them all grouped up, but I don't know.
Yeah,
meanwhile, we've got
sense.
Evolved up here. They are working on their side platform on a 1-death run so far. Again, they have that different strategy than the other teams, skipping the first trash pull in the dungeon and doing a big spear in the third boss room. And it's been a little bit iffy for them. It's been a couple hours now today in this dungeon, and they still haven't really been able to put together a clean run up to the last boss platform. So we're hoping to see that out of them now up in the top left.
I would like to see them bring the Ether Driver in here already, because I'm pretty sure they broke the Goliath shield. How the Goliaths work is that when they go to 0 energy, they cast twice, right? Then they go to 0 energy, they start using their shield to regen energy back up. But if you push these shields fast enough, they won't even get more than 50 energy, which is the minimum required amount to cast again. So if you keep an eye on the, apparently they didn't do it here because they're casting right, but if they do save cooldowns a little bit in this pool to make sure they push these shields before they hit 50 energy, they could bring in this Inspired Ether Driver a lot earlier because it won't cast anyway, and I think it would be a big time save. But now the Praetor is charged out anyway, so it wasn't too bad for them here.
Yeah, I mean, even if they do one cast, as long as they haven't gotten all the way back up to 100 energy, right, you could just Shining Force and land your kick there.
Yeah, you
as
could
well.
you could also Shining Force them the Ether Drive out and kick, right? If you
Yeah.
So I think we saw Evolve doing that in the first pool, right? For the first Goliath, that they have that one inspired mob in the pool, and I think it's Bazook. He Shining Forces I think it's the Mender from upstairs, right? That's inspired.
Right.
It knocks it out, so they kick the Goliath, which is a very, very smart play.
Look at this pull from Evolve that they're doing. They don't use the spear on this pull, like we mentioned earlier. So
Yeah.
we get a nice view of it now, just how they pull it off. They line
We have
up
to
the
look-
corner here.
Oh,
This is ridiculous.
we have to keep an eye out on Alex. He has a lot of stacks taken from the Ether Drivers. No dispel available. I assume they have to dispel the debuff from the
Dwarf
cat.
Racial on it is going to be
Yeah,
used here.
yeah.
Really big against that.
Another debuff coming out here on someone in the group. I don't know
Ooh,
who.
Soda
dropping
alive?
the- Probably on
Okay.
Soda. Yeah. Okay.
And notably, they did CC the one inspiring Ether Diver out of the group just to make this pull work, but
The Inquisitor is sitting free casting here though. It's really scary for them. Surely they will be able to kick it soon, right? It's nothing inspired in the pool at the moment.
wait, is it too close to the Ether Diver? It might. No, it's not.
No, now it's inspired. Now it's inspired, but I don't think it was inspired before.
Yeah, there was definitely a burden cast that went off that they could have kicked, but one of the things about this group comp as well is, right, like you have the Warlock on a fairly long kick. You can't do that many kicks in these pulls, right? These pulls have a lot of mobs that you need to kick. But I do think, yeah, they probably could have found a way to stop that burden. Didn't kill anybody, though, so,
Yeah,
well done.
They have one death. I didn't see where it was.
It wasn't here, yeah, it was
died.
earlier.
Yeah, it must have been early in the key, right? Because I think the pools we've been seeing so far, no one has been dying in. So I guess it's either on the first pool or the first boss maybe they died.
Yeah.
One person. Speaking about big pools, Jeppers are doing the boss pool once again here. See, they had a 230 split, right, previously. See if they can maybe ship up some seconds.
I think the biggest time loss they're having is how long that very first pull that it takes them to get through, right? They're getting to this boss, like, I think 15, 20 seconds slower than the faster teams are. So I think their execution on this boss pull has gotten very, very good. But
Yeah,
They're just
we see
losing
they
time
do a
getting
very,
to
very
the
good thing here. You saw how far away, I don't know if it was Satsi or Serrated Jip, that they ran back when they had a charge. So the boss basically like charged away from every single Spiteful, so they didn't really need to deal with them, which is a really, really good heads-up play from either the Priest or the Warlock here.
wait, this is going to be a great split from them. This boss is very low.
Yeah,
They still
it
have
looks
Nitro
great so
stacks too
far.
for another 10 seconds or so. So this is going to be a great split, actually. Keep an eye on how
Yeah.
fast they actually go. Maybe like 220, 225.
So they should
Yeah,
maybe...
not
The
bad.
last scary part is this charge coming up here, I guess. Satsi is not actually in the charge, but they seem like they're fine anyway. I guess Satsi is pulling the last mob in the room. Yeah, there's a tick coming there that he pulled, I think.
Yeah, I mean, you can have less people soak that if you just have the people that are soaking use a defensive, right? And
Yeah, exactly.
that it
Also
looks
on a
like exactly
22
what
key
Yeppers are gonna
level,
do.
yeah, on a plus 22 you live that quite easily, I would say. Even though it is tyrannical, yeah, it's not too bad, I think. Especially if you have a Warlock in your group, they just live everything, right?
Yeah, yeah, you saw him use a Dark Pack there, and just no problem at all. Probably
just
could
use one of
solo
his-
if he used Wall and Pack.
Yeah, probably, yeah. Could probably take it by all by himself if he uses wall as well. What do you think, Cyro? Think you could live that?
22 Tyrannical? I don't know if it's enough to solo it on 22 Tyrannical. It might be just a little bit too much damage.
No, that's truly maybe buff Warlock a little bit.
Yeah, Warlock probably needs some buffs. Yeah, it's okay.
So here we see where Satsi knocked the life. If you check top left here, you see this is what I'm talking about. The DK is lining all these casters in. He's gonna proceed to go to the lantern and mass grip all of this in. And you see Satsi's ready here already with a knock in
so-
case. Oh, so like, but you see, okay, here comes the mass grip. He actually did hit all the mobs this time, but you saw Satsi he was ready in the back there to knock in case one of these would not have been in the mass grip.
Yeah, and the Will Relic helps with that a lot too, right? Because he's invisible, means he's
Yeah,
not going to
yeah,
be pulling any aggro, so he can just sit back there in the middle, wait, see if anything goes off. Yeah, I like their execution of this pull. Yeppers is definitely getting a lot more comfortable in this dungeon. You can tell just with like the
Yes,
way that
for
they're
sure,
pulling
for
them
sure,
off, it's
for
getting
sure.
really good for them. But look
So
at the timer here.
only
Will
had.
Megalol- I want to point this out specifically because we called to it, like, a couple minutes ago when Yeppers was on the pull. Look at what time Will Megalol was pulling the boss at. They pulled the boss at like 108. Yeppers was pulling the boss at like 125. So they can make up a lot of time just by getting a little bit quicker with their execution at the very start of the dungeon here. Just tiny things like
But it
finishing off Spiteful.
also looks like they have double brute in this boss pool. Meanwhile, I think Yeppers only had one brute, right? Because they pulled the other brute later, like after the first soak from the boss. I might be mistaken here, but I'm not
That
so
might be
sure
the
they even
case.
have more trash. They need to.
Yeah, sometimes in with these pulls, especially with the way that Warlock and Hunter cooldowns work, it's actually safer to fight it all at once, right? Rather than doing a medium pull and then another medium pull, because you don't have cooldowns for both of those medium pulls, and so
yes,
that's something.
So look at this. This is very, very smart. You see on the top left of Omega, they don't have that brute anymore. They only have the small ticks, which will die way faster than that brute. And I think that's why they have such a much faster boss split, because they don't have these mobs in there that they actually need to finish off.
Something that up in the top right, Depleter Squad are doing that I think might be contributing to why this boss is wiping them so often. They're pulling all the trash into the boss, and then they're actually hitting the trash with the boss breath as well, which I don't think you want to do that if you're fighting that boss.
Yeah,
I think you just want to hit the ads, but you don't want to hit the trash mobs, right? Because it knocks them back, but it doesn't actually kill them. And then they're just
it doesn't do any
away.
damage to them.
Yeah.
So what we did there actually was that I think we usually did a binding shot on the trash in time for the breath into a mass grip. So even though you would hit the ads, right, they wouldn't be able to get knocked.
So they would still take
like
10% of their health, but then they wouldn't.
Yeah, but they don't play DK, so they cannot really do that, right? That's like DK only kind of type of strat in that key.
Yeah, maybe you could time a sigil of chains for exactly after the breath so that it cancels the knock.
Yeah.
Just
now we're getting really into
into
detail here.
You just get a
sigil
weak aura that air horns you right when you have to click it.
It looks like Megalo is doing this pull really easily here on the top left. The pull that Yeppers were struggling with a little bit earlier.
Yeah, that's been the thing about watching Womegalo, right? Like you watch them just do these pulls, not 100% of the time, but like 80% of the time that other teams are only doing 20% of the time cleanly. Very impressive from that team, and that's how they have this leaderboard looking like it does right now. I mean, it is dominating so far.
Yeah, and I think Syro, you've been casting it, for a very long time now, and I thought about this earlier, and I think Womegalul is like an incredibly talented team. All these players in the team that are in, on a personal and mechanical skill level, they're probably one of the best teams out there. But what I feel is that they never really manage to get it together when it really matters in the cup games. They always have these very, incredible routes and strats, and if they actually manage to pull it off, they're gonna be so fast, right? But there's always something going wrong. But this time around, it looks like they're actually being very, very consistent, as we see on the times on the leaderboard, where they have already all the fastest times out there.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think the only reason that they're here is because their group was kind of nutty, right? Like they just ended up pulling a group where there were two insane teams that they just didn't really have a chance of beating. So I'm not too surprised that they're playing so well, because like you mentioned, they are some of the most veteran players in the MDI. They all are very individually talented, and when the format really
Jay is opening the lantern.
Right? Hit the lantern, please, Jay.
Yeah, he used the lantern. Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, he did it. I already saw it. He pressed it already, so they're good for now.
And they're gonna refresh this 10 stack. Nicely done. Actually, with like 10 seconds to spare as well. So they are making quick work of this. There are a lot of spiteful shades that are out right now, but it looks like they're caught in a binding shot. That's going to keep them from getting too much
Ricky
in there.
gets a grip here.
Yeah.
It's only the Sentinel still alive.
Yeah, they're good to go. Flee. It's just shades. Run. You don't
Ricky's
have to finish them off.
Ricky wants that overall damage.
Dude, those give me shards. Those give me shards.
Actually, he could be setting up a force set for that. So that makes sense if he's actually doing that.
Yeah.
So we see that they're kind of doing the...
Oh, Mike.
Okay, Mike procs Purg. Oh, yeah, it's lucky I have to have a cheater sometimes, huh?
Yeah.
But this almost looks like the high key strat here with the boss and that left side cage with the ghouls, right? Normally in MDI, maybe you do actually similar stuff in MDI, but I think it was Mode's team that didn't pull the boss with a bunch of trash. I might be mistaken here, but
yeah,
I remember them doing something crazy in this part of the key.
Mode's group didn't do that much trash. Mode went for the pretty much just 10 stack into boss right away, and then they refreshed the 10 stack later on. I mean. Oh
yeah, for the okay, now it makes sense. Yeah, maybe it is probably really hard to play this boss with a bunch of trash, right? It's bound to be something going south. As we see, I think it was Yeppers who actually tried to play it with all the trash, right? When they went into that cage with the boss and all the.
It just doesn't seem like it's something that's very, very high percentage to do. But yeah, that's what my little team.
But it looks like they have
definitely insane.
If you check bottom right, Rose, never mind. Okay, I was gonna say
it looked like
it looked like they were having a pretty decent boss split there, but cast a curse, I guess.
Yeah. There's always a first time for everything.
Yeah, well, welcome.
All right, so Womegalo actually using Mind Soothe to skip past here, and they're getting over to this other lantern on the other side of the ring here. Let's see how they decide to
Yeah, so there's
pull all
another
of this.
crazy pull coming out, right?
Yeah,
The
this
Mike
is the
doesn't
thing
have
that
that
we've been
perk,
focusing
and it's
on.
dropping low already.
Yeah, no perk. No major cooldowns at all here for any of their classes, really. Just the Shadow Blades for Jay, but that's not really going to be something that's crazy for
Yeah,
AoE
but they still have
damage.
a Warlock, right?
Yeah, they have a Warlock with no cooldowns. They have the Power Infusion, but notably they're saving that for the third boss, so they don't want to use it here. They just want to try to run through this pull cleanly.
I would like to see Ricky maybe even use the wall already, but maybe saving it for the next. Now he uses the wall. I would like to see him use the wall even before he even started taking damage, right? Because if he uses wall when it's at 40-50%, it's usually sometimes even too late. And if he's using wall on this pull anyway, it would kind of have lasted almost all the way through, right? But he lives. And
Okay, and
it looks good for them,
He
right?
isn't saving the Infernal.
Oh, Shackle's going through. Shackle's going through on someone.
It's on
not
Igloo,
Jay?
and he's in the fire.
Oh, it's Igloo. Oh, no.
He can release
Okay.
here, though. He can release here. He's right with the group. He can start stacking up
Yeah.
because they didn't really kill that much left. He probably will still get a 10 stack or very close to it. So
Yeah.
if there's
Now the
ever a
shades
time to
come, though,
die
they
in the
gotta make-
dungeon, that's okay. As long as they
There
look
were
for the
some-
Spitefuls.
Carry
Jay
the
cheat?
Spitefuls like chasing them down is crazy. J-Proc cheated as well, I think, for Spites.
And the interrupt here, I wonder how much of that is like not in range of interrupt because you're running away from Spiteful Shade, but they let a Woe Drifter burst cast off, and they let that Barb Shackles cast off in this pack, and either of those could have been much more deadly than they actually ended up being for them. I think they are lucky to escape that with just the one death.
I mean,
Yeah,
this
and
is
I don't think it
crazy
matters
fast
too much,
pace.
right? Sorry,
Yeah.
what do you think? I think that Elo should be able to do this, right? What do you think? It's just a boss with some trash, right? It's as long as they kill it in time with the DPS who actually has its stacks.
Well,
They're up for a very, very good
Yeah,
run.
Igloo has most of the stacks back, so it didn't cost them, but it was
Yeah, all the
it
stacks,
could have,
yeah.
right? Yeah.
well, notably, they have the Infernal on pull this time. They didn't have it last time, so this trash should die much, much more quickly. Remember, Ricky was only doing about 120k DPS last time. Let's see how high he can get.
Oh,
here.
now it's doing Warlocks up. Look at that. Do you think it can get to 200k?
200k, come on! Everything's
Yeah, it's
good.
going down. It's going down,
yeah,
not up.
yeah, yeah.
Even with Spiteful,
man.
Spiteful's nice
Not
for Warlock
even
damage, right? Because you have
Can't
you have
believe
all
it
these
in
extra
200k
enemies.
DPS here.
Yeah. Only
What a world
120.
we live in where you couldn't do more
Yeah.
DPS because you just killed everything too quickly. Really unfortunate for the Warlock player.
Yeah, maybe Tobo should have focused a little bit more on single target here, I think, so he could reach that 200k mark.
Yeah. All right, so quick check-in on the boss timers here. Their Crixus, it wasn't the fastest Crixus we've ever seen out of them. The Tarvald, however, was. They gained about 15 seconds on
Oh,
that.
they did? Okay.
Their previous
Yeah.
best Beryllia timer was 10 minutes, 41 seconds. This is going to be...
They're gonna beat that easily.
sub
Easy. I
10,
think.
maybe? It's going to be close.
Yeah, I think it's
quite
gonna be
sub
sub 10. Maybe like
maybe 10-20 or
know-
something? Yeah, 10-10.
No, I think we're gonna see sub 10 here. 18%, I think.
Oh!
And then okay.
Well,
Okay, well...
yeah.
I should stop saying. Yeah.
That's
yeah.
that cheat coming back, though, right? He lost the cheat to the Spiteful
No,
on
you
the
don't-
previous poll, and
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
The cheat coming back to
I
bite
mean,
them,
cheat.
yeah.
You can always say that, right? But the cheat is there to save you. For you, this
yeah, it's true.
playing at this, at this level, at this pace, it's really hard to not make mistakes, especially playing melee with Spitefuls without a slow.
Oh, Ricky only has 2
I think
orbs.
Jay's
3
doing a
seconds.
great job. Yeah.
He got an orb yoinked by him from his priest player, unfortunately, at the last second there. But here we go, 10-20. It's going to be roughly the boss kill time. Still 20-second advantage over the previous best time. But the big thing is where they lost a lot of time in the last key was on this third boss split, right? They didn't get their 10 stack in the third section of the gauntlet, and then they also had 2 deaths at the very end of the last boss. So
Yeah.
most of the time they could
Look
make
top
up
right,
is actually
Siren.
there. Oh yeah, this is
Yeah,
the big
look at
pull
top
for
right.
all.
Here comes the pool. Yeah. Here it comes. They need to make sure everything is stacked here into the spear. We saw them do it earlier.
Yeah, this is up in the
And
top
it
right
looks like they've-
now. Everything coming together. They got to land the spear here soon, but they do wait a little bit before pressing it, right? Get everything grouped up, get those Warlock
Yeah.
cooldowns down, and here they go. There's the Boon of the Ascended. There's all the
Everything
damage
is-
coming out.
It's
Oh, they have
perfectly
it.
stacked here. It's gonna be they have. Look at the monk. Yes, a lot of proxy. It's gonna be a very, very good pull from them.
Oh,
Oh yeah,
So much
it's
faster than
beautiful.
last
It's
time.
beautiful. Yeah. That's practice makes perfect. They did this pull once before they come back. They know exactly what they want to do, right? They delayed the mass grip as well. I don't know if you noticed, but they actually didn't mass grip them before the spear. They actually speared before, and then they mass gripped on top of the Helion to make sure everything was stacked on the Helion. Because a big thing with these Helions is that if they jump outside just by 5 yards, they won't be hit by all the AOE. And if you have 2 of those up on a fortified setting, it's they're gonna take you hard. But since they mass gripped on top of them, they just died now as well. Which was a very, very good play.
Yeah, now this is the boss fight actually where they wiped last time, but this is a 0-death run that Evolved are working on. And it's actually, at this point in the tournament, it's pretty important. If they want to win this tournament, they kind of need this run to work out because they actually have quite a lot of time they need to spend improving in their other dungeons, especially looking now at being multiple minutes behind in both Sanguine Depths and DOS as places they probably want to go back to. So really, really high stakes since they've gotten to this point with 0 deaths that they're able to convert this into a timed key. And ideally into the fastest Spires run.
It's a really rough moment because you have Womegalul doing the gauntlet where they forgot to activate the lantern the last time, and you have Evolved fighting this boss where they wiped, previously as well. You don't know where you want to put your focus because you want to be watching both. But I think Orifrion with the trash back here, if they manage to get those kicks on the heels, they should be good, right?
Yeah, that's the big thing, right? Their boss full healed last time. I think one heal went off. The trash pack ended up living a little bit longer than it was supposed to, and things went a little bit south from there. I mean, the big thing is they really need to make sure they get the ramp into the boss here. I would have already popped the Infernal if I was Shelly here. I mean, I want to make sure that I have max DPS going into the damage jump on the boss.
Yeah, here we go.
But here we go. There's the Infernal.
So we gotta keep an eye out on Evolved here on the top right of the screen that they do kick all these heals. There's 2 casts you 100% want to kick, and it's the Force Confession. You see they're casting it right now. I think one goes off here. I don't know who it went on.
Mace,
and
the monk,
yeah. The monk.
Yeah. And so now Alex has a pop, probably IBF, and just stand in the smash and soak these things. But it looks like they're killing off the healers already, right? It's only 2 Justicars left. So they should be good here.
Yeah, a couple of Dark Lash casts going, but that's not a big deal as they finish soaking the orbs. And Orifrion now at 34% coming out of that. Really well done by Evolved. You can see they have enough count to head upstairs after this as well. So I think their route is working out really well. Meanwhile, over on the top left, Womegalul, they've actually gotten their 9-stack this time.
They have the stacks.
Not perfect, but a lot better than last time. Yeah. Oh, they do have 10.
They're going to do an insane run. If they don't, I'm not going to say that because I'm going to cast the curse again, but if they don't wipe on the last boss, they will have a sub. I think they will have a very, very low 15 here. They have 2 deaths that didn't really matter too much. But if they actually manage to pull this off, I think they're going to be extremely fast.
Yeah, 2 runs with very important tournament implications going on the top of our screen here. This Orifrion split is going to be about a minute faster than what we saw from Womegalul as well. So they're in a great run in the Spires of Ascension, but we need to focus in on Womegalul. This is the last pull of the Sanguine Depths for them, and they can easily make up about 30 to 45 seconds here if this goes cleanly for them, so let's focus in. All the trash is pretty much dead, only have the Chamber Sentinel alive. Have to make sure that they dodge a lot of ground effects here at the last second as that fracture goes out on the group, but looks like
Igloo dropping low, probably from Spikes, getting meleeed.
Focus on the Spikes. Yeah,
that's okay. It was just meleeing a Warlock in Wall and Pact. It actually didn't even
but he doesn't care.
Yeah, he's still got Dark Pact up, and now does have to get into that Groom Squall. It activates the Soul Shape to do it, though, and General Call now at 58%. They're still not even 50 minutes into this dungeon.
This is going to be an insane run from Womegalul coming out. I think it's going to be maybe 15-20, 15-25 in that range.
This is where they died.
I would have to guess.
Though. They're not out of the woods yet. They really have to make sure they don't stack with these charges. Don't blow the run, guys. Play clean here. Max DPS, but don't stack with the charges. All right, they're good. They just got to get the last 4% down.
Yeah, they're through. Yeah.
All right, meanwhile,
okay, they're going to do a triple Angel pull on Evolved here as well now.
Right, this is going to be even bigger than, I guess, potentially the scariest part of the dungeon for them coming up for Evolved, and they haven't seen them do this yet, so going to be really important for them to get this going. You can see all the angels coming in. They're going to send that spear actually pretty early. It's going to catch Klotos, but unfortunately Klotos takes that jump as well, and they're kind of out of the AoE now as well. Often you'll see teams wait to use that spear until after the Klotos jump and then grouping back together, but they haven't decided to do that here, and you can see damage looking pretty good for Evolved in the top left, but these mobs still have a lot of health. A couple of them are slightly different amounts of health as well. You can see Klotos quite a bit higher than the other mobs. They need to start prioritizing damage onto Klotos here.
The thing is, this is where it starts to get really scary, because you see they're up to 10 stacks here. I don't know who in their team can actually reset their stacks, but I don't think... Is a Priest playing... He's playing Dwarf, right?
They have Dwarf on everyone. He's Dark Iron Dwarf, so they should be able to reset if they need to.
Yeah, well. They're playing very, very far away here, the range... Yeah, exactly. If one of these heal back up, the full is over, right? And it starts to tick so
low. The next tick is going to be
One's dead.
Oh, Bazooka's down.
Oh, no. Finish them off, please. They're so low. Finish them off, please. Come on.
Angel form.
Finish them off.
If we can just keep this team alive, they can just...
kill them all.
That's
it's
so
over.
sad. That was so close to being... If they actually... They didn't even matter that he... Yeah, they did a 15-20. I was looking at Megalo team. They did a 15-27.8, I think. Sanguine depths. That's an incredible time. If they actually go back here now because they had 2 deaths and Jay wants to do a faster run, that's insanity, right? So I think they will be moving on to theater. They could probably shave off 15, 20, or 10, 15 seconds Sanguine depths, but what's the point, right? Look at their timer. What is that? 2.5 minutes faster than the second team right now.
Yeah, and it's not like Evolved's run was bad. I feel like Evolved will have to spend many hours to get even close to that 15:30 in Sanguine depth. So Womegalo certainly should go somewhere else. But the question is where? You could go to the theater. Maybe they think they have a minute or 30 seconds, though, to gain in DOS or Spires. Those are dungeons where they've maybe gotten to do some routing since yesterday, right? So maybe they have similar optimizations to make over their already good times in those dungeons.
I'm so confused. So you can dwarf ratio those sacks off on the angels, right? I'm not.
I'm not sure.
I don't think you can actually. That's why I was asking. I think you can only. I know you can shadow meld them. I'm playing tanks, so that's not really. I'm not really too afraid.
Yeah,
I know you can reset with. I don't know. Can you actually now? I'm put on a spot. It's something I should know.
Right. So,
but I'm pretty sure you can meld, right?
Yeah,
exactly.
They drop when you drop combat. They also drop if you immune. Even if you turtle, you just have to stay in turtle for long enough for them to not get applied to you and then fall off, expire. But I don't think you can actually dwarf racial them off. So it is a pretty scary thing. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Does look like I would actually heading to Theater of Pain in the bottom right.
Yeah,
so we are getting to see exactly what we were hoping out of them. And I think this makes a lot of sense, right?
Yeah, we will 100% see the Windwalker entering this key in theater. Windwalker is such a strong class in theater. It's like, the diffuse, the sweep. I feel like it's designed for Windwalker, this key. So if they actually don't play the Windwalker, I would be very, very surprised. But is it Ricky playing the Windwalker in their team, or is it Jay? It's Jay, right?
Jay's been flexing all the melee picks. He's been playing the Rogue Windwalker, Demon Hunter flex. And they've been...
Yeah.
It's like Satsi runs into the boss platform AoE and dies on the... I don't know what's happening up top right here.
This boss pull has just not been going well for Yappers. This is the point in the dungeon.
Yeah, I feel like this is where they have to... Yeah, I feel like this is the moment where they have to, just realize that this is probably not gonna be our strat, right? Maybe we should just do this pull and then go into the boss, or do the boss and then do this pull or something. Because they need to start setting times, right?
Yeah, on the other hand, they need those times to be really fast if they want to keep up with Womegalol. So if they're trying to win this tournament, maybe they've just got to keep trying this and hope that it works, because any slower and they're just not going to have any hope of catching up to those times that have been set by Womegalol.
Man, that's just...
It's going to be interesting to see the... There you go, ahead, sorry.
I mean, this Yeppers team has kind of been doing that this entire weekend, though, right? We were saying the same things about their first boss pull in Gambit as well. This is a pull that's really insane, but it's not getting them that much time, so I would like to see them not go for it, but they just kept going for it until they got a solid time, so I wouldn't be surprised if they just keep going for the second boss pull in Sanguine Depths until they can finally get it down, and it might just eat a bunch of time for them.
Yeah, but you don't think it's going to be too late at that point? If they have to spend an entire day today doing that, they only had 2 time sets so far, right? Without the Sanguine Depths, I think they have...
You're right.
They have a DOS 22-minute run, right? And a Gambit. If they have 3 keys for tomorrow, including an Neltharion's Lair, if they don't move on here very soon. Which I would be terrified if I were in their position.
Oh, I agree they should be terrified. I feel like you can't win this tournament by trying to set a safe time and then upgrade it later, because at this point you're just so far behind in terms of the theoretical times that you have to hit. I don't think you can afford to waste the time doing pulls that you're gonna have to come back and upgrade later anyways. I think you just gotta go for it and it feels bad and you're behind, right?
Yeah,
that's what happens when your first 7 hours are worse than the other team's first 7 hours.
Same goes for Deplete the squad here. We haven't really spoken about them too much, but they've been stuck in this Gambit and been wiping on this second boss pull over and over and over. And I if I was them, I would maybe also just kill the trash here and maybe rethink what they're doing in this key instead of keeping trying to pull it with the boss. Because they also need to if they want to stand a chance at all, they have to also get through this dungeon and maybe move on to the next ones.
Yeah, Depleter squad definitely big underdogs up in the top left. Meanwhile, in the bottom right, we have Ethical wiping and resetting, I believe, in their Sanguine Depths. That is also the top of the hour. That means that we are now 2 hours into our day, 3 hours to go. And it's time for another caster swap. Been great to have you here now in Zyronic, and we'll see both of you again later. Welcoming back, though, Nagura and Makes for our next exciting hour of great push action.
Yeah, I am excited to, well, not be back, or rather back from yesterday. We just saw a crazy Sanguine death run after Womegalol's run yesterday, where they had 17 minutes and 33 seconds. I was like, how much quicker can you really go? Well, apparently 2 minutes faster, Nagura. I'm so shocked.
Yeah, that Sanguine death run is it's actually crazy, because when they had this like 0 death run right yesterday, I was thinking, how much faster can it really go, right? They have 0 deaths, they played really well, and then somehow they found 2 more minutes, which is crazy. But now I'm going to be really interested to see what they do in Theater of Pain, because that is the dungeon we've only seen played one time by Evolved yesterday at the very end of the day, right? So I wonder what kind of strategy Womegalol has for that key, because it's a very difficult key, if not the most difficult key of the whole tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I really can't say how difficult that Neltharion's Lair is. We had some statements from players who weren't too happy with the affixes that came in and this dungeon in general. So I would say it's between the TOP and the Neltharion's Lair, but the TOP is pretty brutal for sure. So they just finished off the first boss in 1 minute 18. And they have around 2.6% trash. Now, the thing with TOP is you can go in so many different directions that sometimes routing seems very crazy. I'm curious what they figured out for themselves. They're going into the warrior ring first, and we can see Dr. J running behind and picking up the banner while the rest of the group deals with the mini-boss and some additional trash.
Yeah, and I was also wondering, because we've seen this really cool new strategy in Theater of Pain out of the team Sloth, right? Because Theater of Pain was a dungeon where we haven't seen too much innovation in the last few MDIs, but then all of a sudden Sloth came into the MDI group stage this season, and they showed this really new strategy where they pulled these mini bosses and basically like a million arbalists and everything into Xav, and they had just these crazy pulls throughout the dungeon, and they skipped one of the platforms with the Woe Relic, and I don't know, like everything just seems so crazy. But I think they're gonna have a hard time pulling something like that off in a 24-40 fight, but I would really like to see some of the like ideas that Sloth has shown 2 weekends ago.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm just looking at the split, because Evolve was in here yesterday. They did do it in kind of the potential overtime that you can do when you start a key before midnight in Europe or before the end of the tournament in America. And you can keep going until you either deplete the key or finish it, or, stop playing the key if you want to do that. So they just ran it to have it locked in on a timer. And they also had 1 minute 18 on the Affront of Challenger, so the first boss. Now, looking at their split, the next boss was Gorechop, and it looks like Womegalol is aiming for Koltha Rock right now. So I'm curious to see how that is going to change, whatever comes out of their timer.
Yeah, very interesting. I think a lot of the kind of routing in Theater of Pain comes down to like cooldown and bloodlust timing as well. Because in the past, when we, for example, had Pride, it was a big deal when it came to Pride timers, because every 20% of your trash, you would spawn the Pride. And that was very important when you actually get it, because then afterwards you get the buff and it's good for a boss and so on. But now, without the Pride, you can really kind of go whatever, but you still want to think about your cooldowns and especially your bloodlust timing as well. So interesting to see the different kinds of strategies coming out of the teams. And then additionally, you also have to think about the fact that you have a Blood Decay who can control the champion from the Xav wing, right? So that is something that we see teams do as well, that they go there first, mind control the champion, and then do the rest of the dungeon just to get that extra buff.
The captain, the ancient captain, yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, we've also seen teams go with the Vengeance Demon Hunter and not even deciding to pick up that captain. I'm not sure what I like more in this dungeon. I think I generally gravitate a little bit more towards the Blood DK just because I think it's so nice to have a tank that isn't super dependent on getting healed by a healer, which allows the healer to just do more damage and cover up more essential kind of or group-wide healing. So to me, that's always a little bit more interesting to watch. But as we're speaking about it, Womegalol is finishing off a pretty decent-sized pull here with the Sanguine. Very well handled, I think. And now I'm going to do the other side of the room. Meantime, the Pleader squad is aiming to finish that Gambit key that they've been looking at for nearly all of today.
Yeah, and it's actually looking pretty decent for them as well if you look at the timer. Of course, it's not like a 12:40 clear like we've seen from Womegalol and Evolved, but they're still having a pretty decent run this time around with only 1 death on the board. And again, the Pleader squad is this team coming into the Last Stand tournament without having competed in the group stage of the MDI, which is going to be a pretty big disadvantage because the other teams had already practiced speed running these dungeons for their own tournament the last month. So definitely a hard spot to be in for the Pleader squad, but they are trying their best and they're doing a pretty good job so far. And yeah, Yepers and Ethical, bottom left and bottom right side of the screen, you can see still just struggling in that Sanguine depths. Like, I think like 2 hours today, I think so many teams just have been wiping to this first pool, the Crixus pool. Well, I kind of want to have a counter on how many wipes we've had in total to that pool.
I mean, yeah, it is a pretty intense pull as well, though. I think that is fair to say. So coming back to kind of what we were hitting on yesterday, saying that if you have a dungeon where the first pull is really challenging, but also super efficient if it goes well, then it makes a lot of sense to kind of run it again and again and again until you eventually get it right. The problem is then, if you get that one try where everything goes right and you go on further into the dungeon, like Evolve did, for example, then the 3 angels heal up or stuff like that happens. And of course, you are thrown back because you have to spend all of that time running it again. And now if the first ball isn't kind of, well, I don't want to say cohesive, but consistent, then I think that's a really, really tough spot to be in.
Yeah, it's also something we've talked about like a lot of times already, right? In this format, I think teams kind of want to put the risk of their strategy to the start of the dungeon because that's going to save them the most time if they execute it. Because even if they only have like a 20% or 30% chance of executing it, you only lose maybe like 2 to 5 minutes of your time if it doesn't work out. And if it works out, you're going to save so much time for the rest of the dungeon. So it makes sense, but it's incredibly risky to, you think it has a 20 or 30% success chance, and then 2 hours later you're still wiping to the same pool, and it's just not working out, right?
I mean, so the Pleader squad is actually finishing off, looking to be a time around 16 minutes. I was hoping they would be at least a little bit quicker. So 4 minutes off or 3 minutes 30 off is pretty significant, I would say, at the end of the day in this tournament. So maybe if they have time left over at the end of tomorrow, they might want to go back. But for now, they have a decent time locked in, 15:45, actually a little bit quicker than I was expecting them to do. And I'm curious to see where they are going to go next. Because I'm kind of hoping on them to go to Neltharion's Lair first, to be honest with you.
I actually think that, I mean, for them, right, they're pretty far behind, I think it's safe to say.
Yeah.
So for them to go to Neltharion's Lair,
Okay.
just to see the data, just to show us, just for the content,
The way that the Pleader squad wins this tournament, though, is that they actually have like a 5-minute faster Nelts there, right? And so they just, they're behind by 1 minute in the other dungeons, but their Nelts Lair is best. So if that's true, they shouldn't go there today, right? They need to go there tomorrow.
Yeah.
So if you're hoping for the Pleader squad to win the tournament, you really don't want to see them show up in Nelts Lair. You want them to bust that out as the ace up their sleeve that lets them do a wild upset finish tomorrow.
I mean, I would love that. I think it's a little bit unrealistic,
Yeah,
but I'm
it's
here
not
for
likely.
it. So
But, you know,
I
Nelts Lair,
am
anything
taking
can
this
happen.
and running with it.
Yeah.
But yeah,
You know what? I
finishing
believe
off
in that.
Coulter Rock. So, just looking at the timers again, Evolved finished off Gorechop at 5 minutes. Of course, Womegalol going into Warrior Wing first, and then Coulter Rock Wing being also pretty long-ish. Them being a little bit behind makes sense here, but they do have Bloodlust available now, so I wonder if they're going somewhere where they want to use it. Because in theory, you can get 3 Bloodlusts unless you're looking to do it in sub 20 minutes, right?
Yeah, I wonder. I think they can do it sub 20.
I mean, I think if a
What do you
team can
think?
kind of go in and first try it sub
Right?
20,
Yeah.
it might be Womegalol. Let's see how they do. Are they going to go Gorechop right away?
Yeah, I was
Okay,
thinking
no,
just
we're playing
because
some trash.
yesterday we saw Evolved kind of go in and do the key in 22 minutes, right? So I was thinking that you can probably do that key
Yeah,
like 1 or 2
fair.
minutes quicker.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
not sure, right? Well, Megalol's struggling a little bit on this pull as the mic dropped pretty low and Ricky as well.
Tobo!
Tobo going down. They do have 2 battle rushes available. Immediately
Going down
coming
in
out of the blood decay
Bloodlust?
there.
That
just a
feels
big
so
damage
bad.
loss.
Igloo now also going into holy form. They can ras him up if they want to, and they do want to do that. They still have a Butcher and Horror that they need to finish off. This pull was pretty costly for them, but I do think time-wise it makes sense to kind of slam the Bloodlust once it's available. They will move on towards Gorechop now, probably pulling this Butcher and the Horror into the boss. And I don't think they need that Bloodlust for the boss since it is fortified. So let's see what they do here. How quickly can they finish this off?
Yeah, I think Gorechop is definitely a boss that can drag out for a really long time, even on a fortified key, just because at some point it gets pretty chaotic, and especially when you pull mobs into the boss, then at the start people are just AoEing. You see Ricky is just, using Rain of Fire instead of Chaos Bolting, so that means that you have a little bit of little bit less boss damage, but more control because the ads are gonna die quicker. But yeah, this boss can definitely drag out a little bit. Yeppers on the top right side of the screen, unfortunately having some trouble on their Tarvel pull again, as their healer and the rogue are going down. This is probably going to be a full team wipe, unfortunately.
Yeah, this pull.
And yeah, they're still trying this risky pull on Tarvel, where they just pull the boss with like a lot of trash.
This
Igloo.
is the
Igloo.
risky tournament, right? But speaking of risk, Igloo goes down. This team has no healer,
Okay.
which isn't necessarily a problem on Gorechop. He is down to 50%. The only damage that can kill the group is when the leftovers jump around, like you're seeing on Ricky right now.
But it's
Thankfully,
Grievous.
he's getting all 3, and he's a warlock, so... It is Grievous, yeah, but the tank can live, and the boss is melting, and I think they can do it, honestly. Dark Pact
I
is
think
still
they can do it
available
too.
as
It's
well.
really just Grievous that is,
Turtle.
because you can't get rid of the stacks, right? You can see Ricky now has 4 stacks, and he cannot get rid of them. He's just gonna tick down eventually. So they're gonna have to finish off this boss quick before
the
everyone's
drain
gonna go
life!
down to those stacks. Oh,
Drains
look,
out
there we
Grievous.
go.
That is a button that I
What
wonder
do you
how many
mean
of our
can't
warlocks
get
have
rid
that
of
on
that?
their bar. That is big
Man,
play.
So, because I press this button once in a while when I play Warlock and it heals nothing. So, I don't know if Ricky's cheating or what's going on, but my Drain Life does nothing.
It's
Oh, did
just,
he maybe
you know,
soul rot into Drain Life? Because then
I have
he also
no
drained
idea.
life from the ads, from the leftovers.
Maybe.
Right? Maybe he did that. I didn't see
Maybe.
it.
Big play.
But very smart plays coming out of Womegalol, who are finishing off this boss with a 4-man group, no healer available. Thankfully, Blood Decay again coming to the rescue, being just so stable on their own, don't need that healer to be there to heal them up, and the rest of the group doing their job using some Drain Life shenanigans. I really like it. On the right side of the screen, we're seeing what I was kind of hoping wouldn't happen. So Evolve trying that pull again, Bazoo goes down here. They decide to continue onwards because it still worked out pretty decently, but it is one battle rest that they won't have.
Yeah, that is it's weird because we've seen Evolved being Ascension for so long already, and at the start I saw them have a death on this first pull and they continued, and I was thinking, oh, that's fine because they just want to practice the second pull here, this boss pull. So it's fine to not reset. But they've been in here for so long that I'm thinking maybe it's better to just reset if you have a death on the first pull, just because the second pull is causing them so many issues. So having a safety battle rest for this is maybe good, but I don't know. Like,
I mean,
yeah,
ideally,
I don't know what's causing so many issues for them for this pull here.
Yeah, well, it is a pretty evil
It is hard,
pull.
for sure,
So
yeah.
it's fortified inspiring. So a lot of the stuff you can't necessarily interrupt. They are incapping one of the inspired mobs in the background so that it doesn't cause too many problems. But I mean, the Grievous on top of that, just a lot of damage coming in. You can also see Vi shooting around. They are pulling the boss. There's orbs, so a lot of kind of happy feet moving around ground effects that essentially can snipe you. So it's going to be a town portal from them here, and they will try again. But I think this pull is pretty nuts, to be honest.
Yeah, it's just it must be so frustrating for them because they are in that second seed right now, right? They need to beat Womegalol if they want to make it into the global finals to get that last spot that is still available. But their whole Spire strategy is so risky. They skip some trash at the start, they do this big boss pull, and then afterwards they need to execute that like double Helion pull with the spear, and then afterwards they still have to do the triple angel pull at the very end. So their strategy is really, really difficult to execute. And honestly, I think they continuously wipe to the pull that isn't even the hardest pull of the dungeon right now. Because I think the Helion pull a little later with the spear and triple angel pull is probably harder than this first. And I'm not sure what really is causing so many problems for them. But I don't know, it must be so frustrating. Maybe it's also like a mentality issue. Like maybe they're just, because of all this pressure, they make more mistakes than they usually maybe do, just because, you know, if it doesn't work out for an hour, and then you're like, oh my god, you don't have time for this, you get frustrated. Yeah, I don't know, maybe that's it.
So I was talking with Tettles about this yesterday, and he was saying kind of like, yeah, after an hour in a dungeon, I just want to see something else to kind of reset and have a change of location. Do you think they should run into a different dungeon? And if yes, where? Because they still have 3 other dungeons where they're not currently hosting the quickest time, and that TOP might quickly fall as well. So a lot of potential where they could go and shave off another minute or two, depending on what they decided overnight. But where would you see them as kind of like a change for Spires?
So I think technically, you have 2.5 hours for each dungeon, right? Because that is kind of how it works out. So I do think in approximately like 10 minutes, they have been in this dungeon for 2.5 hours. And I think that should be the time limit they should set for themselves to say, okay, at 9:30 p.m., we are going to leave this dungeon. We're going to go somewhere else. Maybe
Didn't they also do a
Sanguine is a dungeon.
earlier?
True, they did a gambit, but that only took them like, I think it was
minutes?
like 15 minutes, 20 minutes. It was like a pretty quick one.
Fair enough.
Yeah. So maybe they should just set themselves a timer and say, let's go Sanguine depths for a little while and then come back fresh, right? Because it really seems to be the same problems over and over and over in the same pool. And that really might just be like a frustration issue, a mentality issue. Just so getting a reset might really help.
I really
them out.
like what they're doing right now. So they baited on the right side and the bird was shooting there. So then they moved the whole pack over to the left side to avoid getting kind of trolled by the orbs the bird shoots out. And that looked like a really clean technique to deal with this. So I like that a lot. I wish they would do it even maybe a little bit more. Then, of course, you do have the DPS classes kind of yelling at the tank if they move somewhere else. So need them to stay in the wild spirits or what have you, where the damage is actually coming in. But they finished off the pull, and this time around it looked super, super clean. They have that battle rest still available, and Kintara is already down to 30%.
Yeah, this time it's looking really good. I do hope that this run is going to go well for them, because even though they execute this pull, there's still a lot to go, obviously, and we've seen them have issues with later pulls as well. So good luck for the rest of this dungeon. It's a very difficult one. As Womegalol, though, on the top left side of the screen, is now approaching the last boss, doing those 3 trash mobs that they skipped at the very start of the dungeon, while they wait for the RP for Modretha to spawn. There we go. Now they're pulling the boss in. They don't have Bloodlust available, actually, for a minute. So that's going to be a little bit tough, but they do also have the champion mind control, as you can see, the debuff on everybody, on the players in the raid train on the top left. So that's going to help them out a little bit. And if you look at the time, 2030 in, so could potentially be faster than Evolved.
So just looking at the boss split from where they finished their third boss, which for them was Xav. It was also Xav for Evolved yesterday. Evolved finished at 1947, whereas Womegalol now locked in the 1918. So they're quicker than about 30 seconds. And I think maybe they can get at like 10 more seconds from the boss fight and what they're doing right now. But they do still need to finish off the Ancient Captain. So that will also take them a little bit of extra time towards the end of this boss fight.
Yeah, the Bloodlust now has been committed. Quickly going to be finishing off that boss. Maybe, possibly even release the champion a bit earlier so they can cleave a little bit. Of course, the champion does apply that aura to every mob around them, so they have to be a bit careful with that. And yeah, I think for a first run, this is definitely really good by Womegalol. It looks to be beating the time from Evolved even, so they're going to be setting the new best timer for this Theater of Pain once they finish off this champion here, this captain, sorry. I keep saying champion, I don't know why.
Yeah, it's okay. It is a champion. Every time you say champion, I kind of have to think of Magni, which...
oh, yeah.
champion. But there we go. 22 minutes and 1 second. Quicker than Evolved and their run, which was 22:57, so a little bit under 1 minute. Very impressive run once again, and that was, I think, their first try, right? So
yeah.
Theoretically, can probably shave off another minute or 2, looking at what they did in Sanguine Depths.
I think so as well. I think Womegalol probably is going to take a few minutes now to just talk about the route, see if they want to change anything, because I'm sure they have discussed the route before today. Or today, rather, before the tournament. But I do think that there may be things that they, in practice, just didn't work out the way they have planned, or things that need to be changed or adjusted. So I think they're going to take a couple of minutes just to discuss that and then go again, as the leader squad is now in Sanguine Depths as well. And yeah, unfortunately, didn't go to Neltharion's lair. Oh, man.
Yeah, maybe next time. I'm still hoping for them to be the people pleaser, you know? Just a little bit of fan service, yeah. But maybe. So Evolved, actually, after they did so well with that first and second try, you said it, had a little bit of trouble on the platform after the first boss. So let's say if maybe they can replicate what they just did. If maybe kind of it clicked now and they know how to handle this pull, because I haven't seen them move everything onto Azulas before. Or at least not in a quick and efficient manner the way they did it just now. Before it was a little bit more, oh yeah, they're moving over, but this time around it was just Azula spawned the orbs, everybody walked over, and it looked super, super clean. So maybe that was the trick that they needed to do. I'm curious to see if they can replicate it.
Yeah, let's hope so, because it definitely must be frustrating to not be able to progress really much further into this dungeon. So let's see if that works out. As Ethical is still in Sanguine Depths as well. They've been here most of today, if not the whole day. So they really need a Sanguine Depths on the board as well. They are now on the top left side of your screen. They've been wiping to this Crixus pull many times. Not just Ethical, but also a lot of the other teams have been struggling with this pull specifically. So hopefully it works out for them as well, because as you can see on the timers on the side, they've only done the other side and a Gambit so far. So still 4 dungeons left for them to finish off. And we're kind of at the point where teams need to start, at least getting a timer, in the dungeons, right? Because otherwise they might end up running into difficulties tomorrow.
Yeah, we are just 5 minutes away from the halfway point in our weekend, of course, not counting that overtime, which is our favorite part of the whole tournament. At least my favorite part. I don't know about you two.
It's also my favorite part, because I always feel like you really have to utilize it. And that's what, matters a lot. Because it, in theory, gives you like 1.5 more hours if you can maximize it. So look at Evolved. Actually nearly finished with their poll. Yeah, because it's like 30 minutes every night that you can
what
add
dungeon
on.
do you do for 1.5 hours?
No,
well, for me, it's a lot of
once
them.
they deplete. No. They get kicked out once it's over the timer. So and no staying in the dungeon forever, no sleepovers. But yeah, I mean, I think it's a lot of time in a 15-hour tournament to get like another 1.5 hours. So if you can really make use of them, that's pretty great. But yeah, let's see what they do today. So Wolf finishing up on that poll again, super clean. I feel like they know what to do now. Just maybe this is me hoping for them that they know how to handle it now, but it's looking a lot cleaner and a lot more consistent the last couple of tries that we have seen them do this. So they will continue to pull both sides here, move on over, and hopefully they can do the platform pull after this cleanly as well.
You know what? I'm really feeling it right now, because we see Ethical in the top left manage to finish off the Crixus pull, right? Not lapping there. Evolve finishing off the first boss pull, and Yeppers as well finishing off their Crixus pull too. So I'm really hopeful now for all those teams that they're gonna have a good run. And just as I said that, Jack goes down for Ethical.
No, you cursed it.
Oh, no, I'm so sorry.
No.
Okay, let's forget about Ethical, but Evolve and Yeppers, they're still in the run.
I mean, to be fair, you can pretty quickly walk back. Of course, it hurts to lose the lantern stacks here, but I also feel like this pull is taking them way too long right now, so they will probably need to do this again, but for now they decide to keep on practicing. The Pleader Squad now also have reached that huge pull here in Crixus, going a little bit smaller than what Ethical has been showing so far. And I'm a little bit curious where Womegalol is heading, because we haven't seen them for a little while, right?
Yeah, I think
maybe
they're discussing, as I said,
this is the Neltharion's Lair angle.
No. I think they just, they did the theater paint run, and I think they're just gonna. So, yeah, I really want them to as well.
No, I think you're right. Here they are.
Talking probably. Just,
fair enough.
Ricky's like, oh, we should do this, and everyone else is gonna be, shut up, Ricky. You're a warlock player.
Really?
Yeah, that's how it works.
Poor Ricky. I don't necessarily.
Ricky is the best.
Have empathy for warlocks, but that sounded really mean. So, Evolved on their next platform, seeming to do better this time. There is an Ether Diver in the background that's pretty high HP that somehow didn't come along with the rest of the group. Seems like Little Loner now following up, and that's a little bit hurtful, because doing this one mob gaming here, it takes them a lot of time. You don't want to be doing this. Oh, that was the inspired one. I think it was planned.
Maybe, yeah.
Maybe.
Spires
wouldn't you
is a
like
dungeon
to pull
that
that a little bit closer towards the end? So that it's like you cleave it with something else down? I think maybe it came a little bit late into that. But okay,
Yeah,
I'll accept it.
Yeah, Inspired is definitely an affix that can be incredibly annoying in Spires. We've also heard now talk about it earlier. Just Spires has these like these pulls that you kind of want to pull off, and Alex going down.
Oh no!
This is so unfortunate for Evolved. It also looks like the Inquisitor. Yeah, I'm not sure. So it looked like they were trying to gather up this pool, and this is the pool that they're trying to do. Oh, did everything just snap to them? Wow, I've never seen that before. They are
getting corpse cammed for some reason.
Oh,
that champion has personal beef
really far
with Maskin.
Ooh, this is actually interesting that they snap all the way here.
Oh, you
this
think
might
you
be
can pull them
an
all
angle
here?
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, to be fair, why would the rest of the group be waiting here? Like, there's a platform in between that.
You
so
never
I
know.
don't
Maybe
think it's
someone
worth.
can like jump ahead, you know, like a rogue. They can while you do the boss or something, they jump ahead and then they
I
pull the mobs and then they all gather up. It's like
how
you
are
know,
you getting
crazy
ahead without the angel teleporters not
just
being
jump.
there? But can you do that on every platform? I know you can do it on some,
sure,
but
yeah.
if you're not a demon hunter, can you do it on every platform? Or like any other class
I
that
am not
has
sure.
gap
But you know what? We should
closers?
try.
You,
I'm
we
working with
we
Flap,
should
surely
try.
can.
Should we tell Evolve just you can skip to the third platform, pull everything into that big pull that is already giving you trouble. Great idea.
On top of the boss. Yeah.
Yeppers. Oh no, so rated going
It's the
down.
same pull again
and
for
so does
Yeppers.
Rough.
taking them out.
This is
However,
tough.
we do have Womegalol. It looks like they're actually going to be improving their theater run. Is the plan down in the bottom left? As they have another one going here with 3 seconds off of their boss 1 split compared to last time. So already on pace for a slight improvement. We'll see how the rest of that run works for them.
Those 3 seconds
They could be all the difference.
What does it in the end? Very true. So
And that would mean
every
it would
second
be
counts.
below 22, right? 3 seconds off the timer. It's gonna be a 21
Yeah.
Yeah, hang
timer,
on. Let me do
so-
the math on that. Yeah.
I mean, they had 2 deaths as well, right? So if they can get rid, or 3 even. They also had one on Gorechop. So that was 15 seconds that they had as penalty. So technically, their run was sub 22 anyway. They just had like a little bit of extra death penalty sparkles.
That is not how it works, though, Makes.
That's how we could make it
Well, and
work.
then they could have gone like 2 minutes faster. So really, it was more like a sub 20-minute run, if you think about it.
If you think about it, they could just all do like 5k more DPS and it would have been a
True.
sub 15 run.
Yeah.
Boom.
There we go.
And now you're really starting to get an idea why Womegalol are just so far in the lead compared to all the other teams.
Oh, nice.
Oh,
I know.
Evolved, unfortunately, wiping on their very first pull in the dungeon. I think, man, I really just want them to go to a different dungeon, just for like 1 or 2 tries.
Yeah, do you know
I
we
really
haven't-
think they need to reset.
We haven't seen any DOS today has been kind of surprising to me. Yesterday we saw so
Yeah,
many
true.
DOSes, but interestingly, okay, so yesterday we saw 70 total DOSes run. Today, we've already seen 70 Sanguine depths with all the resets on Boss 1 and Boss 2. So that is a crazy statistic that we were looking at. And Depleter Squad in the top right, adding another one to that counter here, because this Sanguine depths, that second boss trash pull area, just so unbelievably deadly and so early in the dungeon as well.
Yeah, it also looks like they're just gonna go again here on Womegalol's side. With the 2 deaths that they had, they just decided not worth it. We already have a timer with the
Wait,
the
what's
2
going on
deaths.
for ethical? Why are they in fight with Barilia but Holo's up here? And then running into... What is
good
going
question.
on? Wait, what?
Holo didn't find the exit.
It doesn't look like this is
But
what
the
it was
rest of
supposed
the group is dying.
So my guess is that Hollow died and released before the boss was pulled and was just running from upstairs. They are going to go with the mass res here, and it looks like they're going to try and keep this this dungeon going, try and put up a timer in this Sanguine Depths. The pressure of not having a timer on the board must be starting to weigh heavily on
Get to them?
Yeah. Oh, no, never mind. It's just a mass res into a town portal. They are out of
Oh
here.
yeah, look at Chumpy's transmog.
Yeah, Chompy
That's
has a great
beautiful.
transmog.
Beautiful.
Oh, that is so good.
Yeah.
I think that's exactly what you want your tank to look like. If they
I think
don't
so,
look
too.
like that, can they even pull really big? So here we see the Pleader squad, who are looking to be just continuing onwards after their wipe. They're just deciding to have a look at what the dungeon does. To be fair, they haven't done as many Sanguine runs just yet. So I think it makes sense to kind of test the water and see how you fare. But right now the water is full of sharks and hurts them a lot, so they're gonna portal out.
Yeah, decided to
Sorry.
just go again anyway. As Womegalol in the bottom right still discussing a bit before they go again in this Theater of Pain. and Evolved on the top left side, still in the Spires, trying to get this run down. They have not really changed their strategy. They think they can execute the strategy. They just need this one run, right? They need this one run where the stars align, where things are just working out. And then I think like their strategy actually does have the potential to be faster than Womegalol's. It's just incredibly hard. So yeah, they just need to execute it. And honestly, I think I've been saying they should go somewhere else, but this is what
Now
they
you
need,
want them
right?
to
They need
stay?
to beat, yeah, kind of when you think about
Okay.
it, because they need to beat Womegalol.
Yeah,
Right?
they do. They do
so
need
they
to
need
do that.
to do these risky strategies to somehow get the quicker times. And if this strategy inspires somehow makes them be 30 seconds or a minute faster than Womegalol even, then they don't even have to be that quick in the other dungeons, right? If they save a minute here, then it's okay if they spend like 2.5, 3 hours.
Yeah, the worrying part
if
is
they
that
think it's worth it.
Womegalol are allowed to come back to Spires, and Womegalol didn't
Yeah.
spend too much time in that Spires. Like, they one-shot their Triple Angel pull, and so I would be worried about relying on any dungeon where you beat Womegalol by a couple minutes, staying that far ahead when Womegalol... Because the thing about Womegalol's position is they don't have any dungeons that they need to spend time in, right? They don't owe any time debt.
Yeah.
They can spend time wherever anybody else shows that there's a faster path. Yeah, we do see them...
I'm just thinking about what your angle is going to be if you're Evolved, right? You were saying maybe they can find like a minute less in the Spires, but I mean, I think then there's still like the DOS, the Sanguine, both of them need to be a lot closer to what Womegalol is doing. And I do think Evolved can do it, but they're slowly but surely running out of time to do it. So but at some point today, they need to say, okay, we're just going to log in Aspire's time. That's like 1910 or anything really at this point, and look at something else, I think.
Yeah, they're definitely in a very, very tough spot. I mean, I keep changing my mind what they should be doing because it's really not easy to
They're
say,
probably
right?
doing the same thing. Like,
I think
can you
so as well.
imagine
They're
being in
probably
their
really-
shoes?
Yeah, no, it must be incredibly hard being under so much pressure, especially when things are just not working out the way they wanted to at the start of today. So yeah, definitely don't envy them at all. And same goes for Ethical and Yappers, honestly, because both of them are still in Sanguine depths and things are just not working out for them either in that key. Because both of those teams also still have to do Spires. They haven't even stepped foot into that dungeon at all. And we know how difficult it can be. So yeah, for them it's also looking pretty grim all of a sudden. I think they both have to finish that Sanguine, maybe even with like a couple of deaths, you know, just kind of power through it to at least at a time. I'm not sure, because it's definitely getting closer to the end of today even, and yeah, they're still missing those 3 or 4 dungeons even.
Exactly. Like, you need to kind of at least lock in a time for all of them, and then you can still go over and be like, tomorrow you can go over them and be like, okay, for here we can shave off a minute, and here we can shave off 30 seconds, and that will put us here and there, and then in the Neltharions there we need to do this and that. Like, but you need to have some data to work with, right? If you can't finish off Aspires or Sanguine Depths for the other teams right now, then that's going to be a really tough spot to start in. And we're slowly but surely moving toward the end of today, so things need to be moving, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, it also looks like Womegalol on the top left side is town portaling out again. They had a pretty good first boss kill, but then they finished off a Woe Relic to get the speed buff to go through the Shackled Souls into the Soul area, Soul Wing. What's the boss called? Soul Harak?
I call one the
Kul-
Kultharok wing,
Kultar-
and the other
yeah.
one
Kultharok, there you
the
go.
warrior wing, and then one is the Gorechop wing.
Oh, I like the warrior wing.
Kultharok.
Anyway, they tried.
That's the name.
Kultharok, there we go. They went into Kultharok win and tried to get through those Shackled Souls with the Woe buff, but ended up aggroing some of them. And then Jay went down and kind of all just fell apart from there. So unfortunately, they had to reset. It looks like Oh, they wiped in the first pull again?
Yep, Evolved are resetting that Spires again. Meanwhile, we've got Ethical. Here's a look at them getting started with their next attempt at Sanguine Depths. This has been a dungeon that they've been looking okay in. Yeppers have been also in this dungeon a lot today, and both teams still have yet to actually put up a time on the board, but they need to kind of do that soon. As you were saying, Makes, we're starting to get into the spot where these two teams, Yeppers and Ethical, are both only sitting on 2 dungeons on the board, and we are more than halfway done with our tournament, and 2 is not more than half of the dungeons, so that is a worrying place to be for these teams.
Yeah, exactly. So Ethical will try to do this huge pull into the Lantern once again. Now I was saying earlier that once you have these 10 stacks here, you are pretty strong, but the Spidefuls don't really care. So they're still aiming for you and slapping around with some of their melee hits as we continue onwards. Everybody else seems to do a little bit of strat talk, I guess.
Yeah, maybe they really are getting to this point where, discussing, do we do something else? Do we change something up? Because sometimes you can even, instead of going somewhere else, you can even decide to, slow down your strategy. Do less riskier pulls, maybe, just to get it done, And then once you've done that, once you've executed the quote-unquote easier route, then you can maybe try to do the harder one again later on, when you have time left, right? So maybe that is something they also think about. As Ethical just had Holo, their priest, go down on that first Crixus pull, which is something we've seen numerous times already, because the poor priests are just incredibly squishy for this pull. So unfortunately going down, but did immediately use that Battle Rest to get Holo back up. And now they do have that double relic buff that is helping them a little bit to recover, but this is still incredibly hard. That tyrannical boss fight doing so much damage on top of all of those ticks exploding, and now they're pulling even more trash into this boss. Oof, I would be incredibly scared to do this, as everyone just drops so low.
To be honest, at the same time, Omegalo is actually going even quicker than the run they just had. They locked in 1 minute 8, which is very, very speedy in this dungeon. So I'm curious what their new strat is. It apparently involves doing a lot more damage. And Ethical is also able to pull up that Crixus pull, so things seem to be going right for these teams. Let's see how Evolved deals with a huge pull that has been causing some headaches so far. Bloodlust is still running, and so are the mobs. There's one Forsworn that's getting gripped. Beautiful, not taking too much damage onto Shelle, and I think they can finish this off nicely.
Yeah, they're now getting the Inspired mob in as well, that Mender in the back, which means they're going to have to interrupt that one to not get the heal off, and at the same time they want to offensively dispel that weapon buff, so that's going to be something that either a tank or the Windwalker is going to pick up. But unfortunately their Hunter is going down. They do have a Battle Rest, but everyone just took so much damage. I think that was a Goliath cast, possibly, going through there, as everyone just dropped really low. And yeah, with the rest they can possibly recover, because there isn't, all the cooldowns have already run out, so it's not too big of a loss to have a death here, possibly.
Yeah, I mean, is it really not too big of a loss? It's gonna take you so much more time, you won't have the Battle Rest, the pulls that are coming after this aren't easier, so at this point, I'm not even sure if I just want them to go again. But I know we're changing what we want from Evolve by the second, it seems like. So I'm just gonna not talk about it and see how the Depleter Squad do, because they are finishing off Crixus and seem to have dealt with all of the trash that they wanted into the boss. And at the same time, Megalo is aiming to go into the Kolta Rockwing, with the little Guardian here doing a lot of damage during the Soulstorm, but they should be pretty fine. Elu dropping very low there for a second, but personals are available, so I think the team looks stable so far.
Yeah, it's actually a really difficult pull, because the Shackled Souls do a lot of random kind of AoE damage, plus the Guardian pulsing that Soulstorm as well on everybody. But you saw a beautiful Ring of Peace actually come out of Dr. J there to make sure the Shackled Souls or knocked away from the Guardian before they went down, because of course we do have Sanguine in this key, and the Guardian cannot be moved, especially when it's casting that Soulstorm. So it's incredibly crucial to get the Shackled Souls away from the Guardian before they die, which that Ring of Peace accomplished. There we go, Dr. J actually going down as they're fighting those mages, and the soul. Oh, they actually went to the left side. Oh, yeah, so they went to the left platform, which is something we don't see very often. It gives a little bit more trash count, actually, but it's a bit more difficult to deal with because you have those Soul Binder, which applies those magic effects to everybody, doing lots of ticking damage. And then you have those Shackled Souls again with random AoE damage being applied to the whole group.
I'm just frustrated that Evolved went with the town portal. Once again, they're going to restart the Spires key, but yeah, you're right. If Megalo is finishing off these little souls, and the Bone Mage here has a Sanguine patch into the portal, but no problem. Once you enter that portal, you're going to get healed fully. So even with Grievous, no worries at all. And now let's see what they do. Last time they did, Dr. J dropping very low, left side and middle together, and then the right side after that. And it seems like that is going to stay their plan as Ricky goes down. They don't have a battle rest. No way to recover this now that Igloo has also gone down. That looks like a town portal to me.
So that left platform that they went to, is there 2 Bone Mages plus a Soulbinder? And the Shackled Souls? Like, is that
the first platform? If you choose left at the very start,
yeah,
it's 1 caster and 3 Shackled Souls. So it's
yeah. Then how did they get the mages there?
So maybe
they must have somehow gotten the right
maybe
2
they
Bone Mages into the left.
Maybe what they did is they changed the portal and had the hunter like MD before going up, and then go up the other side and MD those over. And then like feign and go back.
That's what happened. Yeah.
That would be a way to do that potentially. That would be really cool. We should look out for that next time. That's a cool way to potentially get some more count up there. Because yeah, there's only supposed to be 1 caster and 3 Shackled Souls up there, but maybe a little bit of snapping shenanigans going on there.
Yeah, we definitely should take a look at that. But this route that they're trying to execute there in that wing is very difficult, just because it's back to back to back, very heavy incoming damage pulls. So first you have triple Shackled Soul with a Guardian. Then you have double Bone Mages with a Soulbinder and Shackled Souls. And then you again pull a Soulbinder plus a Guardian. So this is like back to back to back, incredibly high incoming damage pulls, which is really hard to deal with on a 24-45 because you run out of defensives, you run out of like health stones, health pots, and you run out of offensive cooldowns too, meaning that the pulls are going to be alive for longer. So I think whatever route Omega Lol is doing that theater is really difficult. And I think maybe that's why they go to that wing first, because they know that that's the most difficult part of their route. And they just want to get it out of the way early on to not lose too much time, possibly.
Yeah, I mean, yes, and we talked about it. They need to be doing risky pulls to get the most out of their time. Maskin and Soda dropping very low there. I would think they got hit by one of the Black Orbs or the Vi Beam, which is also still shooting around fairly high. But yeah, at this point, is it worth it, right? Could you have used those now nearly 3 hours, or let's say 2.5, because they also spend time in that gambit. Could you have used those 2.5 hours to shave off a minute of your DOS, to shave off 30 seconds of the gambit, to shave off a minute and a half of that Sanguine, and made that count more? That's kind of what I'm thinking. So I don't know.
I agree with you for sure, but if their goal is to win, like if they want the global final spot, then they'll have to do the Spires, right? Like they have to finish this somehow.
They have
get
to
a
finish
quicker
it,
time
but
they
they could play it a little bit safer,
I think that's not playing to win the tournament though.
A little bit slower.
I think if you want to win the tournament, you do have to. You can't just give up and slow down because Womegalol have done these runs so quickly, and so like if you just play to put a timer up on the board and come back later, if you're gonna have to come back later anyways, all that time just putting up the time on the board in the first place was kind of wasted, right? You don't get any bonus points for for having
for completed runs. Yeah,
exactly.
I do agree with that, but
it's just so scary if you're one of the teams, though, during the day, right? And you're just looking at Womegalol so far ahead, but you got to keep playing to try and win.
Man, that was so tragic. Shade block from Ethical. Just, you saw this one shade slowly walk to him, and it only had like a slither of HP, and then it like auto attacked him right as it died and one shot him from 100 to 0. Oh, very sad. And no pot tender because he is running Venthyr because they don't have the rogue either. So, those shades, they can be very nasty. Like they can literally just one shot you from 100 to 0 if you don't have anything up. So yeah, incredibly scary stuff. Especially if you're the hunter in melee. I don't envy those survival hunters. They die to like everything just looking at them weird.
I mean, it's in the name, right?
Oh, shame.
Oh, survival hunters doing everything but surviving.
Yes.
So, Womegalol once again locking in a pretty speedy time, about 2 seconds slower than what they did before, 1 minute 10 seconds this time around. But looking to make up for some of the lost time, not changing the route, gonna go into the warrior wing, pick up the little banner here, play the mini boss together with some of the ads, and then assumably going into the Koltha rock wing. And Evolved is, very close with some kitty cats right now.
Yeah, Evolved trying to finish off this pull. This is a pull that they've had issues with before, but it's looking pretty solid so far. This is a lot of tank damage as well. You can see Alex just struggling so much to survive this pull. Now the Ether Dabbers in there as well, so that means none of these mobs can be stunned or slowed or succeed. They're gonna have to kill off the Ether Dabbers soon, or the Goliaths, before any more casts are going out. Looking good as they are about to pick up that spear and move on. And yeah, it's looking like a decent run by Evolved so far. Again, lots of very difficult points in that dungeon left still, but at least they've gotten past this first couple of platforms, which has been causing them so many issues before.
Yeah, exactly. So actually Ethical with 4 deaths making their way towards Tarvold now and trying to do that pull that has been their Achilles heel for like the past couple of hours, I do want to say. So let's see how they do here. It's a pretty ambitious pull, a lot of stuff going on in there. There's an Aura Frontal, there are the beams going around that you should be dodging, and of course every boss mechanics as well as a lot of casts from the ads as well. So a lot of stuff that they need to deal with, but this time around it looks pretty good.
Yeah, not bad. I mean, this is a 4-death run that Ethical are on up in the top left, but still pretty good for them. This is something that I think they should definitely continue this run and at least make sure they get the practice on the end of the dungeon, because one of the things you got to worry about spending 2.5 hours in the first half of a Sanguine Depths is having it all actually eventually work out on a 0-death run and then not being practiced on the end of the dungeon and messing something up there. So I think on any reasonably good run, you got to go all the way to the end of the dungeon here.
True. 100%.
Yeah, so we did have another death there, unfortunately, by the Survival Hunter on Ethical side. They did have the last Battle Rest available, though, to get them back up for the rest of Tarvold, so they're going to continue, hopefully being able to finish up this boss soon, because Tarvold is definitely a fight that becomes more difficult the longer it goes, because people run out of cooldowns, and then all of a sudden you feel like you're only fighting the manifestations, and you can't get any more damage onto the boss, and things are just falling apart, but it is looking good. They're about to finish it off. And Evolved is now on Ventinex at the top right side of the screen, doing a pretty good job.
0 deaths so far, and I hope I didn't just jinx it, but they still need to deal with the Vi Interceptor. Ideally, you do want to get rid of him before all of the other mechanics happen on this boss fight, but since right now everything is stacked on top of each other, that will be no problem for Evolved, and during the recharge they will try to dish out as much damage as possible. Nobody can get hit here. They're doing a fantastic job of that. 35% remaining, and it's looking to get pretty close to the best time we've seen out of them on Ventinex so far. That was 8 minutes 27. that was the quickest boss split on Ventinux. Maybe a little bit slower here, but Womegalo had 8 minutes and 40 seconds, so still within that, I would think so.
Ethical on the top left side, you see Holo just being shackled there, being rooted, not able to move. And I saw the Shades just coming in, trying to auto-attack Holo, and he used Shining Force to get them away from him, which worked out really nicely, but scary for a moment there. As they now finish off the trash, having that Woe Relic speed buff, are going to be moving on to that third boss. This is a pull that they've had issues with before, so let's see if they can execute it. They do have the Lantern buff, but this is still very difficult to execute. You have all of this trash on top of the boss. At the same time, the AoE of the boss happens pretty fast, so you want to finish off the Relic as fast as you can to get the HP regeneration to make sure Holo has an easier time keeping everyone alive.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, to be fair, I kind of love the priest shenanigans, as squishy as the class is. There's a lot you can do, but Holo goes down here in Ethical's Brillia poll. I'm not sure if it was a Spiteful that got him in the end. They will finish off the Spitefuls, and they do have a battle rest, so nothing is lost yet. There it comes. Holo is back with the group, needs to top themselves off to make sure nobody gets hurt here. And Brillia dropping fairly low. Is this the best run we've seen from Ethical and the Sanguine so far?
I think so. They do have those 6 deaths on the board, unfortunately, but I think this is still pretty quick for what we've seen from them. I mean, I'm not sure if we've even seen them get to this point yet, right? Just because they had so many issues, unfortunately, on that first pull, or the second pull of the dungeon on the first boss. So yeah, good for them. I think they just want to finish this off, hopefully have no more mistakes, because they're out of battle rests for 9 minutes. So that means they really can't have many more issues, especially if they decide to skip trash after this boss. Then it's really hard to get back to the group if you die, if you don't have a battle rest, right? Because you rarely ever get out of combat. So no one can really rest you. And you also cannot summon if you're in combat. So very difficult to get back. So let's hope nothing goes wrong from here on out.
Yeah, definitely. Guardian Angel just procced on Jack, if I saw that correctly. Very scary moment for that survival hunter. There is now not available. We do have the Desperate Prayer from Holo though, so they should be safe. Brillia now going down to 3%, 2%. 1% before the right goes through, and that's 12 minutes 40 for them. And looking at where the split is with the other teams, that is not super quick. So Womegalo had 10:26 and the Wolf had 11:25, so they're behind about 45 seconds, which is not where you necessarily would want to be.
Unfortunately, we missed what Womegalo did there again, as they are now on the bottom left side of the screen. They had those 2 Bone Mages again with the Soulbinder. So not sure how they pulled it off, but they did somehow. So maybe we'll see it later on. But this is the pull that we've seen them.
Okay, apparently
Hello,
Chobo
Petals.
he jumped off and then got gripped back. So jump off, arcane shot or something, I guess, or Serpent Sting, and then get gripped back. Very cool tech. Can't wait to see that.
That is really cool. If we could get like a POV of that.
Hopefully they wipe here so that we can see them do this dungeon again. Yeah.
Agreed.
You shouldn't say that, but yes.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah,
also, notably as well, Yeppers got their Tarvald 0 deaths, 7 minutes and 14 seconds on that. They're the team that's currently not on camera, but very impressive of them. That's unfortunately after Tarvald. They've now encountered a little bit of a disaster, but credit to them for making their Tarvald pull work out. That's been something that they have been struggling with all day. So progression, exactly what we were hoping to see out of them.
But look at Evolve, still at 0 deaths, 2 battle rests available. They saved up the Bloodlust. They are finishing off a Rifrion, now an 8%, and will go up to the triple Angel pull and try that again. I think that is super exciting.
Yeah, that is looking. This is actually looking like a really good run for Evolved. I don't want to jinx it, but they have 2 battle rises available. They of course have that bloodlust and the
They're
spear.
even quicker too.
But yeah, they're really fast. The thing is, we've seen them wipe to this triple angel pull before, and it's just so hard to finish off to do this. And it must be so nerve-wracking as well, because they finally, after like 3 hours, got again to the same point of the triple angel pull, and they know they have wiped to this before, and there must be so much pressure on executing this. And not only is it fortified, but it's also grievous, right? So this triple angel pull is doing so much damage to the whole group. They have limited amounts of tools to reset the stacks on everybody, and they have to finish off the angels at the same time so they don't get the full heal off. So all eyes on Evolved and see if they can execute it.
Yeah, here they go, starting up that triple angel pull here at the top of the hour. So much pressure on Evolved to get this done on this run so that they can go and get back into their other dungeons, as we also are making a caster changeover mid-pull here. Very exciting to see if they can get this this damage done to all of these enemies. We have Tettles and now also joining us here. Will they be able to kill these 3 angels simultaneously? That's been something they weren't able to do last time they got here, but very, very important that they go for it this time.
Yeah, once again, we see here the thing they did the last time, right, is that they managed to kill 1 angel a little bit before the other 2 ones, making the other ones heal to full HP. We're gonna have to see if they actually managed to kill them all at the same time this time around.
Oh! They've done it.
Evolve
Touch of death.
Evolve needs to get out of this.
There it is.
Okay, this is actually super good for them. Okay, and you also see Shelly swapping to the Imp. This boss, giga free this season with the Massive Spell, with the Imp Dispel. We've seen teams like wipe to this boss in the past. Basically, this boss has become a substantial less problem this season. Additionally to that, it's also fortified. So these guys are pretty much good to go at 15 minutes. Devos is a relatively long boss. But this is what we need to see from Evolved. We've been talking about pretty much all day. They kind of needed to get into gear, get out of this Spires of Ascension eventually, and this is looking good for them here.
Yeah, it's looking really good, and also to mention, Tettles, if you look at the split they had on the 3rd boss they killed, Orifrion 1309, meanwhile Womegalol I think killed the boss at 1415, something like that. So they're actually over a minute faster than Womegalol after that 3rd boss with the same amount of trash. So if they actually manage to pull this off here, I think we should see maybe them beating their time by approximately a minute.
That's and that's exactly what they need, because whenever we saw Womegalol at the beginning of the day, they really cut down a lot of their time in that Sanguine depths, and it's to the point where there's something like 2 full minutes ahead of where Evolved are, 2.5 almost even. And so Evolved has to go back into Sanguine Depths and improve that time. I don't think that they can even take down this Last Stand tournament with a time of 17:54 in this key.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. Something I would have liked to see from Evolved here is that if you kill the haste relic, you can actually save it by not, cleaving onto it, since it ports out of melee anyway for this 2nd phase. And have a full minute of 50% haste in this phase. This is not something I think they did. I think they killed the CDR when they pulled the boss here. I don't know the reasoning behind that. Maybe they get some extra set of cooldowns back for the boss. But that 50% haste in this phase is quite massive. But we'll see how they actually manage, if they manage to, keep their 1 minute lead that they had over Womegalol here on the last boss.
Yeah, speaking of Womegalol, they are wiping on Cult the Rock up there in the top right. So they're going to have to reset this Theater Pane.
I also have finally clipped the Womegalol grip. At some point, maybe we'll be able to show it, but if not, Womegalol has to go back into Theater Pane.
Yeah, now they have to. So since they wiped, we'll get to see it again.
Yes,
exactly what we want to see.
Robin really needs this for his runs. We were just looking for
I was watching that indeed. Yes, exactly. I was looking for that. I saw that play and I'm like, that's something we're gonna use as well, I think. It was a very, very sneaky. It was hard to see because it was almost out of picture, but like you mentioned earlier, Tettles, you saw that Tobo, right? He's jumping off, misdirecting Mike, those 2 bone maguses, and he indeed gets gripped back by Iglo, and they just snap up to the platform. And if you saw after that, they actually killed the Bull Relic on the Reaver, what is called the guy that Bladestorms, right? Later down on the platforms. Yeah, and then they got the Bull Relic, the Invis, and they skipped the next platform completely by getting those 2 mobs. So really good.
That's something we saw Sloth developing that tech. We do have a time coming in though from Evolved. It's going to be 17:56 in Spires of Ascension.
Don't
that
mind
means
if I
they
do.
are taking the taking the star back from Womegalol, and at least they have one dungeon where they are the best, and that means they're only 3 minutes 30 seconds behind Womegalol across the entire map pool. Most of that coming from Sanguine Depths. I wonder if they will try and go back there today, or if that'll be something they'll try and learn for tomorrow.
Do you think it's Sanguine Depths, or do you think it's Theater of Pain? Because I think that those are the two dungeons that Evolve needs to go reiterate on the most.
DOS is also an option, right?
Yeah, I think if I was Evolved, I would maybe actually go DOS here, because I don't know how Womegalol did how well they did Sanguine Depths yesterday. But they set their best time today. I don't know. I think they potentially also changed strat, right? Which is something Evolved is probably not aware of how they played. So it might be better that they maybe save the Sanguine Depths for tomorrow and try and work on DOS and Theater of Pain today, right? And then they can do Neltharions and Sanguine Depths tomorrow.
Yeah, the thing I'm worried about in Sanguine Depths is it's like learning new strategies that they need to do to make up time there, not just like playing their path cleaner. And so that's the kind of thing that trying to do that in the middle of a tournament day, you'd maybe get more value by doing some of that learning, some of that MDT work outside of the time that the dungeons are open, and instead you go somewhere like DOS, where maybe you can shave off a minute by just playing your existing route, but better.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know how clean Evolved's DOS run was yesterday, but I'm pretty sure they can probably, if you look at Womegalol's time, right, they can probably shave off maybe a minute or two from that run they currently have, which would be, you know, really, really big in for the total time going into tomorrow. Also, Telos, I wanted to ask you, you see on the Womegalol, they opt to not play the 3 mobs. You see the first 3 mobs here. I assume it is because of Sanguine, right? But they're still committing the Bloodlust and, you know, all their cooldowns on this first boss. Do you think it's a good play, or do you think, because they do play these with the last boss I saw. I don't know what would be the best thing to do here, actually.
It depends on, okay, so, I mean, the Theater of Pain time is 22:02. It's one of those things that if you believe that you can get, like, a 21-minute Theater of Pain, you're going to want to be slamming the Lust on CD. I don't know what your opinion on Bloodlust is, but I've generally been of the opinion that Lust is not the most impactful cooldown ever. It is nice, especially in certain situations, but more often than not, we see it just kind of get slammed on bosses. So I think that it's just like a timing thing, and it's a question of would you rather get 3 Lusts or like 2 super optimal Bloodlusts? For me, I would generally prefer the 3 Lusts. I think it makes a little bit more sense.
It really...
I don't know.
It kind of depends, I think, on the dungeon and what, like, if you really need that Bloodlust, like, you know, in Spires, for example, there's no way you're going to lust on cooldown to get an additional lust and not have lust on the Angels, right? So it really depends on what type of dungeon you're running, I would say.
I'm a little bit worried as well about trying to go in on a 3 lust strategy in Theater, because it means that if you do a run that's fast, you're not going to have lust, right? You're going to lose that 3rd lust if you just optimize a minute off of this run, right? And that's, I think, certainly something they're hoping to do. So I think they should be aiming at getting 2 good lusts rather than just 3 bloodlusts. But I don't know, maybe 3 lusts in a 21-minute run is like the ceiling that they're aiming for.
It also depends on where they are 11 minutes into the dungeon. Like if
exactly.
Like 10:30, they're doing the Gorechop pull with all the trash. All right, let's lust that. They're probably not going to be around there at the 10:30 mark. What was their split?
They did lust the you know, the pull downstairs with the gas bag. So actually, after Kolta Rock, they do run down there, and they skip the first part of that undead area, right? And they run straight down to the gas bag, and they send a Bloodlust there. I didn't see if that was, you know, exactly on the lust timer, but that's where they chose to use their second Bloodlust.
Their Cult the Rock split was 10:07, so it would have been right after that. So yeah, they would be able to sneak in a 3rd lust as long as they press the lust around there and they don't get the dungeon sub 21 minutes or something. Ooh, Dr. J going down. That's going to be their battle res used by Womegalol, so not much room for error. Let's take a quick look, though, on Womegalol's side here, because this is going to be the skip, or not the skip, but the snap that we've been talking about that they are about to do once they finish off this Portal Guardian. We're going to see Tobo doing some very cool technology
Maybe track
here.
Igloo. If we track Igloo here, we'll
Igloo would be the best pull, I think.
I don't know.
So they're going down the left side here, up on there, and you're gonna keep an eye on Tobo and Igloo, what they're doing here now, coming up in the next seconds.
Yes. Now, now, can you explain the strategy behind that play that we just saw from them? What do you think they were trying to accomplish there?
I gotta mute. I'll be right back.
Okay, we have the replay of when it actually worked from a previous time. So here's what it looked like in the bottom left of the time that it actually worked. The disengage off, and then the shoot and grip back on. But unfortunately there, you saw it disengaged and kind of tripped on the edge there. Not a great thing to have happen.
The missing key in this snap pull, I think, was a disengage this time around. But since they've wiped here now, and I'm pretty sure they're running out, right? So hopefully we're going to see this, perfection play happening the next time they get here. And we will try and keep an eye out again.
What exactly is a caster curse?
Yeah.
That being said, though, I feel like this is a very hard pull to do with Sanguine, because, all these small souls,
Yeah.
they seem like, not the worst enemies, but with Sanguine, they all actually drop Sanguine pools, right? So having 3 casters on top of these small shackles of dying, early on, can, I feel like it can be a very, very slow pull if you don't properly deal with that Sanguine.
They also don't have their ROP either, because they're ropping the
big soul pull before, right?
Yeah. They're ropping Ellie on the pull before, so it's like really dangerous there. All right, Evolved is back in DOS, like you guys were talking about. So you guys ended up being correct in this, where Evolved believes that they can chop a minute off the other side just by playing it more clean, more consistent. DOS yesterday ended up causing a lot of problems, but there's a decent bit of invisible time loss that you can incur just due to bolstering. And so it kind of makes sense if Evolved is a bit more fresh, or if they've rerouted the dungeon at all, that they believe that they can cut a minute off relatively easily.
Yeah. Since yesterday in the DOS, how big do these teams actually opt to go in the Ardenville area? Because I'm really curious about that, to see how since it is bolstering, right? When these blade beaks become, bolstered, I feel like it's very, very scary for the tank. They can randomly just, blade beak with a lot of stacks, randomly one-shot the tank, right? If they're super bolstered.
It's
so
like
interesting to see how
75% of like a normal MDI sized pull in that the first pull is like 75% of a normal sized one. A lot of the time we've also seen them like lead their relics up after the fact, and then they'll end up like getting the woe out and just like kind of leave that pack that's off to the left side with that woe relic. And then on top of that, they'll chain pull, let the bolstering expire on some mobs, and then pull all the way down to the dealer pull. It's about what you'd expect, I think.
Yeah. I feel like the dealer pull is probably the easiest pull, right? Because you only have, I think, 2 blade beaks in that pull, and those are the really scary mobs when it comes to bolstering. Because all the other mobs, they're not too bad, but you can kite them as long as you're not in melee. When they have 8-10 bolstering stacks, they're gonna be fine as a tank. They don't really hit random people either. But the massive issue are those blade beaks, because no matter if you're kiting or not, and especially as a blood DK, you don't have a way to heal yourself, right? If you're not in melee. So getting those blade beaks from, see someone taking a gateway back here on Shella's team, a little bit unfortunate there, but gets a grip back right in.
Oh no.
I've been there.
I've been there, but I've done that a few too many times myself, so we cannot be. It's a DK thing, maybe.
Yeah. Looks like they're going to be able to not lose too much time to this, as they still are in that woe buff.
Yeah,
I think that skipping that pack that's at the bottom of the stairs coming out of the Hakar wing is actually really smart. So we actually saw 2 different routes through this dungeon, whether or not it be skip the first pack of the dungeon and then pull the pack that's down outside the Hakar area, or the alternative was to pull the first pull of the dungeon, grab the woe buff, and then immediately beeline to the Hakar area with the woe buff. I think that I prefer the one where you're going to be doing the trash that's outside the Hakar wing after Moizala, as opposed to doing the trash that's like right at the beginning of the dungeon. I think that just getting that woe buff and the additional movement speed there cuts down on your travel time by somewhere in the range of probably like 10 to 15 seconds just as a whole, and you make better use of those relics, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, no, I agree. But also what's nice with bolstering, now, if this was just a few months ago, none of these pulling with the boss would never be possible, right?
Yeah.
Because the bosses were affected, but with this new change where bosses actually don't get affected by bolster, it's not too bad, I would say, in this dungeon. You can still do a lot of the pulls you would normally do, even with bolstering, which is a very, very nice change coming in.
I always remember whenever it was bolstering MDI week, it was always Echo that had this strategy of like pulling trash in at the end of the boss fights, and you'd have these ways of getting all the trash at the end. But now you don't even have to do that, and it's really sped up all these dungeons. So
we're coming to the hardest boss.
Oils.
Yeah, we're coming to the hardest boss. Actually, not falling off this bridge is way harder than it looks.
Yeah,
we're gonna see if they manage to actually go. Oh, they're through. They're through. It looks good, and I think they're gonna snap the oils right on top of the boss. If I wouldn't be surprised, there, Alex probably. Oh, you see him pulls in the back, drops low.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're up to.
We've seen more teams wiped at this pull than any other pull, I think. across the whole entire weekend, whether or not it be getting knocked off the ledge by the vents or anything.
Something cool with DK is you can actually death advance and just run through, and you can actually never fuck it up. So it's a small little trick you can do if you're a DK. Just make sure you save a death advance, and then you just pop it right before you run through there, and you can just run in whatever pace you want. It doesn't matter if you run through them or get hit or not.
Yeah, you can then you can see the IBF and standing in that smash as well, immuning the stun, and just you don't have to
tank things.
Respect any of the mechanics, and you can keep all the mobs nicely stacked exactly where you want them. So,
but bottom left, Womegalol, they're back.
Okay.
Grip, nice.
Yeah.
All right, we're good. We made it this time.
All right, so let's see how they decide to manage the Sanguine here, because that is something we talked about. No Ring of Peace being available unless it comes up towards the end here. Maybe they can, but there's that resonating arrow and the death and decay. Maybe we'll see them just focusing damage into the casters, but they actually don't have enough dispels to get rid of those shields on all the casters. So a lot of extra health they have to chew through there, and you can see. Look at that, the Ring of Peace is back up.
Ring, yeah, perfect ring there. Yeah. Now you just need to make sure they kill the last 3 at the same time. There's one Magus is a little bit higher, but it seems like they're... No, it's standing in there.
Nice,
he gets
nice.
Okay, they're good. Yeah.
Yeah, that does look like something that would potentially cost a lot of time if you didn't do it well, but they've done a good job here. Sanguine not healing for very much at all in this pull, and yeah, that's 8 extra count by doing those 2 casters, which is like 3% or something, so pretty nice for Womegalol.
Did you guys see top right under Yeppers? I think they had a Sentinel on the 3rd boss here in Sanguine.
Oh,
yeah,
from
I'm
where?
pretty sure it looked like a... I don't know. It looked like a Sentinel. I might... Because I just saw when they wiped here. And they actually made it past that pool we talked about earlier, right? With all the trash with the boss. They struggled with a lot earlier. But now they all of a sudden have a Sentinel on the 3rd boss. I don't know what's going on.
Okay, so top left, we're looking... yesterday... Their Mana Storm split was 9-17, so it looks like they're going to be improving on that by somewhere in the range of 20 to 30 seconds. And so this is actually pretty solid for Evolved. We know that they can probably cut down about a minute in DOS reasonably, but it makes a lot of sense that they needed the first half of this dungeon to be super clean. I think that the back half of this dungeon is more often than not been the part that the teams haven't struggled on the most. Okay, so an 850 Mana Storm split, that's 27-second improvement. I'm pretty happy with this run from Evolve so far. They need to be able to close out the Ardenweald wing, which is not super easy on bolstering, but at the same point, we haven't seen too many issues from a lot of the teams yesterday whenever they were in DOS. Almost all of the problems happen in like the Hakar area or getting the snap into the Mana Storms.
Yeah, that's been the place that has looked pretty tough here. Here they go, though, with this big pull into the Arf and the Woe Drifter. This one's been surprisingly dangerous, but it looks like they're going to be able to get through this without too much trouble as well. And they now have this Woe set up that they can use to get almost all the way to the Ardenweald area. And yeah, they are on a good pace here.
This is looking really good for them, actually. They're probably running all the way just through to the Ardenweald area with this Woe buff here, right? They just gotta skip this next pack.
They do that after they come out of the Ardenweald wing. Yeah. So they're just going to skip all the way through here with this Woe buff and utilize all 60 seconds of it.
And what was their previous split on the Mana Storms?
9-17.
Yeah, now it's down to 850, but the 917 was their best yesterday, so they are 30 seconds ahead of their previous time here. And actually, they're still on the 0 death run as well. Oh no.
Oh no.
Well, Jay can res.
They could res and they could continue, but
it's not great.
They decide to continue here.
Do you think you're going to upgrade your time off of a run like this? I mean, maybe. Look at the way that they've been increasing their time on that first split. The first boss split for them was 1 minute and like 20 seconds at the start of the day. It's down to 56 seconds at this point. So Womegalol, just every time they do these dungeons, they are finding more and more damage.
Counterpoint. What is Dance of TG?
Oh no! All right.
Okay, so this is where we town portal. This is where we town portal.
Okay, yeah, there's a town portal. Jay just said, okay, let's not... The 2 reses were not worth it. Let's say I go again. So,
I think go again was actually a good call. Even there, like just you're not gonna beat that 2202 by much with a run like that.
I think.
Evolved having some bolstering. That's a big blade beak. Okay, so the bolstering is starting to deflate the mob. but it's a time loss. I mean, that's not great for their time to have to fight that big of a bird, let the bolstering expire, and then like be able to kill it off.
Yeah, and speaking about Omegle, knowing how good of a team they are, right? I know that if they came through this theater of pain with these 2 deaths, Jay would not have been, okay with this run anyway. So I think they're kind of saving.
He would have made him go back in anyways.
Yeah, we're going. It doesn't matter. Okay, we beat the time by a minute, but we need to go faster. But we just need to show dominance in this tournament.
After they ended up doing a DOS in like 2015 yesterday, I was like, okay, we need them to go back. I need them to get a sub 20-minute DOS. And then Ricky DM'd me. He goes, we're probably gonna go back at some point because they had 2 deaths there.
Yeah,
we know they're like, oh, we know that we can improve our time.
So it looks like Ethical is about to put a Sanguine deaths, or they're
about
to hit the last.
Wait, it's 8 deaths.
It's 8 deaths, but
yeah,
it's
but
still putting
it's
something
still a
on the
run,
board.
right? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I think it's good. But at this point in the tournament, you need to put something up, right?
They are a little bit. They're about a minute behind their best Beryllia split, so we can infer that they'll probably end up being about a minute behind what they could do, maybe 2 minutes behind their, a good time in this dungeon. But still, at least it's going to be something that maybe they can go to these other dungeons, because Ethical only have 2 times on the board, and we're running out of time left in the day. They've got to put up times in more dungeons, or else they are going to have so much work to do tomorrow.
Yeah, and look at Evolve on the top left here. The previous CXA split was 1656. They're now 1250 into the dungeon. I think they just need to finish off this one pool, right?
Yep.
And they will go down and play the rest with the boss. So they're
They've lost
looking really,
2.
really good on... Yeah, and I would assume they lost that pool with CXA, right? There's no point really saving it for the last boss unless they do some really spicy trash pool with the boss.
We did see some teams actually pulling that trash pack into the boss. The one that's like right outside of the Ardenwild wing, which is very spicy. At the same point, though, it looked like they didn't need lust for it. That was what Megalol that.
Yeah, it's not a pool you need lust for. It's more like a pool where you need to make sure you play the mechanics over doing damage, right? Because it's triple caster with the flowers on the ground. It's a death speak with a frontal. Yep. And most of the time, you depending on if you start, if you want to kill the CDR relic or the haste relic, right? You either have the line or the slam on the ground as well. So there's a ton of mechanics going around while you're having to dodge the boss dance, I like to call it as well. So you really need to make sure you play proper if you decide to do that pull.
The boss is certainly there to just kind of get incidental cleave. You don't need to be like prioritizing it or anything.
Exactly. Even if
any damage is good damage onto that thing, right?
Yeah, for sure. I think if you're now, this is a very different setting, but I think if this was a MDI game where we were fighting another team and you knew you were ahead, right? That's a pull. You would just be like, okay, we're not playing with the boss. Okay, we're just gonna make sure that we kill this off and then we go boss in peace, because it's a very high chance that goes wrong.
All right, so now Evolved here, they're making their way down the walkway. It looks like their trash pack is around 50% HP on the whole entire thing.
Yeah,
They were DPSing it a bit more than I expected them to do, because more often than not, you see teams just blitz straight down.
Yeah, I'm wondering the reasoning behind that.
I don't know.
Well, Soda can basically damage for free as a hunter, right? Just keep throwing his bombs and walking next to the mobs and MDing as well. It's like Shelly obviously wasn't able to do much damage to them, but everybody else was able to do a lot of damage while they were moving.
Wait, is it one thing Warlocks actually cannot do? That's doing that while walking?
Well, the Rain of Fire
I thought they could do everything,
move, right? So it's stuck behind.
Next expansion.
Well, just go demo, right? And then they could do it. Well, I guess it's still gonna suck.
What?
At least their pets would follow the mobs, though.
Their dealer's dead. Okay, I'm super confused.
It's just dead.
I don't know how they're doing this much single target on pull here. I mean, they are. This reminds me of like when you'd go into those pulls in BFA with a Diver's Folly proc and you just zap the boss for like 50% of its health on pull. But I don't know how they're doing it here. This is crazy.
Look at
1656.
You can see on Alex.
Oh my God!
You can see on Alex here. You see that he used his pulsing around him. We got the arcane weapon from the jailer weapon. Poked arcane. You see it's doing massive. You see it's doing 20. It was doing 25 KDPS before. But he is destroying the boss on that DK. He's doing a ton of single target damage going straight into the boss while doing some cleave as well, of course.
1 minute
wouldn't be surprised if he's maybe
their dealer split, by the way.
Yeah.
They're
for a very good run here.
We also do have Ethical putting up a time in the in the Sanguine Depths, finally something on the board for them there. It is a 1939, so it's not great, but one has to wonder, can they even afford to go back in there right now? Or do they need to go and visit Spires, visit Top, and start putting up some times in those dungeons? I don't know. It's kind of rough for them either way. They've got to start putting up not just good, but great runs if they want to try and win this tournament.
Well, maybe they'll get their snap dealt with too.
Yeah, it works. So if you were evolved now, right, you get to the last boss area, you shave off a minute on your current DOS timer, which means you would probably do a 20-30 run. You're 15 seconds slower than Womegalul, right? But if you compare the first 3 keys, they're still ahead at this point, right? They have a slower Sanguine Depths and a Theater. Do you think, would you still go and try and get an improved DOS, or just move on at that point?
I wouldn't have even gone to DOS first. Like I see that Sanguine Depths and see that there is 2.5 minutes to be gained in Sanguine Depths, and I'm like, oh goodness, that is there is a lot that I can learn there. At the same point, if it's something that they have to watch back and like look at overnight, then maybe I would avoid the Sanguine Depths. I wouldn't stick in DOS though. I think that like Theater of Pain and Sanguine Depths are the 2 keys that they can save the most time in. Whenever they did Theater of Pain yesterday, they looked okay in there, but they did have 2 deaths. There's obviously some Sanguine management that they can fix up if they rerouted the key at all. There's a couple of easy strategies that they can implement.
That's what it's there for.
Yeah,
Is there?
Alex was down!
Okay.
No.
Where's the B-Res?
Quick battle
Soulstone's being cast.
Soulstone's being cast.
Okay.
But Alex
He runs
being rested
back.
the back there, and that's going to be a stomp from Wezala.
No.
They are not
Dude,
okay.
This is what we just talked about, right? How hard this pull is actually to pull off with the boss. There's so many mechanics. Doesn't matter if you're a tank or a DPS. If you get hit by one of these mechanics, you saw Alex, he proc and Purg maybe 20 seconds into the pull. I didn't see exactly what it proc from. And then he just ended up dying right later on. And it's such a scary pull to deal with.
It's probably like a Death Speaker cast, if I had to guess. It's probably like Death Speaker plus the boss debuff.
Yeah, the problem on that boss as a
Relic.
DK is there's a lot of good stuff that you can AMS, but you can't AMS all of it, right? And some of those casts are going to go through on you.
So how it works with DK in that fight is that you can actually parry the boss debuff, right?
Yeah.
And more often than not, sitting with 60 to 70% parry, you will parry it, right? But if you end up not parrying that, you don't really have a lot of DR apart from your parry. So if you actually do get hit by it, you're gonna start taking incredible amounts of damage while also having the trash, the Death Speaker casting, the Lotus going through that you need to dodge while, making sure you dodge the boss. It's very hectic at that point.
Yeah, and most of the damage on you is magic there as well, so you can't even, build up a big blood shield with every... a lot of that blood shield is going to go completely ignored, and you're just going to take that magic damage straight to the dome, especially if that Death Speaker is free casting. So, unfortunate turn of events there for Evolved. They will hopefully be able to go back in there, though, and replicate the earlier part of that run and put up a good DOS, because, yeah, again, they are in pretty big danger in a lot of the other dungeons. I disagree with you, Tettles. I don't think the Sanguine Depths is the place that they go to today, because as much as they have many minutes to get there, I don't think they can do that today, because it's not like it's a case of learning a new route, and to some extent that's something you got to do between days, unless you have a 6th gamer off to the side that is doing a lot of that work for you in the middle of the day.
I think they need 5 hours in NL tomorrow, and okay, so the reason that I think that they should go to Sanguine Depths is I think that they're going to want 5 hours in Nelts Lair tomorrow, and I think that that Sanguine Depths seems like a key that has sucked so much time from... dude, we watched Yeppers and Ethical today literally just sink their whole day into Sanguine Depths and not being able to post a time that's even close to where Womegalol is. And I think that if Evolved has a strategy that they can even save... If they can save a minute in the Sanguine Depths pretty easily, then they just go slam that, and then we're like, all right, we can just commit everything to NL tomorrow, and the NL is our win con.
Yeah, also something to think about, which is a little bit 5-head, I guess, is that the current affixes on live are exactly the affixes we're having Theater of Pain. It's Sanguine Grievous in this key, and it's Sanguine Grievous on the live keys. So even though you cannot practice on the tournament realm in between, there's nothing preventing you, right, from doing live keys if you would choose to, right? So they could technically maybe practice a different route in here with its same affixes and come back tomorrow to the theater as well if they choose to go that route.
Yeah, it is a possibility in the theater, although I don't know. Yeah, I worry about... I think tomorrow you don't just spend 5 hours in Neltharion, but I think you probably want to spend 4 or 3.5 in there. So I think you are hoping to only have like one other dungeon on your schedule for tomorrow. I do worry for all the teams that aren't Womegalol, though, definitely just because Womegalol have been looking so good in here. It does look like Evolved are restarting that DOS, though, which of course makes sense given how good that run was looking up until the wipe on the last boss.
Dude, Shelly types in chat, bad luck, can't soulstone. Chatting, noob warlock.
That being said, though, even though it's really soul crushing, wiping that far into a dungeon, at least they have the knowledge and they know that they can run a really fast DOS. They just need to do what they just did, come back, just do it again, even though they might be a little bit demotivated wiping on the last boss now. They just need to keep it together, just time this key right now and then move on. And I would like to see them go to either Sanguine Depths or Theater. I think Theater is the best play after this, but we'll have to see what they actually end up doing.
The reason that I worry that you're going to sink 5 hours into NL tomorrow is like, I talked to the teams a little bit, and they were all very, very much scared about this Nelts Lair coming into the weekend. Of course, like, the teams did know that NL was going to be a key. They didn't know the dungeon level, and they didn't know the affixes that they were going to have to play. And I heard that, like, a lot of the mobs in there are brutal to just deal with. And so it makes me wonder, so, like, the strategies for DOS and Sanguine Depths and whatnot are known because you've played the keys the whole entire expansion. But for Neltharion, you haven't played that a ton, especially since Time Walking, Legion Time Walking is only up so often. Top left-hand corner of your screen, we have Womegalol wiping to, I think it was the Shackled Souls into Kultharok, is what ended up giving them. That pulls so hard to do.
Yeah, they I don't know if you saw it on the top left. They do choose to pull these Shackled Souls in late on the boss due to the Sanguine, right? So they don't want to try and heal the boss early. But when you pull that many souls in the end, you maybe don't have all the cooldowns you would have on pull, right? It becomes a really, really challenging pull to pull off.
They also had the Relic, which I think that you probably want the Woe Drifter.
Yeah, they definitely want the Woe Drifter, because the previous run, they killed that Woe Drifter and ran all the way down, we talked about, to the gas bag and used the Platas down there, right? So something went really wrong on their side there, I think. But I mean, being this far ahead, right, they can just say, okay, we just go again. Not the biggest deal. We'll get back there, and the next time we just play it proper.
Does wiping almost 20 minutes into DOS haunt you a little bit if they're not able to get a clean DOS run done? Like, if it... Okay, so I think if it gets complete here, I wouldn't even be too upset, but is it going to haunt you a little bit if they end up spending the remainder of their day in the other side just to get that 1 minute that they
it
almost
really
had?
Does. Looking back when we played the Great Push, which is a similar format, not exactly the same, but whenever you wipe far into a key and you know that you're on a time limit, right, and you just wasted, in MDI you waste less time because you do the runs faster than you do the Great Push when it comes to pushing high keys. It is really, you try and, stay positive, it doesn't matter, we can make this time up somewhere else, right? You just gotta try, stay positive. There's something I need to work personally on, that I have a really easy time getting, demotivated when that this should have been a good run, a timed run, but we made this really unnecessary mistake in the end, right? But if they pull it off now, I think that they should be good. Also, something that's good is that DK damage, if you're looking at the cover right now. I love to see that, actually.
DK, really, really fair. In fact...
I think it's very balanced, actually. The single target damage is looking really good.
Well, I think there's also some Sons of Hakar padding, a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. I think the majority is, though, and that's the reason why you play DK, I think, over Demon Hunter, is that you just do so much single target DPS compared to any other tank. I think actually Demon Hunter does more AoE than a DK, but they do way less single target damage than what a DK would bring, right?
Yeah, those
that's why DK
really
is
big
so
pulls,
good.
right? The Demon Hunter, not only are you adding 5% to the Warlock and to the Survival Hunter, right, but you also are getting so many extra souls to pump into those Spirit Bombs. But do you really need more damage in the biggest AoE pulls in a group that has a Destro Lock and a Serve Hunter? Or do you need something that helps speed up that single target, which is where you kind of lose time in these dungeons?
I mean, this is why you see teams slamming that Havoc DH a lot, because the Havoc Demon Hunter and the Rogue have been filling like a similar role, where it's like single target damage, helpers of the group, Demon Hunter just there for the debuff. Like, actually, Havoc has just been there kind of for the debuff.
Oh, look at this in the bottom right.
Okay, so first off, what?
What?
We have Dr. J on the Fire Mage for Womegalol as they return
Okay,
to
I'm excited for
Kazavesh
this one.
Gambit. What do you
They
think that this
they
lets
left
them
theater?
do
They just
here?
left theater. They just left theater. Like, okay, whatever. We have a 22-minute run. Let's go and play some Gambit with a mage. Why not? We have so much time here anyway.
I mean,
So
that is a
Dr.
power
J,
it's so
move if
weird
I've
to me
ever
as well
seen
because
one.
I feel like you could go Spires, right? Mage isn't bad in Spires, and you actually have, you know, a minute clearly that you could gain in Spires potentially, but maybe the Gambit, they actually have like a bigger pull that uses the Mage somehow. I'm curious what the idea is here. Maybe the Mage is dumping combustions into the Goliaths at the start of the dungeon, and that's making you get more count from Murlocs.
I think
Who gets
Jay
power
misunderstood
infusion here?
something. That's a very good question. But what about Jay's name? I think he's misunderstood something with the current meta. Looking at his name here.
That's
Looks a
supposed to
little
be a
bit sus,
demon hunter,
but-
actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll see what they decide to do here. If they've got anything different planned at the start of the dungeon, there is indeed a Goliath getting gripped into this. And is there a
Yeah, they use
combustion?
Bloodlust as well here.
Yeah, Lust, and if there's a combustion, we don't see it on the tracker.
No
Yeah,
combust yet?
I would assume they. Wait.
It does. He
I
doesn't look
think
like he's on fire. Yeah.
He's on
Okay.
5
He's
DPS
doing
right now. Maybe
literal
save
tank
him.
damage.
Is this? Do you think that there's some gold changing hands for this run? It feels to me like one of those runs.
Okay, so whenever you look at Dr. J's Twitter, he
Oh, here we
talks
go,
pretty
here we go,
frequently
here we go.
about his
Look at power.
weekly keys that he does sometimes, and he like posts screenshots of how many times and how many dungeons he's did on his characters. This is just a weekly key that he's doing. Surely he's not going to be doing.
He is bragging about those weekly keys, right? Always these 9 keys on all of his characters. 10k DPS now. I don't know when it's gonna pop his combustion.
Can we get an overall damage check for Womegalol real quick? Can we convert that to overall DPS? Because I want to see the 6k DPS.
Okay, here he goes. He's combusting. He's
Okay.
on fire on this pull. He's beating the hunter. Is he going to be able to beat the warlock? Maybe if he steals the power infusion. Oh, unfortunately, it's actually things are getting
It's a
worse,
cooldown,
not
right?
better.
Yeah.
Can he still
no.
steal the power infusion off the warlock?
That
So
would be
do you
good.
think there's anything we don't know about that a mage would do in this key? Maybe some something. Because we don't really play mage in our team, so I don't think we would know about something. But maybe Jay, he's a master of mage, if anything, right? Maybe he
Okay,
knows
so hear
something
me
that we
out.
don't here.
What if you can Mirrors of Torment the cast on Solia and make it not cast any abilities after the fact?
Make
I
it
think
not
I
heal.
saw
It's
some-
not an impossibility, right?
I think I've
That
seen
could
this in
be
the Race to World First ones.
Ooh, look at Jeppers on the bottom right. You see, this is what I hope about the mass script. He didn't hit all the casters. You see the casters are standing outside, not getting hit by the AoE or their stops. They did get Infernal stun here, but maybe they can stack them up somehow before...
Yeah, they're sort of close enough to be getting AoE'd, but you can see those back ones
oh.
are... they've died. All right. So we're
they go down
okay
there.
here for Yepers,
Okay.
but definitely slower than if they were all perfectly grouped.
I'm kind of confused now. So Jay is actually on the Fae Fire Mage, which makes sense, but the question is, like, why didn't he slam Combustion on the first pull if he's playing Fae in this key? That's so weird.
Well, he's used for having these very big brain strats. It must be some reason for it, right?
There's
He's fighting
some
with a
reason.
DK on damage now, so it's not too bad, right? He's beating
He
the
was
DK.
He was DH in here earlier. So he was Demon Hunter in here yesterday. So, and like we were talking about, having Demon Hunter really good for single target damage, really good for the Chaos brand.
Yeah,
maybe
I completely
similar
agree.
thing to the Fire Mage, where he's actually just on this mage for single target damage. If they could push Hilbrand before the second sanitizing cycle, that could be a massive time save, because we saw basically all the teams have to go through two sanitizing cycles, and if that is the gap, it would make sense.
Okay, there's one spell stealable effect at the end of this dungeon, but you're not going to like it. It's the heal. If you let that heal cast goes off, it gives the mob 50% haste for 10 seconds. Now, I don't know of any way you could spell steal that and have it be worth the mob full healing, but maybe you just keep one of those mobs in on the last
you keep
boss.
one of them.
You let it
right?
keep
Yeah.
healing, and you just keep spell stealing the 50%
Okay,
haste
whoa,
off
whoa.
of it, right?
Yesterday we saw teams at like 10% on Hilbrand. Right now, Womegalo may be able to push this beforehand. I think that this is going to be it. If they're able to cut down on one full sanitizing cycle, I'm not sure if that's worth bringing in Fire Mage.
But they're doing
However,
that.
it definitely
Yeah,
makes
they
a
are
lot of
doing
sense.
that
Look at
right
this. They're
now.
moving the boss over. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I'm a bit more on board with this now. Slightly.
But I feel like you should be able to do it for that Demon Hunter as well, but maybe you just don't bring enough damage as a Demon Hunter compared to the mage
it's
single
because
target
they
here.
pulled the lightning jerks into the into the pull as well. So it's like really hard for Demon Hunter to get a lot of boss damage on that pull.
That makes sense.
But that's actually our fastest Hillbrand split of the weekend coming out from Womegalo. With this mage in here as well. That's a burp of surprise coming out from me there. I'm just shocked here. I can't contain it. What's going on here?
Thank you,
So we see
Yeah.
also Yeppers here. They are doing something. I see they kill a sentinel, and they're going. Is this where they go into the boss with all the trash that they've been wiping through so many times? This is where they go into the cage, right? And they pull the boss in here as well.
They
Let's see how
actually
it goes
really
for them
like
this time around.
they really like lining this dungeon. So the other teams, like on Crixus, they also use the cubby to line. A lot of the other teams enjoy just kind of slamming the pull and just hoping that the mobs will group up, or they'll use the corners. Where Yeppers is really big on hopping in those cages. They'll actually slam a Shining Force if they also need that, or they believe it's useful. Ooh, that's a great Shadow Fury on the side of Yeppers as the pack starts to get increasingly
Yeah,
lower.
but they need to make sure. Look at all the spites running after them right now. With no frost mage, they're not slow. This looks like they're doing a good job.
Turtle, I think they're okay.
Yeah, they do. If you see, they have a throw research scribe in the back. They got ripped in right now, actually, so they should be good here. But that throw scribe, the books, in combination with that drain from the boss everyone is taken down, is very, very scary.
All right, we see Womegalo now starting off this Hillbrand. Oh, not Hillbrand, rather. Time Cap and Hooktail. Dr. J is going to get hit by one of those swirlies and sent into that pod tender during the final seconds of the combustion there as well. That is not great. You can see he comes out of that. Still does have a couple seconds of it left, but it's now expired. And actually being beaten by the Holy Priest as a result. Okay, does overtake eventually.
We're gonna stop. We're gonna stop calling out Dr. J's damage. He was the sole
I feel
reason
like
that they were able to one phase
Yes,
Hillbrand. He's carrying his team.
yes.
If you think
He
about
is
it,
carrying his team right now. I agree.
So whenever you look at things like the Jailer, you have to attribute Mirrors of Torment to the amount of damage that the mage did on the Jailer. Whenever you're looking at Hillbrand, Dr. J single-handedly, by swapping to mage, saved his team somewhere in the range of 45 seconds. Stratnos, please put some respect on his name.
I'm just calling it like it is. The pod tender was rough there, so it's even better if they don't have the pod tender there.
You actually. I think he got really upset when you called him out because now he's even beating the DK. I think on the damage here. It's ramping.
Well, it's close. There he goes. Yeah, top 3.
Yeah. I would actually love to see the boss damage done by the mage in this key. I don't know if we have any graphics to see how much single target damage is actually bringing to this group, but I believe it's he probably top 1, top 2 even, right, on boss damage all the time here.
Yeah, I mean, he's only playing for boss damage in this key. Like, he is not AoE combusting or anything. He's slamming his combustion into single target, which is... It's a sad way to play Fire Mage, I will admit. It's definitely counterintuitive to how mages want to play this dungeon, but he's doing a lot of the legwork. Whenever we kind of clown on rogues a little bit, whenever they get beat by the DK, or we clown on rogues when they're like 5th place in DPS, the mage is filling a similar role here in this gambit. It's just atypical to see a mage being the ones that are doing it, because typically mages are the ones with the biggest egos, especially if you're pugging keys in LFG.
We talk about the Demon Hunter bringing that Chaos Brand as well, but Dr. J is bringing Arcane Intellect here as well. Now, that doesn't buff Tobo's damage, but it is buffing Ricky's damage, and that is something that is worth mentioning as well.
Also, Iglo's damage. The priests actually do bring a ton of single target damage. You don't really give them credit for how much damage that healing class actually does, but pure single target damage is actually the healer that does the most by quite a bit, I would say, on top of that PI as well, right?
Especially if you have that with your Boon of the Ascended, right? That's a huge synergy this season.
I think they needed a ranged DPS is like the biggest thing, and then it's like, okay, so which is the best 3rd DPS slot that's also ranged? You could technically bring it in.
But Jay always has these, he loves mage. We cannot, discredit him for that. So if there's any possible, scenario where he would bring a mage, he would be, the first man to jump onto that. And I think I don't know if they will improve their time they have in here, but I mean, it looks good so far, right?
Yeah, I mean, they were 20 seconds faster on their Hooktail split compared to last time, so if they can keep that going, the question is, what are they doing here in the last boss room? And the answer is a big trash bowl going into this, and then probably straight into Solia once the danger in this pole is dead. You can see a couple of those mobs casting that Reinvigorate. I do wonder if they will leave one around and try and spell steal off of it. No interest.
Yeah, they have one trash pull they're pulling now with the boss, I think. They're dragging the boss into those last 3 mobs on the left side, running in now. So it would be one mob that
Yeah,
I think
the
it's only-
accomplice. The accomplice is the one that casts Reinvigorate, and I think it does. I'm not sure if it only targets itself or if it targets others as well. If it targets others, it's probably not viable because it might heal the boss, maybe. But if it only heals itself,
It only heals itself. It only
then
heals itself.
yeah,
I know it. Yeah.
maybe they can.
We'll see what.
They
so
can
here we
let
go,
that
here
cast go off
casts.
and spell steal it. Doesn't look like they're. It looks like they're
Looks like
mostly
it got
just stopping everything.
infernaled.
Oh, one of them's casting. No, it didn't heal.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah, so they've stopped it.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's no. It's not because of spell steal. It is for those other reasons that we mentioned. It's the arcane intellect, the single target damage, and the fact that hey, you've already got a survival hunter and a destro lock, so you're not allowed to bring another one of them.
Dude, we are down
This
bad
is
with the single target combustion on that big bull on the boss. He had a single target combust that too. We hate that.
Yeah, but look, the boss is already 50%, right? They're almost facing here.
Get that blasphemy in here, bro. What's that thing doing?
Yeah,
Get in here.
Something. Look at that last stars here, though. This is something I would be terrified for, because this boss in the second phase, when it spawns the thing you have to soak on the ground, I don't remember the name of the ability, but they can spawn that thing anywhere in the boss room. And how do they soak
Igloo?
this Igloo gonna go?
So Monka
Fade?
actually used a strategy with the collapsing stars before to not even soak all of them. And to let one go off, and they used immunities. But unfortunately, that's not going to work
And they
here
missed.
for them.
They missed as well. Oh my god, they gonna lose
So
for
if
10
the-
seconds here, but that miss.
Okay, so they're actually playing the game of where do the arrows go? And so if the
Well-
arrow came from any other direction that's not straight across the room for him, he would be able to like angle it through the boss.
They can fix that by just reacting and having different people, like telling two people to swap. You know, they have time to do that. You could maybe even figure it out with a weak aura and make sure that it's always going through the person rather than at that last person there, because that's the most important thing. But he wasn't quite able to set that up there. I think that if you want this strategy to be more reliable, you absolutely need to make sure that you adjust based on who's being targeted by which jolt, so that it actually can just draw a line through the through that relic.
It's I mean, that is really annoying, and then they ended up having to commit a lot more damage to that Starseer than they otherwise would have liked to. Like, making sure that the Pulsar gets killed off. Like, Solio would probably be close to dead at this point if they didn't have to do it like that. But look at their time. They're 11:30 with a best of 12:40 in this dungeon. They're going to be able to save something like 40 seconds off this key, and I think if they didn't have that Starseer, it would even be more time, right? Oh, well, maybe...
Yeah, I think 30% boss HP is still gonna take them quite a while. I would
Okay,
say
never
like maybe 12:30 would be.
Yeah, but the potential is definitely
it is
there,
a
right?
tyrannical setting, right? Yeah, I think they will save time with this run, for sure. I don't think it's gonna be massive, but I think it's if they didn't pull that stars here, maybe they come back here even one more time, and then they try and get a little bit lucky with those stars, so Eagle doesn't pull that one.
You may as well, right?
Probably.
If you're this far ahead in the tournament, what else? I guess the other thing to do would be to go to Spires and try and get that minute there. But the thing about the Spires is... Yeah, and the Spires requires them to update their strategy, I think, to
I don't
gain
think
time.
Spires is where they should go at all, because we saw from Evolved their Spires strategy. They spent how many? 3 hours, 4 hours in Spires today, just trying to make that strat work.
Yeah.
And it's not a place I would, if I were, Miguel right now, I would probably go.
Look at this, though. Evolved are on an even faster run into Muezala here. I guess not even faster. They're actually maybe about a minute slower on their Zyxa split than they were last time, but they are on a run where they haven't wiped at the start of Muezala, and they've killed off almost all of this trash now. So they should at least be able to upgrade their DOS time, although they will be kicking themselves that they weren't able to do it off of the faster start.
This is really smart as well. If you see that we interceptor on the left there, they're saving that on purpose for the intermission, which means their entire team will have 15% haste, which is going to make it even easier, for everyone to kill their own illusion, whatever, when you split up, right? So you're going to see it dying here now. They're going to get the buff while they run to their, correct side here. So I'm pretty sure they're going to be able to one-face this.
We've seen some Warlocks miss their ad a couple of times. I think Ricky, during one of the Womegalo runs, just ended up missing his ad. Maybe we could get a swap to Shelly on the side of Evolved so we can see how close his ad is, because it's always going to be that Warlock that's in danger of not being able to get theirs killed off.
Yeah, because we see he's holding his Infernal right now.
Oh my god, he's able to hold his Infernal.
Don't even need it. We got the vibe up,
Yeah, the big haste, right?
Is the pet not attacking here? It does look like it might not be. That's okay, don't need that either.
Hit the mob.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he's just showing dominance, right? He made it.
Okay. Well, that's
once you start that channel, you're good. There they go.
That's the Shelly diff. Okay, we
So
saved
they
our
need
Infernal
to-
too. I like that.
Yeah, they need to... Oh, they have a... Oh, that's why it's saving in this front.
Right.
Look at this. Here we go. So they need... What was Megalul's run in here? It was low 20, right? 2013,
2014.
I think? Yeah, they're creeping up on the... If they had like a 2030, I think they should be pretty happy with that run. We'll see what time they actually end up getting here now. Just need to
It's
live
looking like
this
it's going
last
to be a little
crash
bit
pool.
longer. Maybe they're going to save like 30 seconds off their previous best, which was 21:27. But I think if they save 30 seconds off of that, they're kind of chilling in DOS. There's no their Spires of Ascension is doing them a lot of favors right now. That 17:57.
Yeah, the Spires was an amazing run they had. They were being actually a minute faster than Megalul.
Oh my god, they actually slammed the boss. The saving of the Infernal, doing a lot more work than I would have anticipated. More often than not, you go into this boss without any CDs available, but Shelly
So
really
what do we
kind of
have?
able to carry
20...
here. Huh.
Was it gonna go down sub 2050
Kill the boss!
maybe?
Okay.
2047.
Yeah, that's
2048,
only
something like
30
that.
seconds slower.
Yeah, 2047 coming in. Okay, so they are 3 minutes and 11 seconds behind Womegalol, because even though they shaved almost a minute off of their DOS, Womegalol in the meantime took 30 seconds off of their Solia's Gambit. And that means that lead is still pretty big. Evolved have to start looking at this leaderboard and trying to figure out, like, how can we find these 3 minutes, and how
Sanguine
much are we
depths?
relying on Nelts tomorrow?
Yeah, Sanguine Depths is like they're gonna be there, Sanguine Depths and Nel. Tomorrow they need to, make sure that they do something with their Sanguine Depths, right? Like, Megalol's run was super impressive. They didn't have the cleanest run, but with these apexes, what they actually managed to achieve in this dungeon is very, very impressive. And it's gonna be really challenging, I think, for Evolve to try and, contest their time in here.
I just don't think you can win the weekend while being 2 minutes and 29 seconds behind in one singular dungeon. Like that is a time that you're going to be really struggling to win, like, Nelth's Lair by more than 3 minutes and 11 seconds, I think.
But at the same time, if they could do a theater tonight and potentially beat Womegal's time in there, and then they have tomorrow to work on that Sanguine Depths and Nelth, I don't think they're into,
Yeah.
they could still, take this home by playing really well tomorrow. So, it's going to be an exciting last day of this tournament, I think.
They have a path to victory. For me, it's like Yeppers and Ethical, the amount of time that they spent in Sanguine Depths today, and kind of like Depleter Squad as well, the amount of time that they spent in a couple of their dungeons today, I don't want to say they're like mathematically out, but it would be a really big feat. Like they would have to do something in Nelth's Lair that saves them an insane 5 minutes or something like that. Some insane revolutionary strategy that saves them infinite time in that key. Just because the path for Ethical to, like, they have to be able to do the Spires of Ascension basically right now. Then they also have Theater of Pain and NL to do tomorrow. It's just like one of those situations where they are fighting an uphill battle. Kind of similar thing with Yeppers. Yeppers is still in Sanguine Depths, and the run in the top left-hand corner of your screen, it's not looking bad, but it's still like 3 or 4 minutes off of the best time that we've seen in Sanguine Depths, which it's
I think
really
they
hard to
actually,
come back from that kind of stuff.
When I was watching them a little bit earlier, and I think they actually opted out to not do that big pull with the boss and actually just do one more pull in that area of the dungeon, which is of course going to be a lot slower than their original strat. But at this point, they need to get a time down, right? Like it's closing in on the on the second day. They need to be starting progressing some other dungeons as well at this point.
Ethical.
We see Womegalol there. See what Jay does this time. Is the first pull is it gonna combust this time?
Okay.
Oh, they did
Yeah,
another
yeah.
pull before. Okay, and this is the second pull actually. I missed the first pull here. He did combust the first pull this time.
He saved his CDs for 2 pulls last time. Now
Yeah,
he's popping
this time
this.
he-
Yeah, now he combusted the first pull this time for sure. Look at his damage.
Yeah.
He's actually doing
So
a lot of
he'll
damage
still have
here
it for the
this time.
big pull that comes after this, because they do big,
Yeah,
small,
yeah.
big, which is kind of a classic pull pattern whenever you have these heavily cooldown based specs, right? You do a big pull, you all pop your cooldowns, then you do a small pull, you don't pop anything, and then you do another big pull because your cooldowns are back up, and that's exactly what Womegalol are doing here in the Murloc area, just getting started with this next big pull. And this, again, you can see combustion, yeah, it's right back up, so this is going to
stuff.
work out perfectly for
Oh,
them. That's going to save them some
slams
seconds
it.
already. Yeah,
He
here it
slams
goes.
Insta here to make sure that it's going to be back up. I
So
really
what I'm
I really like
thinking,
this.
what I'm worried about with this comp is that they now managed to get the right relic, but normally you would have the Demon Hunter or the Rogue or someone with single target kind of make sure that the right relic dies, right? In their comp here with a Mage, Hunter, and Warlock who all just wants to blast AoE, who is actually making sure that the right relic is dying? Maybe the Mage has some sort of
Probably
prior
Jay.
on those relics.
Yeah.
Maybe that's one pyroblast or something to make sure it actually. Yeah.
One pyro, one.
Is that something?
One kill command. I don't know.
Yeah, probably because that's something you struggle with a lot of the time. They do all these big pulls, having to interrupt the right targets while having focus to make sure the fish sticks
oh my god!
don't go through and hitting the right relic.
Hold on,
Look what Tobo's done there. MD hit these Murlocs and then feign, and they don't chain with those Guardians, so they're able to bring a Murloc pull
my god!
Into
Okay, so now
Hilbrand.
So now they don't have to do those Guardians at all. The Guardians are it's annoying because it forces your melee off the boss, like it forces your melee and the tank off the boss with those circles. I really like how they are grabbing these Murlocs
this
now.
is massive.
It is annoying
this is a
because
very,
fish
very good
sticks,
strat.
but I think the strategy is cool.
There's only one Scalebinder in this, right? Or is this two? Is this the 2-pack? I think this is just the one. Yeah.
They had the Cry go through here on the pack, though. With Raging, it's going to be pretty scary. But the thing with these mobs is that they run on low HP, right? So as long as they don't come back and smack Mike here, they should be, finishing this off pretty easily.
There's a fish stick going on the side of the room.
Oh.
Did that cast go off? Yes, it did. There's a fish stick over there that they are going to have to finish off, and that's going to cost them a little bit of time here, but I think the proof of concept is certainly here. This looked like a fantastic pull for them to set up in this dungeon.
Their boss
so they didn't kill the boss at least,
13% higher.
Yeah. They're going to need to do a lot of damage. I also saw an ad standing outside casting, so maybe it was a little bit too much to think about this pull. Maybe it was probably the first time they tried this pull as well, right? So we'll see if they manage to push the boss in his face, though. If they still push the boss here, it's gonna be very good for them.
They just had their combustion come up. Now coordinated assault plus resonating arrow is looking like it's available for Tobo here in just a moment as well. Maybe they're going to be able to do this. I think that they're just like trying to test the waters. I feel like this is like a proof of concept of seeing like how reasonably doable it is, because that fish stick going off, certainly not a part of the plan.
Yeah, only a little bit of healing on the group there, though. And again, they are going to try and push Hilbrand here before it reaches full energy. And I think they're on pace again. Yeah, I don't even think they'll necessarily need to pull to the edge of the room.
You do gain 3-4 seconds, actually. If you drag all the way into that corner, you see Mike is doing right now, with the boss having to run back, they will make this for sure. I wouldn't even worry if I was them at this point, I think. Because he's not even running yet, and it's 2%, 1%.
Oh,
he starts right. Okay, yeah, nice.
We're good. Okay.
Also, something I wanted to mention earlier, I think you saw the stars on the last boss, right? I think I would like to see Womegalul maybe pull that stars here in the intermission, because it's not really too much going on, right? You're kind of standing AFK, and whatever damage you do to the boss at that point doesn't really matter too much. And the Warlock would gain some sort of Havoc value, right? I don't exactly know how Havoc works. I just know that you do more damage. And if you're going to end up most likely having to play it anyway, right? You might as well just plan for it and have the Warlock plan around it, and even maybe gain a few extra seconds on that boss.
The question is, like, where do you cut one mob at that point? Because it's like you're only getting one mob worth of count, and it seems like
but I wouldn't even worry about cutting.
Oh, okay.
I don't
even think you need to change the route. Just get it, because if you're gonna risk pulling it anyway, might as well just not plan to maybe skip it, right?
The patrolling shore runners is the same amount of count. Actually, it's a little bit less count than one of the Starseers. So maybe you could like trap the leader of that patrol and not pull that little pack of Murlocs. Just the very small ones that are patrolling.
Okay.
I don't know. That's the only thing I could think of that would make a direct swap in the route.
For free. You have a
the other thing I'm thinking of is like, what if we cut this pirate pull that we're doing, right? This whole big pirate pull after the first boss, right? That you'd need to find another 20 count to drop earlier in the dungeon, or to find, right, to add in the Murloc area. But maybe you could snap, or you could bring in the other side of Murlocs as well and do both of them with that first boss, and then you've cut a pull from your dungeon as well.
We need to pay attention to Mike here. Already proc this perk before the mobs go raging. If these bolts go off during raging, you see the casting now. It's going to be very, very scary for Mike. Okay, they managed to pull it off. Okay, very, very nice. He actually turned the boss in a very nice manner there, making sure none of the ads actually got knocked away from with the binding we talked about earlier as well, making it so easy to just finish that trash pull off. Sadly, we have one brute chasing someone in the back. I don't know who it's fixating. Maybe can grip it in, and no, Gris another one. Okay.
Okay, so now Hooktail getting pretty low for Womegalul. What was the time that they slammed in here last run? It looks like 7:46. So It seems like they're going to be able to capitalize on that a little bit. Top right-hand corner of your screen, we do have ethical wiping, though. It's so
They did a
unfortunate to see
triple
them,
pull. They did a triple pull. That's really inspiring on this pull. That's a very, very scary pull. I think one of those mobs in the Goliath pull is inspired.
It's the, oh gosh, I think it's the mob that's on the far right. I think it's like a Justicar or something like that. That's the inspired mob.
Yeah, I remember this from previous MDI. But
Yeah.
I remember us having Maris taunt that out into an incap or something.
You do have the spear that pierces through the inspiring, right? But still, that does
Yeah, but
inspire.
you cannot.
Yeah.
With Inspire, you cannot mass creep or anything. So I'm really surprised to see them try this pull. I don't know what they skip in order to make this triple pull here. But that's a very, very scary pull.
Okay, so bottom right, Evolved has gone to Sanguine Depths. I think that this makes sense. Even if they're just like going to be throwing some attempts at it, testing a couple of things, they need to be able to make up a lot of time in that Sanguine Depths. If we actually have the leaderboard, there's something like 2.5 minutes behind where Womegalol is in Sanguine Depths, and that's like a time that Evolved is the closest team to Womegalol if they're looking to catch up, but it has to start in the Sanguine Depths, I think.
Yeah, I would love to see Evolve just bring out the Windwalker instead of the Rogue in Sanguine Depths, because I feel like the Rogue is, technically a little bit faster, but they don't have that, that freedom of time anymore that you can just sit in here for 3 hours, right? Because now it's getting a bit, preparing for tomorrow. They don't have, endless time in here, and the Windwalker will make all these pulls so much safer. Also bring in the leg sweep for all these casters and the Ring of Peace for Necrotic. So if they want to, try and get through this decently fast, I would really like to see the Windwalker here. But it looks like they do opt in with the Rogue anyway.
Yeah, that's kind of why I want to see them go to theater instead, and then come back in to the Sanguine Depths tomorrow after they've kind of figured out how much of the Womegalol strategy they can pick up, because they only have an hour left today. There's less than an hour now to start the final run for both of these teams, which also means it's time for our final caster swap of the day. Farewell to Now and Tettle. It's been great to have both of you on, and welcome back to Zyronic and Makes. Good to have both of you joining us for the final stretch on the day here.
Yeah, I'm really excited.
Yeah.
Really excited to be boomkin free. Exactly, that's what I was trying to say, Sarah. But yeah, a lot of development in the past hour, I might say. We've seen some crazy strats from Womegalol, who are now in their second run with that mage. And I know you play like some mage, Sarah, so what do you think of bringing the mage out here?
So I think it's actually a really interesting pick with like hidden ideas. So I want to go back to the Sanguine Depths you were talking about earlier, where I jokingly was talking about how, the Warlock would do so much more damage here if the other classes weren't stealing their AoE. That is kind of the concept behind the Fire Mage. It is one of the best single target classes in the game, benefits heavily from power infusion plus any of the stacking buffs from either Vi or both at the same time, which can happen a lot in the MDI. It'll do a ton on single target, and it won't do a lot of AoE damage, so it allows your Survival Hunter and your Warlock to make full use of those to do as much funnel damage as possible. And you can see their boss split going into Time Captain Hooktail was actually a couple seconds faster than what they were doing with their previous comp. So I get it, the upper bounds of this comp are technically better than what they were running. I just don't quite know why they're trying to just shave off 10 seconds. Maybe they really are just trying to save the Neltharion's Lair strat for tomorrow.
I mean, I think that's pretty much what it is. You want to do everything you can today without going into Nell's Lair, and oh no, it spawns right on the Starseer. We have Fade coming off of Igloo. We'll probably just heal the remaining 2 stacks. Everybody will use their defensives, and they're going to survive, hopefully. Apotheosis is on, so Igloo's absolutely pumping the group right now. There it goes. AMZ coming for the rescue as well. Yeah, looking pretty good. I don't like the Starseer attack at all. I do understand why they're doing it, and that it's really smart, but it hurts me. See, exactly, that's why. I don't like it. I don't like it.
At this point, do you even focus it? I mean, you could just kill Solia maybe before
you just keep it in there, but you need to kill the Pulsar.
Yeah. I mean, that's fine, though. You kill this Pulsar, you ignore the next one, you dodge the Drifting Stars, and you know what? There's a Havoc target for the Warlock. Don't mind if we do. A little bit extra damage.
The time to beat here 12:21. So if they're going to get this down in the next 15 seconds or so and guarantee themselves about a 30-second time increase just by choosing the Fire Mage, and I don't think this is even fully optimized, but that's a great time increase for Womegalol, and you got to wonder where they're going to go after this. I mean, that is an insane time, and the lead and the gap is just widening. Look at the advantage over Evolved right now, 346. I mean, this is very quickly turning into a two-horse race right now, because if you were to extrapolate the times out for both Yeppers and Ethical, just in the 3 dungeons those two teams have completed alone, they're already 7 and 8 minutes behind Womegalol, respectively. And I don't know where you're going to make up that time when we're very quickly closing in on the last day of the competition here.
Yeah, one of the best parts about this format is that they, teams aren't out of it, right? And they could have 4 great hours tomorrow, 5 great hours tomorrow and catch back up. But pretty quickly, we are getting to the point for Yeppers and Ethical where that's kind of exactly what they need, right? They're going to start to need to just do these back-to-back upgrading runs of their dungeons if they want to get back into this. So that's going to be tough for them. But even Evolved are under a lot of pressure here from this onslaught of time upgrades coming out from Womegalol and the beautiful, that mage strategy in Gambit. I just love to see it. Love to see Dr. J busting out the Fire Mage and taking an extra minute home with him because of it.
Yeah, definitely. And it is kind of the strat that we do want to see from all of these teams, right? So also Evolve finally being able to finish off that Spires run with a crazy time was happening right as we left the last shift. So really nice to kind of see them go in there and get better times, and Evolve now also back in that Sanguine.
Yeah, and Yepper's also having a little bit of still having issues in the Spires of Ascension. Just they've had a lot more trouble specifically trying to put runs together in some of the more difficult dungeons here. When they have good splits, they look really good, and the strategies and ideas are really cool from them, but they're just not quite able to put the runs together as consistently as some of the more veteran teams to the MDI. So we'll have to see if they're able to have one of those great days tomorrow, like Dratno said, or even in the last hour of the day here. But they're pretty far behind a Womegalol and Evolved right now, and these two are just kind of continuing to open that gap here. So the thing is, Womegalol, I'm kind of surprised that they put up that Theater of Pain time at the 22 flat and decided that was okay and decided to go to back to the Gambit. I feel like you can shave off a ton of time in that Theater of Pain, probably 3 or 4 minutes if they were to put together a really good run.
I would. I'm not sure if it's 3 or 4 minutes. I think 1 to 2 minutes for sure. They have this strat where they retreat down onto a platform and pull some extra there in the Coltha Rockwing, where I'm not really sure if it's super efficient yet, but I'm curious to see more of what their plans are for TB. A little bit scared that that's yet another technique that they're saving until tomorrow. But I think they could go back into that Spires and shave off time there, because they have barely run Spires, right?
Yeah, they could definitely shave off time in Spires. I actually didn't even see that Evolve put together that run. They were very far ahead, in the early splits when I was casting with Robin earlier. They had about a minute faster Reruns, but they wiped out the Angels, so I knew they could put it together, but the fact that they were able to put it together in the past couple of minutes is very impressive and shows that they are still in the competition as well. Yeah, that's the question for Womegalol. They've got the star in pretty much every single other dungeon, so going to Spires would make the most sense for them. I noticed Dr. J was on a Necrolord monk, not a Kyrian monk, so that maybe makes me think that they're probably going to Theater of Pain. We'll have to see, though. I could see them going to either one of those 2 dungeons.
It looks like they're going to Spires. The little green dot is indicating where the teams are as of right now, and it just changed to that Spires run for Womegalol. Here we are, waiting for Dr. J to join the little group that they're building and finish up the 5th person. What do you think their time is? Because Evolved spent so much time getting that Spires run, right? They had risky pull after risky pull after risky pull after even riskier pull after risky pull. That was basically their route. So it took them quite a long time to perfect it and get it right, which was worth it in the end because they had a really good time now. But do you think Womegalol can come in and kind of park close enough or even quicker than what Evolved has done in less time?
Maybe. If there is a team that can do it, it would be them. The thing is, the way routing works in Spires is you'd have to pretty much look at the route on stream and pretty much copy it for pull, or just find a way to do your own route faster. I don't think that Womegalol's Spires that they ran earlier this week was perfect by any means. It was just pretty much their first clean run, but it wasn't like a perfect run, so there's probably just little slight improvements you can make from pull to pull that would increase their time. And maybe 30 seconds, 40 seconds, but definitely not the minute and a half or so that they are behind Evolved right now.
Yeah. Huh, I wonder what's going on. So they are bringing in the Monk. At the same time, the Depleter squad is finishing off Barilia, and they will only need to do the Gauntlet after that. One death on the timer, but that is something you can deal with. Trash count looking pretty good, so that would be the first Sanguine that they lock in if they get through this. And at the same time, Yeppers is in that Spires, and it's looking pretty brutal out there.
Yeah, a lot. I mean, I remember you said this at the beginning of the day yesterday. Every single one of the dungeons kind of has brutal affixes. I mean, none of them are really
they're all kind of mean.
The only dungeon that really has like easy affixes, and I'm doing the quote marks, but you can't see because we're not on camera. The easy affix dungeon is Nelts Lair, and that dungeon is just going to be Cormrock killing people nonstop. So we'll see how that goes probably tomorrow. But yeah, every dungeon is pretty nasty. So having to figure out how to do these pulls on the fly is very impressive in its own right. Remember, these teams didn't know the dungeons or the affixes coming into yesterday. We kind of just threw it on top of them 10 minutes before the competition started and said, all right, let's see what you got.
By the way, we're giving you the most evil affix combinations, and now run and have fun. It's like, I feel a little bit bad, but I'm also very entertained by it.
Okay, so we can already tell that Womegalol are not just trying to copy the strategy used by Evolved and Spires, because they are still pulling that first trash pull. They're not going to skip past it. So potentially they think they can shave time off their 1903 just by executing better. Or maybe they actually have a more aggressive way to do the later parts of the dungeon than they deployed in that 1903 run.
Interestingly enough, this is fortified, and they are playing this pull here, so I would kind of expect them to also use Lust, but it seems like they're saving it for the rest of the trash that goes into the boss. So they're delaying their Bloodlust timing just a little bit, roughly 1.5 minutes, which I think you can do with just under 20 minutes. So you have like a little bit of wiggle room to kind of move the Bloodlust 3 minutes around, right? If you won't get more.
I don't think that's too crazy. I think most of the teams have opted to go for this strategy, right? You get the Bloodlust on the trash pack with the boss, which is probably the more dangerous of the two pulls. It was another thing that Robin and I were talking about a little earlier on, is that pull is just... The longer the trash lives on that pull, the more dangerous it is, right? There's so many frontals you have to dodge. There's a lot of casts that you need to interrupt. Any of those go off. It could be an easy death for one person if they get targeted by like a spear from the boss as well. It's really, really dangerous. So saving the Lust for this particular pull, very, very safe. And I just want to see what the changes in their routing are going to be. If they're going to go for the same route, like Dratnos mentioned, and maybe just go a little bit more aggressive near the end of the dungeon. One of the things that they did that I don't really like in terms of routing in this dungeon is after you deal with the first boss here, going for that double pull where you have your hunter tricks the other side with the skirmishers and ether divers, and then you like kind of wait for them to run across into the skirmishers on the right side. I don't think that's really necessarily like that important to do. I think it's much more time efficient to go for the more aggressive route that we saw from Evolved later on, where you go for the double pull right into Rifrion's room. That'll definitely save them time if they're able to figure out how to do that and pull that off. But I would imagine first off they're going to try to perfect the route that they already come up with. But we'll see right after this boss goes down. And speaking of how difficult that trash pull was, didn't seem to go that poorly for them. They were able to deal with it very, very quickly. And now you can pull the Inspired Mender in and just cleave it down with the boss. Get some nice 3-target cleave in.
Yeah, absolutely. So they make it look so easy, but like Zyra was saying, it's a really tough pull. There is a Vi beam usually in it, there's frontals, there's these little black orbs that Azulus does, all of the casts that still need to be interrupted, Incap needs to be reapplied necessarily, so a lot of stuff going on, and they just played it, you know, like nothing's happening. Nearly finished with the boss now, and I do agree. I think they need to go a little bit more aggressive with whatever is coming next. So pulling both sides here is definitely something I would expect. And we are seeing that Warlock bottle being put down. Tank's going to go to one side. and then the mobs are going to get pulled over here by the hunter using tricks, I would assume. Here he comes, Tobo running in, and following him are all of these little skirmishers, and we're pulling the kitty cats at the same time to build one of these really big, beautiful MDI poles. It always looks a little bit weird because they are standing in that corner here, so all you're seeing is close-up textures. Guardian Angel also coming out here, Mass Grip, making sure everything gets super CC'd and the damage is being applied evenly, and we go from here. Oh, we don't go from here.
We don't go from here. We go again because that pole is very, very dangerous. I don't like that pole. I mean, I was talking about it during the boss there. I don't like that double pull from Omega Lul. I think that's the time spent rounding up the other side of mobs and waiting for them to get to the right side. I don't think you gain that much time versus count doing that pull. I mean, clearly Evolved did a very fast route, so you're gonna have to figure out a way to like pull trash packs together, but I don't think that's the right way to do it. I think the right way to do it is in Reruns room, and that might be more dangerous, but this
Wouldn't
pull
you
is also
necessarily
dangerous.
want to do both, though? Like, I would think the ideal route is just doing every risky pull you can think of.
Yeah, the thing is, the way that the routing for trash works in this dungeon is there's a lot of trash packs that you are like forced to pull, right? For instance,
I agree.
let me think. So there's like triple angels that you pretty much need to do in order to unlock the 4-pack that you do during the boss damage amp on Orifrion. You have to also pull the 2 hurler packs. I guess you can technically only pull one of them, but it's so efficient to pull both of them because they're right next to each other that it's really easy to get that trash count. There's like maybe 1 or 2 trash packs worth of count that you can move around in the dungeon. You can pull 1 pack versus another pack. And the real trade-off that we're normally seeing teams opt for is this skirmisher pack that you pull into the ambushers that we see Yeppers doing right now. It's either this one or it's the Orifrion one. If you do both, it's really hard to find another efficient trash pack to skip that you're not already pulling on top of stuff. You would just make a pull easier, which I suppose could be done, but I don't think we've seen a team go for that strat yet, so we have no way of like actually knowing how good it is.
I mean, Evolved skipped the first pack, and they did this pull that we're seeing right now from Yeppers as well with the skirmishers and the little kitty cats, as well as pulls into Orifrion. So I do think it's a good route, but yeah, we'll have to see what Womegal comes up with. So far, their routing has been excellent, and I think they can shave off a significant amount of their route just by playing it cleaner, like we said, because they really, like they did with most, just went in and played it. Depleter Squad at this time, finishing off that Sanguine Depths with 20 minutes and 45 seconds. So a little bit slower than Yeppers, but up there still.
Notably putting themselves into the 3rd place spot just based off of dungeons completed, so good for them. But still very far behind Womegal. Remember, this competition, the main prize is that 1st place finish and that final berth to the Global Finals. That's what the teams are really playing for. But, you know, you get a little extra prize money for popping yourself up in the rankings there. So nice to see them still fighting it out, getting those positions. Great to see. I want to throw something, a little bit of a different conversation. I saw a question in chat earlier that made me want to think a little bit about how the teams are absolutely optimizing every second in this competition, because this really is a time trial based dungeon, right? Like based competition. You want to go as fast as possible, take every tiny advantage possible. There's a question. The question was, why is Tobo killing himself at the start of every key? And there's a reason for it. So survival hunters, the way that their bomb cooldown works is when you press a bomb. So like there's 3 different types of their bomb, right? They have the red bomb, the blue bomb, and the green bomb. And when you use a bomb, it can transform into either one of the other 2 bombs. It's random. Well, the red bomb is the best one. You want to start with the red bomb, but it doesn't start as red by default. And the type of bomb that you have is based on the instance you're in. So what you do as a survival hunter, if you want to start off a key with a red bomb, is you go fight the trash when it's on Mythic 0, you get a red bomb, and then you die. And it'll be a red bomb until you use that bomb again. So that's why he's doing it at the start of every single key. Little tricks
So
that
there
you
you
can do in
have
order
it.
to be as efficient as possible. Other things you can do is use as a warlock. You can start a key with 9 stacks of your 4 set. And then when you start the key, you'll still have 9 stacks of your 4 set. They're doing this every single key just for that tiny little extra edge at the start of the key.
Yeah, especially because the first pull of the dungeon is often one of the biggest, one of the scariest, one of the most important for the teams. It makes so much sense to just go in there with every single resource you have. Wow, Yepper's up in the top left, though. They've got their spear pull worked out here in Spires. They're doing a good job now and heading over towards the second boss. And there's kind of, they've done a good, 0 deaths so far in this dungeon. It's looking great for them.
Yeah, they are moving on towards Ventonux now, and I'm just peeking at our boss split so far. The quickest that we have was, of course, Evolved with 8 minutes and 27 seconds. They won't be able to beat that one, but looking at what everybody else locked in, they are placing closely, I would say. So it is a fortified dungeon plus 23, of course. Lazel goes down. They got infight with the pack here.
Yeah, the problem here was that squad leader pack. That is unbelievably banned and should not be pulled into this boss. And yet it did. That we see that actually happen surprisingly often in high keys and in the MDI, is that pack accidentally getting pulled because you try and skip past it, but sometimes a pet or somebody comes out of stealth too close to them, or you have a CC on one of them, but somebody walks too close, and that's exactly what seems to have happened there for Yeppers.
When your own pet pulls them, it's the worst.
Yeah, so they're going to have to go and start that one again. But, good job getting to that point without any deaths, though. That's at least what we like to see.
Yeah, for sure. And Evolved in their Sanguine depths, looking to make up for some time. 1745 is what they have right now, but Womegalol came in at rather the start of today with a lot quicker timer of 15, I think 37 or something. It just disappeared. So I do think they can shave off quite some time of those nearly 18 minutes. I'm curious to see if this is going to be a dungeon or a run that comes close, but as I'm saying this, Maskin goes down. We're now on 2 deaths.
Oh no.
Not ideal.
Absolutely not ideal. Unfortunate to see from them. Well, love to see how it continues to go for them. Well, Megalol, again, on that first boss pull. Remember, the pain point for them last time around was the pull directly after this boss, so we'll have to keep an eye on them. Going forward, Evolved, like we mentioned, still in the Sanguine depths. That Crixus split, not exactly ideal. That's a pretty slow Crixus split. The fastest Crixus splits that we saw from most of our teams were in the low 2-minute mark. Not sure if they had extra trash at the start that they pulled.
That's kind of the point, right? So we have seen, for example, the Pleader squad, they didn't do any trash, or I think 1 trash pack with Crixus. Whereas other teams opted to go for basically everything into Crixus. So I do think it might be a little bit misleading just for that boss, because you can pull so much on top of it. I'm curious to see where they kind of clock in with Tarwald, because that will tell us a lot more.
Yeah, the thing I'm looking at with Evolved is their previous splits, which they had in their very first, in the 1754 time, which is their best time in Sanguine Depths. Their Crixus split in that run was at 218, so I wonder if there was something different they did this time around. Oh no, Bazook, this does not look good for you. Shackled in the fire. Into angel form we go. Man,
yeah,
sorry.
No Guardian Angel available. There's no way you can live this as a Holy Priest if you don't have Guardian Angel. So they now have 3 deaths. Looking pretty rough out here, but they decide to keep on playing, and it looks like, here we go. Gonna town portal and go again.
Yeah, so, it's not
that's
listed,
what I would expect.
It's not listed in the spell data, but I'm pretty sure that whenever you get targeted by that Shackles, it also immediately spawns one of those yellow swirlies under you. I'm pretty sure that's how that goes, because every single time I've seen it, it's always instantly punished for letting that cast go off. So they are going to go out and start again. Every other team except for Depleter Squad are in Spires of Ascension now. Womegalol, pretty quick Kintara split for them there, 2 minutes and 49 seconds. Compares very favorably to yesterday, where they were able to put up 3 minutes 26 seconds. So they are accelerating at the start of this dungeon, and maybe they actually can just shave time off this dungeon through. We've seen this with Womegalol. The more they pull a dungeon, they start off fast and they get even faster.
They just increase their DPS by so much.
I don't know how they do
unreal.
it. Yeah.
It's just familiarity
amazing.
with the dungeon. It's funny, while you were talking there, Yeppers just got mowed down by the first boss. And it's funny that we keep mentioning that first boss pull in Spires of Ascension is so dangerous, but the teams have gotten so used to it that usually when they get to the first boss pull, after dealing with this normal first pull of the dungeon, that Ethical is swiping to while I'm talking about it. Thank you, Ethical, for showing that off. If you're able to get past that pull, the first boss pull is something we see teams normally dealing with pretty easily, but yeah, Yepers just got completely mowed down by frontals on that boss. Of course, the range can kind of bait those in different spots, which helps the melee a bit, but sometimes it just doesn't cooperate with your team.
Yeah, so I'm just looking at the timer. In Germany, it is now nearly 11:30, which means teams have a little bit over 30 minutes to start their last dungeon. And for anybody that's not familiar with how this format works, just because it's a little different from the usual MDI Cups, I think we should just quickly explain it again. So teams have 5 hours per day to run these dungeons here and run them as quick as possible. They are on a set level and on set affixes. And they can start a dungeon at the very last second, technically, of these 5 hours and are allowed to finish that dungeon as long as it's within the timer that is allocated per dungeon. So ideally what you want to do is what Evolve did yesterday, where they just lock in to a TOP or any other dungeon where you feel like by just running it down, you're going to gain some more. And use that extra time, however much that may be. Sometimes it's just 3 minutes, and sometimes it's 30.
You know what I would love to see today? I would love to see just one of the teams do what Evolve
In
did
Neltharion's
yesterday.
Lair?
Yeah, Nelts Lair at the end of the day.
A little bit of a preview of what Rockmore is going to be doing to some of our teams tomorrow.
Just
So
one drop.
question.
One drop of
Question.
Neltharion's Lair.
Maybe to both of you even. So it's something we've been debating throughout all of today. Which team is the most likely to go into Neltharion's Lair? I mean, it's not very likely for all of them, but which one would you see go in the most?
I don't think any of them should today. I think it's a mistake for anybody to go in, even as your last dungeon of the day. But
That wasn't the question, Dranos. She said,
That
Which one
wasn't
is
the
most
question,
likely?
Dratnos.
I don't
which team is the
know.
most likely?
Maybe Evolved in that
Okay.
second place spot. The
Evolved?
thing is, like, I mean, any team that
Really?
does it is reducing their chances of winning. So I don't know who the best answer is for this.
What do you think, Sarah?
Well, you know what? Evolved was the team that did it yesterday for Theater of Pain. I'm going to say they're going to do it again today I mean, they probably won't, but they're probably one of the more likely teams.
Maybe Depleter Squad, because you gotta
I feel
fear
like
a team
the
with
Pleader
nothing to
Squad is going to
lose.
show us. Like, I don't know why, but I feel like they got our backs on this. They will show us that Neltharion's Lair just as a fan service.
Give the people what they want. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Winner
Give them
of the
some
hearts.
Rockmore, one single drop.
I don't know. I feel like having Neltharion's Lair be completely untouched until Sunday also creates such an exciting Sunday for us. So either way, the people are getting what they want, as far as I'm concerned.
I don't know if you remember, but one of the last times that Rockmore was featured in the MDI.
Yeah, I remember
Oh
this.
boy.
It was in
One
the,
single Blood DK versus the world, carrying
in the,
his team to the finish. It was the Chinese regionals.
wasn't
way
the
back
Chinese
in the
team
day.
in the global finals when the key level was up to like 24 in there, and yeah, it was like 40 minutes on Rockmora. It was, I mean, it's a tough boss, and it's tyrannical as well. Even though it's only a 21 in that Neltharion's Lair, that is a dungeon that, I mean, I have a lot of respect for it. I'm curious to see what it looks like for the teams in there. I'm sure they would all feel better if they could go and feel it out and start getting those times up. But the problem is, if you do that, you're giving the other team so much extra information for free. So they're all waiting till tomorrow.
Boss has such
Yeah.
good quotes too.
Yeah.
Nothing.
I
beats
mean,
Rock.
do you actually play with sound?
No, that was just me saying.
Yeah. No, sound is great. Sound, it's like free weak auras for most possibilities.
That is true, but I also have my weak auras on without sound. But
Whenever I
yeah,
did play with
back
sound, it
to
was
the
only
game
boss
before you
quotes.
flame me for this.
Yeah. Yeah,
Boss
well,
quotes
Megalo
are actually a cheat, by the way. Boss quotes are so good for certain mechanics because they tell you exactly when they're coming out. But weak auras are
Yeah.
the same thing, so I could see not using them. I don't use boss sounds anymore either, but I used to.
So top left,
Easy.
Womegalol here, actually 10 seconds ahead of their Ventanax split, so they've lost a little bit of time between Kintara and Ventanax, but still are ahead of yesterday. Looks like they're going to start off with this double Hellion pull, and the Goliath CCing that Warden off to the side for now. And I wonder if they'll get a Woe here. Pretty common choice in this area. It is indeed a Woe Drifter for them.
Okay, so they're not really changing their strategy up here
Yeah.
much, right? The strategy we were talking about potentially doing here would involve skipping this particular trash pack they're pulling, gating
Yeah.
up to the left, and then doing a double pull with Hellion and then using their second Carrion Spear there. But I can see not really wanting to try to figure out how to do that strategy right now, because what that forces you to then do is figure out how to do that ridiculous pull with the either dive a patrol plus like 2 trash packs without a Carrion Spear, which is not something that's very easy to do. So I think this is going to continue to be a dungeon where Evolved holds a relatively decent advantage in terms of time, and all Womegalol really want to do is cut down on that as much as possible before tomorrow.
Yeah, I do agree with that, but I mean, I kind of try not to go too much into the narrative of like, Womegalol already so much in the lead that nobody else can do it. They are pretty far ahead, but just, I think Dratnos was saying this earlier, if any team comes in and like times their Neltharion's Lair the 3 minutes quicker than what Womegalol has been doing in the other dungeons and has like comparable times in the other dungeons, then they're winning. So it could all be on that one dungeon.
Oh, check out this time from Evolved here. Looks like they're really going for it again in the Sanguine depths. 145 on the timer here. Remember, a good split for Crixus dying is somewhere in the low 2-minute range. We were questioning one of their pulls a little bit earlier on when they had the boss down at 240, but this looks like it's going to be right in that 215, 220 range. So starting to get into some good Sanguine depths. We'll have to keep an eye on them later on. The big thing to focus on, I think, on our screen here is going to be Womegalol as they get to Reruns. This time is going to be very, very important for them because this is the only dungeon right now where Evolved holds a pretty significant advantage in them in. And like we were talking about, if they can cut down on that advantage here, keep their lead very high going into tomorrow, it gives them that much better of a chance of being our team that wins this competition.
Yeah, or any other team who times that Neltharion's Lair 5 minutes quicker than Womegalol.
No. I mean, that's the thing. Look how far ahead they are.
For Neltharion's Lair, I know, but it could happen.
Well, no, that's the thing, though, right? If they're able to shave off that 1 minute here in this Spires, that puts them 5 minutes ahead of Evolved. So even if Evolved is a 5 minutes faster Nelts, it won't matter. So they really are trying to focus up on these other 5 dungeons today, so that they can then go in and just full-on 5-hour workshop Nelts tomorrow. Pretty scary there. Have to make sure they deal with these 2 Wardens. First and foremost, make sure none of those healing casts go off. Once the Wardens are dead, it's just going to be group damage that Igloo can very easily deal with, and that was pretty much picture perfect. The boss is very, very low, too, so they'll be able to finish this off quickly. A good Reruns split yesterday for Womegalol was like 14:30, so this is going to be very, very fast.
The Evolved Orpherean split that got them that star was actually 13:09. Womegalol here are faster now than Evolved at this point.
Wow.
So they might be able to take off, a minute, more than a minute off of their Spires time, and that will feel to Evolved just like a nail in their coffin, right? Because Evolved spent so long in Spires today getting that star and fighting tooth and nail for it, but wow, Womegalol here, if they can just get that Triple Angel pull to work out for them, they're going to take so much time back and cement that lead, maybe get 5 minutes of lead over Evolved.
It's all going to come down to the Angel pull. I mean, this is a pull that we've seen go wrong already several times this weekend here. You really have to do your best to make sure that all 3 of the Angels are in that spear when it goes down. None of them are about to jump out. That is something that's happened to a couple of our teams already, so really
Putting
have
down
to
the
play
health
absolutely
stones.
perfectly. Yeah, make sure you
Igloo
have
running
everything.
back to take another one, making sure they are ready as we go into this pull. Tyrant's getting popped.
So there's
everything
Plotos.
is going in.
doing the charge, and now the mobs are down. She won't be jumping for a little while, and you can spear. Yep, there it is. The spear comes out. Big damage cooldowns, the power infusion. The Infernal is on the floor. All of the damage is coming out. Boon of the Ascended as well. And they are melting these mobs, but they are now coming out of that stun, and all those mechanics are going to have to start mattering. You can see 10 stacks of the dot on all players as well. So a lot of damage coming out, along with the Grievous stacks.
All is getting destroyed. I mean, when we saw a wipe to this earlier this weekend, they were at like 20 stacks with the bosses these low. The big thing here, all they have to do is focus on making sure they kill all 3 at the once. They have the Monk for the Touch of Death to help them with finishing the last mob off. Have to continue to AoE them down. They're all so low. Have to think about going for the kills now. Finish them off. Touch of Death. Bang. Perfect.
Ricky goes into pot at the very last second.
It's okay though. You have to wait for
That's what we have it for. That's what we have it for. Getting that grip in as they pull Devos. Very, very beautifully done by Womegalol here. Even though we popped that one cheap death, but wouldn't need it if we didn't, right?
Womegalol are now 2 for 2 on doing the Triple Angel pull when they've gotten to it, which is an unbelievably impressive statistic for 23 fortified Grievous Spires of Ascension. So huge plays coming out of this team, and this level of consistency over the 10 hours of our tournament so far. I don't think they've had a bad hour, really. I mean, I think they've been putting up just these good times, these great execution of these really hard pulls every single hour of every day of this tournament, and you can just see in that lead that they are building for themselves how much it's paying off for them. They just have to make sure that they stay calm, keep the Devo strategy good. Don't kill that Vi Interceptor until they are ready to start P2 Devos, right? Until she's ready to come back down. Nice little bit of extra damage optimization that they can find there. Yeah, I'm just so impressed with this team. They are looking a cut above all of the others in this tournament.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, this is a team that we were kind of confused on. Their performance in the cup that they got third in wasn't really like it wasn't what we were expecting from them. This is by far what we were expecting from this team. When you look at the names that are on this lineup, all players that have been in the MDI in the past couple of years, I mean, it's been nothing short of dominant so far, especially if they're able to get the Spires down. That's going to be 5 gold stars across the board if they're able to finish this boss off in the next minute and a half here, which they're definitely on pace to do. It's just so impressive to watch them play this way.
Yeah, 100%. I do think in their cup there was this problem of we did expect them to play well, and they did play well, but somehow there was Sloth who clawed their way through and made it. And I think that was the unexpected part, and I don't think even Womegalol had that in their cards. So maybe they weren't prepared to fight a team that was as strong as Sloth came up to be. And that's why they didn't make it. So they came back to the last stand, of course, being able to kind of put a little bit more practice into slamming keys. And here they are, like you said, dominating this tournament. Really, really impressive so far.
Yep. I mean, it's all going to come down to the Nelts Lair tomorrow for sure. I mean, okay, you get the Spires down. What's their time going to be? They might not end up beating Depleter Squad's time. This boss is going to go down very quickly afterwards. Spear goes out, hit the spear. They've got 30 seconds to beat the time here. Do 17% of the boss's damage on a 23 fortified. Let's see, what cooldowns are they have available? They don't have any of their major cooldowns available. Let's see just how fast this is going to go down, though. It's just going to come from raw single target damage here. 15 seconds to get that last gold star.
1756 to beat. Yeah, let's see what they can get
they're gonna
here.
Beat easily.
It's going to be, there's a touch of death back, right?
51, 52, 53.
There it is, okay.
All
5
right.
gold stars. All right. Just like that. Well, Womegalol is now just under 5 minutes ahead. 4 minutes, 55 seconds ahead of them. That is so
Keep in
impressive.
mind, Womegalol did this within 40 minutes. It took Evolved 2.5 hours to get that Spires time in. That is how absolutely insane Womegalol is looking in comparison to the team that is right behind them. Insane.
And that has just closed a huge window for Evolved, right? Evolved had this path to victory that looked like, you know, we will use this 1 minute in Spires of Ascension, and we will get close enough in the other dungeons so that that 1 minute takes us over the top. Plus, we need some help in Neltharion's Lair, probably. But that 1 minute of Spires gone means now they need to find 5 minutes across the other dungeons, and that is so hard to do, especially because it's not like Womegalol aren't going to keep running dungeons, right? You can't rely on these times holding. Womegalol will probably improve one or maybe more of their existing dungeon times by the end of the weekend. Or if not, then that means they'll have 5 hours to progress Neltharion, and they'll probably put up something incredible in there too.
I mean, you can go at least 2 minutes faster in that Theater of Pain. I guarantee you.
Yeah.
It's just about whether or not how much time they want to spend there. I mean, yeah, 24 fortified, highest key level. It's pretty nasty in terms of affixes too, right? Sanguine Grievous, I believe, so not easy in the slightest. You'd have to play a pretty much perfect dungeon to get a really fast time in there, but that's probably the easiest dungeon for them to gain time in, unless they just want to go into the Nelths and show off how to do the dungeon to everyone at the end of the day here.
So if you're Womegalol, the smartest thing to do right now is, like you're saying, Zyro, to go into that TOP, right?
Yeah.
That's the one dungeon where you're most likely to have another team kind of under time you. So
And that's exactly what
that's
they're
where
doing.
you would want to go. Oh, as if I
they
knew
are.
that. I didn't,
Yeah.
but as if I knew that.
Womegalol, indeed. So the thing is, we only have 20 minutes left in our day, so they actually don't have time to do another run after this theater if it goes well, but they do have time to wipe to Kultharok once or twice and then reset and go again in this theater. So there is still potentially some value they can get out of overtime if the run that they're about to start doesn't go great.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they plan on doing. I didn't watch their Theater of Pain route, by the way. I didn't.
It's got
see
some
what-
nice tech
The
in it.
Womegalol, they have some
Did it?
very cool
Yeah.
tech in it.
Okay.
So they
We'll
have this,
show you when it happens.
Yeah, there's something that we'll mention to you when we get to it. We'll see if it's executed properly this time, because if it's not,
did it
there
not
are
go
some.
right last time?
Well, let's just say it's gone right and
Well.
it's gone wrong in some of their attempts, and it's very cool when it goes right and very funny when it goes wrong.
Ooh, I like funny. Funny is good.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll
Check
see
out
how that
Evolved,
goes.
though. Look at this Executor Tarvold split that they have here. 20% on the boss, 625. A good Tarvold split has been, I believe, in the mid to high 6 range, right? So 621 for Womegalol. So they're kind of on pace with their previous run, their previous fastest run being like a 650, 653, I believe, if I remember properly. So we'll see. I mean, the next pull after this boss is probably the hardest pull that they have left. We keep mentioning it. You have no lantern stacks left over. You're going into a triple pull. Some teams even pull the mini boss into it, which means you have to dodge those Yasuo Qs, those what are they
Ooh,
called?
cheat
Jails?
death and then dead.
Oh
is,
man!
Evolved
Well, he can
Rogue
release.
here.
He can release
Yeah.
and be with the team. That's not too big of a deal. It just means he doesn't have a cheat for the pull. I mean, that's a much
Also
better
means
person to
5
die than the
seconds
Warlock.
penalty.
Yeah.
I think
true.
that's a kicker that really hurts here.
We'll see. We'll have to see how this pull goes, because they can make up a ton of time. I mean, they still have easily 2 minutes they can shave off this dungeon, even with the death, if they're playing properly. So let's see how this goes. Alex on top of the lantern, stacking everything up. Shelly going to start scouring, tithing. I think he got it on the quill feather there, which means he's going to get full usage of the legendary buff here. He has the Infernal available, and it comes out now. All the damage coming out. He gets hit with the shackle, though. Notably, there's no circle under him, Travis, so I think that theory is a bust. But instantly, Bazook goes down into angel form. The cheat death isn't there for the rogue, and he goes down too. The Warlock and the Hunter can finish this off, but that means there's not going to be that many stacks going on the player unless they get back to the group quickly. No stacks on the Priest as well. Actually, he only just missed one. So even though they have an extra 10
be
seconds
fair-
of death timers on the board, if they can finish it off, they'll still have 10 stacks for everybody. So they can keep going with this dungeon. I don't know if they will, but they can. They can technically keep going with the 10 stack here.
I mean, they were looking to be quicker than the time they already had, right?
They still are gonna
right
be. They still are gonna be.
Right under them is Womegalol in terms of the screen. Bottom left corner, 15 minutes 28. That's the time they're looking to beat. Right now they have 20 seconds penalty alone.
Wait. How does Bazook not have a Woe Drifter buff? It's supposed to go on you even when you're dead.
Maybe if you're in angel form, it misses. Maybe that's something
No
that.
way.
Yeah, they found a couple of milliseconds there to not get that woe buff, and
He'll
yeah,
be with the group, though. That's okay.
it is
He'll join them
okay.
in a
Yeah,
couple seconds here.
the boss fight. I mean, it's going to be potentially somewhat dangerous, especially. It
He's
looks
here.
like they're going to be okay. Yeah, they're all right.
As long as he can get the stacks of the orb before this Ritual of Supremacy goes off, as long as he stays alive here.
Ooh, Desperate Prayer, Guardian Angel,
Okay, he's good.
everything is out, but Soda drops really low here. Everybody can survive, however, This means no defensives available for Bazooka in the next one, so this is going to be pretty spicy if you ask me. There's still a lot of trash and a lot of spitefuls that are running around looking to slam some people in the face, but they are able to finish off most of them as Borrelia is looking to go into the next one.
Notably, no immunities available here to preserve orbs for players to get extra of them, right? No cloak, no turtle. So it's just going to be everybody kind of fighting.
Look at them zooming around.
Orbs. And look at the damage! Soda dead! Oh no! They don't even have well, do they have a battle res? They have one in 15 seconds. Ah man, that's so rough. This run was looking so good for them, and I mean technically they probably could still eke out a little bit of a time increase.
I don't know, man.
But
was it
you're talking about
they
seconds.
had 20
you're not talking
seconds
about 2
penalty.
minutes.
Yeah, I feel like at this point you want to hit that town portal scroll and just go again, right? And not like the thing is, yeah, you can maybe save a couple seconds here, but that's going to cost you a lot of minutes of your IRL time that you don't have a lot of those left, right? You only have 5 hours of tomorrow and a couple more runs today. So I would start another run because that gives you the flexibility to wipe to Crixus, to wipe to Tarvald, and then start another run afterwards. But if you finish this run, you're going to lose that flexibility.
They lost over a minute in their last run compared to Womegalol's run between the third and the fourth boss. So they still technically could at least gain a minute. But is that minute enough to
it's
consider,
not lost
like you
as well.
It's time.
It's routing difference. The thing about Womegalol's Sanguine Depths is they have this this plan that gets them so quick and so much trash in that Tarvald area that means that they can do so much skipping towards the end.
I'm specifically talking about between third boss and fourth boss. They are 1 minute slower there, and there's no difference in route there. So they have time they could make up there.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, so maybe they think they can make up a minute there, but then, like Makes is saying, you're 30 seconds behind or something. So best case, you're gaining 30 seconds. You're going to take a 17:30 and
so
put that on your leaderboard. Are you ever going to keep that there? I don't think so. I think you have to reset.
If you finish this run, and like you were saying, Zyro, you take off a minute, right? Then you still know you had 5 deaths, and you could be 25 seconds quicker. So why not start over and do it right from the start? Get that 30-second quicker time in from the beginning. Right now what you're doing is putting in 5 more minutes eventually into something that's not going to be your final time. And you know this already.
Well,
so unless they want to try something... Unless they want to try something really crazy here in this gauntlet that they haven't really practiced yet, or that they want to see how it plays out, I don't really see the value in continuing this run, just because of the death timer alone.
Think of the amount of times, though, that they've had to get through the first 2 bosses of this dungeon to get to this run. I mean, you don't know when you're going to get here again. This might actually end up being their fastest run. They might come in, after this, do a couple more runs, not get past the first boss or the second boss bowl, end up spending all day tomorrow in Nelths trying to eke out time, because that might be the biggest time increase they can get tomorrow. So I think when you're 12 minutes into this run, you're already through the third boss, you might just have to take this as your run. We'll have to see eventually how fast it can be. I think the theoretical maximum for them here is like maybe a very high 16, low 17, which would still be a slight increase for them. But you're this far in, I think you have to take it.
We did miss the exciting play that Womegalol did in the bottom right, but luckily in the bottom left we have a clip of it. So look at this. Tobo's going to disengage off, do the misdirection on the mobs on that other platform near the start, and then get life gripped back onto this upper platform. And this is that that first platform split that you do, and now this way you get to pull 3 Bone Magi and 3 Shackled Souls instead of just the 2 by themselves or the 1 and the 3, which are on the 2 sides there. So yeah, big play.
He just goes over far enough to actually get in range, and then of course this is a clip from a run prior to the one that they're currently in the bottom right corner. So don't get confused by Dr. J dying. That was a earlier run, but they just executed it the exact same way without the death. So that's good.
Yeah, very nifty piece of tech. I love seeing that. Like the disengage life grip is such a clever way to handle this this part of the dungeon.
Okay, well, did they pull Shackled Souls? I didn't see. Well,
they pulled some of them, and some will come onto the boss later. Yeah.
Oh no, a problem for Evolved here as Zook goes down as they're getting the Lantern buffs. He got a few of them, so he's going to have the buff, but
so
that's
the
rough.
good thing is it's the Priest. So if anyone can ever die in the Gauntlet, it's the Priest. Because they're the only one, even if they don't have an Invis pot available, they're the only one that can actually skip through the trash. He's out of range, he has released. So
does he have the
with
Drifter buff though? We don't see him having it. No, he died again.
Even if he doesn't have it, he can get through. So he has Fade and he has Mind Soothe. And that allows him to actually get through the trash that they skipped if he plays it right. So he should be back with the group.
So he already died again. I saw him they got necrotic stacks again. He got hit again, and there's an angel form again, and he died again. He just can't get back to the group now. Wow, this is really unfortunate. Yeah,
that's a town
now.
portal
It's a go next. Okay. I mean, again, look at the timer here, 15, 20.
Yeah,
with the deaths on the board. They probably could have gained time, but it wouldn't have been a very significant amount.
It's all right as well. We still have another 12 minutes to start some more dungeon runs, so they still can even wipe to the first or second boss and start another one here, which is the sort of thing that you got to start thinking about as we reach the end of the timer of the day. Is, you know, these teams have to start deciding, do we want to continue this run or do we want to try again? You know, is this okay run worth being our overtime run, or do we want to give it a different try, a better try, perhaps?
Yeah. I mean, it's a rough spot to be in, right? You've already played really well in the competition. It's the problem that there's just been another team that's pretty much played as good as you possibly can, and that is a really unfortunate wall to just run your head into. I mean, they didn't even play poorly. They played really well, but still have a day of competition left. It's not over yet. They can still make up a ton of time, just in the same with depths. I mean, this will be a big, big thing for specifically Evolved. If they're able to get a solid mid-15 run of the Sanguine at the end of today, that'll set them up for a great spot tomorrow to potentially come from behind and take a lead over Womegalol, but it's going to take a pretty much perfect run here at the end of the day for him.
Yeah, very much that. So if you're Evolved, you really need to kind of do everything that's possible for you and in your power to get the most insane runs out of these dungeons. I'm sure the guys, once this is over, they're not allowed to practice anymore. So once that timer has run out, that we're just speaking about now hitting 10 minutes, once that timer has run out, the final keys are being played till the end. They're not allowed to practice any more keys on the tournament realm until whenever this tournament starts again tomorrow. So the only thing they can do is strategize, analyze, and kind of plan out what to do on the remaining day. But of course, the majority of the time has already passed. So you really need to kind of household your energy and what you can do within reasonable limits. And I'm starting to worry that the time that they have is not going to be enough for Evolved.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? I mean, they have a lot of ground to make up. The biggest ground to make up is obviously going to be in the Sanguine depths, right? Because they're 2.5 minutes behind here. That's half of the deficit that they're behind Womegalol right now. But those slight time increases in every other dungeon that they have behind Womegalol are going to come back tomorrow and give a very, very large advantage. Because making up 2.5 minutes in one dungeon is very difficult to do. Nelths, like we've mentioned several times, is a dungeon that's possible, and it is a very volatile dungeon. Large poles, lots of tiny little details that can go horribly, horribly wrong if you're not intimately familiar with how the dungeon works. But, man, these teams are playing so well. Womegalol is playing so well that I don't think it's going to be very easy to make that much of an advantage over them in that dungeon.
Yeah, 100%. I'm just trying to think of ways of how you're turning it around. I do think Nelths is an option, but then again, I think it's also the wild card, because it could go in anyone's direction. It could also be that Womegalol does really, really well in there, or that due to the fact that they have so much more time than every other team, because they still need to glamorize the runs that they did, whereas Womegalol could theoretically spend 5 hours there. But here we go. Ethical is doing it.
Okay, we're in the Nelts Lair. We should stay for a little bit here.
Yeah, look at this.
Oh, they said they would do it too.
and a Blood Death Knight in here. So we have 2 tanks for this dungeon. And look at this big pull. This is bringing me right back to the Legion days. All of these mobs all coming together.
Let's talk about mechanics here. This is bursting. Yes, every single one of these tiny little crushers gives a bursting stack. So they are all dwarf. They all got a 20 stack. Instantly used the dwarf ratio. Got rid of every single one of those stacks. These 2 lurkers that they pull in as well, they will drop aggro, drop combat, teleport to the furthest target, which will usually be a ranged player, but it's baitable. And then they will re-aggro onto the closest player. So you have to be very careful with these lurkers. It happens when they get to about half HP. They're stunnable, they're disorientable, so you can stop that from happening. But that's just a preview of some of the mechanics that happen in this dungeon. Of course, once most of the trash is dead, bursting is no longer an issue. Shape is going to go ahead and go forward. Make sure they start the RP for this boss, because there's a little bit of a summoning thing that Ulrog Cragshaper does in this dungeon, where he wants to start getting more ready for combat.
Trying to start the beacon, but tragedy apparently unfolded upstairs as Jack went down for the proc that seed. So maybe not as ideal as they wanted to. I'm just very happy, to be honest with you, that Ethical is doing it. These absolute legends running that Neltharion's Lair for us. So excited.
Here it goes.
Here we go. Okay, get ready for these smashes. Of course, the main mechanic on Rockmora boss is a frontal, so you have to make sure that's not faced at any of your DPS players. He will occasionally spawn these skitterers, right? These skitterers will drop shards on the ground when they die, but also the boss will do a big stomp ability, and if there are any skitterers alive when he stomps, it does that much more damage, and there one goes out right now. I think that was with no skitterers, did half the HP of everyone in the group. So, and Shape's dead. Good thing they have 2 tanks, though.
That's okay. That's why we got the second tank.
Not to worry, we have a second tank.
And now Chompy coming in to save the day and do the rest of the next 50% of the boss here. They nearly have the Infernal Commander dead as well here. Here's that next Shattercast. 2 skitters are alive. Bang!
Oh!
Big damage coming out on the group there.
Dark Pact, Guardian Angel, Desperate Prayer, everything was used for that, and they still dropped so low. It is intense in this boss fight right now. Tyrannical plus 21, but it is a Legion dungeon, and it's hurting them badly. 30% remaining, another shatter goes through, and only Chompy survives.
You know what? Okay, honestly, that wasn't as difficult as I thought it would be. I think they were memeing with a 2 tank pick, but honestly, if they had a DPS instead of the second tank, the boss would be dead by now. They could go in there with a normal comp and deal with that boss. As long as the tanks can stay alive through that pull, I think it's doable. I mean, it looks very, very doable, honestly.
It looks amazing. I'm so happy.
I'm so happy. Thank you for that, Ethical. Oh, man.
Thank you so much. Can we get them like a little extra treat, like just for doing that? I don't know.
All right.
I'm biased now.
That is Rockmora 1, Ethical 0 as well. We'll keep track of the score for the rest of the weekend. I suspect that Rockmora is going to maybe have a positive win rate against our field here, or at least keep it close. That boss is pretty nasty, especially on Tyrannical. But we still have our other teams as well working on our Shadowlands dungeons. Womegalol up in the top left again on a pretty quick 0-death pace, making their way into the Cult of Rockwing. But Yepers in the bottom right also looking really good in their Spires of Ascension with 2 deaths, making their way to the 3rd boss room. Looking really good here.
Yeah, this is actually a pretty solid run for Yepers. The Ventanex split maybe like 30 seconds or so behind some of the faster runs we've seen, but I mean, this Oriferion split is on pace for something that could be relatively competitive and put them in an okay spot for tomorrow if they're able to put together a good Nelts run. I mean, Yepers is a team of players that did do dungeons when Neltharion's Lair was the main content in the game for Mythic Plus, so maybe they could have something in their back pocket that would give them a good advantage going into tomorrow, put together a good Nelts run, and then continue on to shave off some time in their other dungeons. But they have a lot of work left to do, and finishing this Spires would be step 1 of a multi-step process to put themselves in the talk for winning this competition.
Okay, sorry, I'm not over this yet. You said they were trolling a little bit with the double tank tech, but how are you expecting teams to survive these shatters on Rockmora? Just kill the boss before it kills you, or what's going to be the angle? What do you think?
Yeah, no, you
just
put a
DPS?
Windwalker in over the other DPS. you have enough AoE in the comp to cleave down the skitterers, because the way the smash works specifically is that it scales based off the skitterers HP. So if you have residual AoE from 3 DPS classes on them, you should get them low enough to where the smash shouldn't just one-shot your group. The problem is going to come from dealing with the infernal havocs.
Is bring Unholy DK.
No, didn't say that. Not Unholy DK.
Sorry, I heard you. I'm not making this up. You just said we need AoE. Unholy has uncapped AoE, has pretty strong single target as well. Would be perfect.
Nah, I should be Windwalker.
Come on, just give me this one thing.
Yepper's having a death just as they go into the Orifreon intermission phase here. That's going to be the battle res, but now an Angel is deployed as well here, and no res is going to be available. Zatzi only able to heal for the next 5 seconds or so. This is going to probably be the end here for Yepper's on this pull, but the good news is, I think there's about 2 minutes left that these teams can start another dungeon run. So look out, see if any, 1 minute, 42 seconds. So maybe they will decide to give this one more shot, because if they keep this going for too much longer, they will have time to start another dungeon if they are quick with their Hearthstone. Everybody else that was going to have to start making that decision now. Do we want to keep this current run that we are in going as our last run of the day?
Is Ethical going to show us Rockmora again, though? What is Ethical doing in the last minute and a half here? Show us Ethical. What are they doing? They're on Rockmora again!
Let's go!
They're double tanking again, though.
The double tank strategy.
Oh, and Jack's dead.
Okay. No res available either here, but that's okay. That's a Hunter. Hunters take the most damage from the Shatter anyways. They do also help kill the Skitters.
That's a full HP Skitterer! 70% of the Warlock's HP.
Okay, so go out and start again. Go out and start again. You still have another minute. You can go out and start this key again. You got a Hearth right now, though. Oh, no. I think Ethical might be running right into that timer today. Yeah, we have less than a minute left to start the final key. You can see Evolved Hearthing out right now. They are going to get one more Keystone attempt in the top right. Womegalol also on a great run here on Kultharok in the top left. But Ethical, I think if they don't Hearth right now, they are going to be done for the day. We'll see which keys are allowed to get started and which ones run into that wall.
All right. I mean, they've got like 30 seconds to start another key, so they got to get out of there quick.
30 seconds.
Get out fast.
Clocks are ticking.
Go.
Do they actually still have the 30 seconds? Can we see the timer?
I'm not sure.
I'm scared.
It's very close, though, but we are very quickly approaching the point where the dungeon you're in is going to be your last run of the day. All right, so they are going to be starting that Nelth's Lair one last time, confirmation from the admins just now. So we'll see one more run of the Nelts before the end of the day.
I'm so excited.
Grabbing that woe buff after dealing with Kultharok.
Yeah, the Kultharok split here for them is looking rather good. They have saved time. They've saved about 30 seconds on their previous best run in here on that Kultharok split. So they are zooming as they make their way now down towards the next area here. Their Bloodlust has just come off cooldown as well, and I expect that they are going to press that button immediately so that they can have it for the last little bit of Mordretha as well. And
all right,
yeah, this is a big pull.
Is coming in.
Is there a lust?
The box, though.
Are they holding on to the lust and just going to say, we got 2 lusts this dungeon? If they don't press it right now, that's exactly what they're saying.
I feel like if you're really going for a time increase here, you want to bowl this trash into the boss, no?
It's a scary set of trash to pull into the boss, though. It's
yeah,
I mean, it's like
if it jumps on the
mobs.
boss and drops Sanguine right on top of the boss, you could get really bad RNG. But I feel like you have to take that gamble. Well, okay.
I don't think so. I don't think this is a pull that's realistic.
If you're them,
to
you don't
boss.
Need to. You're already 5 minutes ahead. You probably don't need to gamble. Well, let's focus in on Ethical now. Rockmora number 3 coming in. Everyone's alive right now. Got to keep an eye on those Skitters. There's a lot of health bars, but the Blight Shard Skitters are the most important thing. Those need to
one is down.
Or take damage.
There's a second one. Second one goes down.
All of them need to die that fast. Here, watch the smash cast from this boss. If there's a shatter cast goes on and the new Skitter responds, like just happened to them, that Blight Shard Skitter's high. Boom. Oh my god, Hollow almost goes down, but he's barely able
with the desperate prayer as well. How are you supposed to survive this? Are you just bringing a Resto Druid and going into bear form? What's your angle?
Just kill the boss.
The reason they're so consistently low is because this commander is still alive. If they had a 3rd DPS, their damage intake here would literally only come down to the shatters, and they wouldn't die to that last shatter there because they would only be DPSing down Skitterers.
Will they continue to do this for the remaining 25 minutes, though?
They can stay in this Nelts lair for
Yes,
as long as they
please.
want until that timer is over. Once the key is depleted, we do hearth the teams out and close the tournament or close the dungeons up entirely. But they could keep practicing this boss if they wanted to, and I think that would probably make sense. It's just a question of whether they want to do that or not. Oh, Igloo being taken out by the hooks on the side of Womegalol, actually hooked by one, got off of it, and got hit by the next set of hooks as well. Just the old 1-2 combo there does end up taking that battle res.
We counted
That's
Ethical
fine.
out too early. They have both their tanks alive, and they can both heal themselves relatively infinitely, so they could take down Rockmora and show us the rest of the dungeon here. I mean, it's not over for them.
Yeah, looks like they're doing an okay job of keeping the skitterers in check. I mean, if you only have 2 tanks, you can let a few of them be alive as well. Not too big of a deal.
Yeah. I mean, they've plugged through about half of the remaining HP.
Oh.
They were at like 30% when the boss died, so...
Evolved in the
Let's
top
see how
right
this
also.
goes.
Oh, yeah, okay, so we have Ethical now on Rockmora. I also had noticed that Evolved had lost their
9%.
tank.
Yeah,
So
They're
that's a
just
little bit
gonna
of danger.
zerg it with the tanks. That's the angle. Just 2 tanks against Rockmora. 2 tanks, 1 stone.
Yeah,
it works.
They're good. Meanwhile, yeah, up in the top right, Evolved are not going to be okay. They are, I think, either going to hearth or just have practice time in this Sanguine Depths. A wipe of this type probably going to end it for them there. But yeah, Ethical down to just 1 tank now, as Shape is down.
Chompy.
2% left on Rockmora. Can Chompy live it? Dodges the frontal. Well done. Couple of
I've
skitters
seen a
alive
Blood
here.
PK solo 80% of this boss's HP. He can deal with 3% on his own. Let's go, Chompy. This
3
next
skitters
smash is going to do
alive.
so much damage to him. Come on, Chompy,
Four.
He
live
can
through
do
it.
it. He can do it. Come on.
Oh, wow.
There we
It's
go.
dead. Let's go. Rockmora
Let's
down.
go. Woo.
All right, now they can practice the rest of the dungeon. Maybe we can start to get an idea of why they are running 2 tanks, because I don't think it's for Rockmora. Like you said, Zyra, I don't think it makes sense there. We'll see what it is maybe for in the rest of the dungeon. I mean, last time we saw 2 tanks was... Yeah, that could make sense.
It's for the pelters.
Yeah.
That's what it is. It's gonna be rough. We'll see how it goes, though. This is the section of the dungeon between first and second boss that is going to be the most painful portion of the dungeon, even on Tyrannical. The main thing, I mean, if you go back to the Legion days, the main strategy here was group up a ton of trash, grip it all on top of each other, stun it, and then just have your Warlock slow it, and your tank runs away. And the trash doesn't know what to do, so they kind of just slowly run after the tank and do nothing. That doesn't work anymore. Notably, you don't have a slow in the group anymore. And also, these pelters that had a range of like 40 yards now have a range of 60 yards.
Look at this.
So,
they're letting that War Drums cast go off. They're just dancing on by
They're
here.
just going to pull everything. Okay,
All right, here we go.
Here we go.
Chompy grabbing a
Sometimes
bunch
you
of mobs.
just
There's the
have to
mass
do a
grip.
dance off.
AoE stun coming out, and the jagged discs. Oh,
Boom.
Hollow
Oh.
instantly sent into angel form from those
Goodbye.
jagged discs. And they are trying to kill this trash before it kills them. But the problem is when you have somebody dead, that makes it more likely that somebody
Jagged
else is
disc.
going to be targeted by
Bang.
multiple discs.
The Dark
They've
Pact.
done it.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Mission accomplished. Raid boss down. And they now have done the first of probably what we expect to be 3 pulls in this area of Neltharion's lair. Chompy is a little bit slow to get started here. Normally a problem with pulling is your tank is pretty slow if you're playing a Blood DK. But if you have 2 tanks, you can start the pull before they get there. Looks like they're not interested in doing that, though. Yepper's up in the top right, also starting their spear pull in Spires here.
Oh, the gateway tech from Ethical to skip that trash pack with the Mind Soothe from their priest. I love this.
Oh,
Look at
no,
this
look at the
coming out
discs.
from them. Oh, no, they didn't.
Oh.
Oh, their pet pulled it. His pet pulled it. No.
Oh.
Oh, and then they angel form from their priest as well. Fortunately, they have a druid in their group that can res, so they're going to be totally fine to show us more of the key.
Such a good team composition. I can't even say it with a straight face.
Yeah, so just to check in here, Evolved and Depleter Squad have both hearthed out, and they are done for the day. We see them in 2nd and 3rd on our leaderboard, respectively, although they've also done more dungeons than Yeppers and Ethical, who are still live in their dungeons right now. Womegalol are also on a bit of a heater in the bottom right here. They're about 30 seconds ahead of their previous boss splits, looking to improve on their already dominant Theater of Pain run. Okay, let's go back up to that Neltharion's lair. What is Chompy doing?
Yeah,
Having a little
what
bit of a
is
lie
Chompy
down?
Is
doing?
playing dead.
I
Is
suspect that he's
Chompy
getting
just
summoned.
staying there?
And he's
boom,
pelted.
Boom. He is.
Oh, the Mind
go.
Soothe ran
Yeah.
out.
Disc.
That's what happened.
Yes, it is.
Boom.
Okay, well,
Just look at the damage, man. It's tyrannical. They
Those
just
Telts are
hurt.
saying, "Wake up! It's time for the dungeon."
Wakey, wakey.
Okay, so Hollow can
Stone
Masters
time.
them up now. That will potentially speed their way. There you can see.
I don't know about speed, but we'll see.
Yeah, they're zooming. Only 16 deaths in the
Alright.
dungeon.
They're on pace to time the
Zooming.
key, that's for sure.
Do you think they're actually gonna time it? Like, do you
They-
think
they
their
could.
plan is to
Yeah.
just run it through and time it so they have a time for Nelts there? Or are they actually just testing stuff? Because I'm not sure.
May as well. I
They could
mean,
be doing both.
got nothing else to do with your time. The time for the day is already over, so may as well.
True.
Let's take a rain check on ethical on the top right. We need to focus on Womegalo on the bottom right. They have Zav the Unfallen down 17:55 on the timer.
Oh
Their
my
best
goodness.
split so far was a 19:18, so they're a solid minute and a half ahead of their best time so far. Just going to come down to this final pull of the dungeon. They have a little bit of trash left. That's going to be that 3-pack behind them, plus I believe the captain that they have available as well from the mind control for Mike.
Last
Waiting
time they
for
did the
Mordretha to
captain
spawn.
after Mordretha, but maybe they're now they're doing it before so that they can avoid having that
Before, yeah.
inefficiency. Yeah, that is going to speed them up. Although it does apply that AOE damage reduction to the other 3 mobs that they're fighting right now. So it does increase the lethality of this pack and how long it's going to stay alive. Looks like they might be interested in getting a little
they
bit
remind
spicy
control it.
here, though. Okay, they
They were
remind control. Yeah,
just getting a little bit of free damage on it while they were waiting for the boss to spawn. But here we go into the Mordretha pull. Bloodlust is available. This was where they were saving that second Bloodlust for. So maybe not the most efficient usage, but definitely a good spot to use it. And if you're able to get the dungeon down before 20 minutes, which it looks like they're probably not going to do, but it's not that big of a deal anyways. A little bit of Sanguine healing on the trash mobs here, but fortunately none of it on the boss. That's the main thing you're looking for here.
Beautifully
And a
gripped
good
out.
job of kiting the trash around. All that's left is to deal with this final boss plus that ancient captain. And yeah, they're probably going to have to finish it off after the boss, but in a great spot to further extend their lead in this competition here as long as nothing goes wrong on this boss for them.
Some bolts coming out of Ricky's ad here, adding additional group damage. Not ideal. Here comes the grip, making
on
sure
purpose.
that is done with it. That's on purpose.
Yeah, you leave it alive outside of the group, you scour and tithe it to get extra usage out of the Kyrian Warlock's legendary, and then they grip it
it's
in
a
and kill it.
warlock thing.
But Dr. J
Dr. J
died.
goes down.
They have a battle res. They have
Actually,
another one in 5
didn't know
seconds
that.
too. So yeah, just a little bit of tiny extra efficiency. It's kind of crazy that 20 minutes into a dungeon on a difficult boss with dangerous mechanics, they're still thinking about getting the most effective usage out of one of their players' damage. It's very, very important.
Yeah.
15% left on the boss. They still have the ancient captain left. How fast is this time going to be? Remember, 22:02 is their fastest time to beat so far. They can easily shave way
They can
more than a
kill
minute off of
that
their
quickly.
total time. Yeah, very quickly.
Let's see. Igloo needs to dodge here. They're able to do all of that. No problem. One more time the
Yeah,
chair
the
comes,
captain's
but
already
Mordretha
released as
is
well.
going to go down. They are cleaving on to the ancient captain. Will take a little bit longer though, so I do think 2040, 2041,
42, 43, 43.
is
I
what
mean,
we're locking in.
Not bad. Another huge time upgrade.
15-second advantage.
6 minutes over evolved now are Womegalol across the set of dungeons. That is crazy. Every single dungeon they've got more than a minute now on average, which is completely absurd. That does mean that Ethical are our final team to still be in a
we get
dungeon.
the full screen with Nelts.
And
Yes, we do.
they already managed to do one of the very difficult boss puzzles here, where you actually need to figure out under which of the stone things the boss is. So
The cup game.
good play to them.
Yeah, a little cup
Yeah,
game. Gotta
looks like
love
they're going
it.
to skip the next one as well. You can see that energy bar at the bottom. I believe when that one fills up is when the next one starts. So as long as they can kill the boss by then, it's going to be kind of close. 13% more on the boss's
I
health,
would like
and its
to
energy
see
is
it again.
filling up
I'm not
quickly.
gonna lie.
Yeah, they don't
think
have that
it's
much
not
DPS.
like,
Yeah,
Because
just
they have a
show
guardian
us again.
druid.
Here we go.
That places the
Here we
skull
go.
marker on the
Goodbye.
correct one or
No,
anything.
no,
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 we
no,
can't.
None of our
No
teams would
need
ever
brain.
do that.
No way they do that.
No, no, they wouldn't. See, they wouldn't.
Okay, who's been keeping track? Where is it?
I hope you remembered where it is, chat, because I sure as hell didn't.
It's that one. It's no, it's the one to the left of the one with the skull world marker. Oh, okay, maybe it's
the
this
one
one.
in the far back. I'm pretty sure.
I'm
But
pretty sure
I'm
it's
a
not this
Melly,
one. I
so
think it's not
don't
this
trust
one.
me.
I don't know. I think it's the other one that's
I
being
don't know.
havocked.
Looking
I'm a
pretty
little worried.
sketchy.
Let's see which one it was. Where is Ularog? There he was. Team is smarter than me.
Did it.
No surprise.
Ooh. Some dodging necessary here, but no problem for Ethical, who after this day will be called the dominators of Neltharion's Lair, as they are the first and only team to make it into this dungeon and hopefully also out of this dungeon on day 2.
All right, Pelters on the right. We're going to be mind soothing those. Don't want to deal with that. Hop over this little rock on the left. Remember that like it's just yesterday. It was 6 years ago. Anyways,
Wow,
are they
you
going to
are
pull the
old.
Crocs? Are they going to pull the Crocs?
what
These
they-
Crocs are free count. They don't do a whole lot. It's just tank damage. When you got 2 of those, it's kind of a good way to get some extra trash count. Yep, Chomp is going to be pulling all these Nashers in. And I believe Shape is setting up to pull the rest of the trash mobs inside this room on our left. Let's see what's going on over there. There's a lot of tiny little details that you really have to focus in on these individual trash pools here. There's tiny little worms that if they transform, they turn into lurkers, which are kind of good to deal
yeah,
with.
I remember
But Jack
those.
has gone down. Yeah, those tar spitter grubs, you really have to make sure they don't get a cast off. This pull
Ugh.
is so dangerous, though. I mean, there's so much damage that goes out. And there's pelters here, too. So, oh no, Choppy's gotten grabbed. They let one transform. Oh, there's stone bolts coming out from the shapers. There's so much damage going out here. Maybe the
To be
tanks
fair,
can
they have
pull a
2
Rockmora.
tanks, so they
Maybe
should
they can just
maybe
do it on
be
their
good.
own.
Chompy
Maybe.
no, maybe. No, maybe. I
Look
don't
at
know.
the damage
health
as
power
well.
of Bloody
I mean,
Case
kill that
is
Shaper.
very scary.
Look at this
Shaper's going down.
Guardian
Shaper's going
burst.
down. Actually, a lot of stuff is going down. Very
Yeah.
nice.
I mean, the tank damage here from Shape actually on that Venthyr Guardian Druid with the Ravenous Frenzy plus Incarn doing so much damage here. And they're actually maybe going to be able to stabilize this. It's looking kind of possible at this point. Not too many lethal mobs left. They've killed that grabber. They just
still
have a couple
grubs
lurkers
alive.
and
As long as they have
Nashers.
stops for those. They should be
Yeah.
fine. The meta casts on the grubs are going to be annoying.
I
Though.
love this.
Yeah, remember, they only have until that, once that timer is actually depleted, they will be forced to leave the dungeon. So they do have to keep going pretty quickly here if they want to see the end of this place.
Well, they
Holo's
do
gonna-
have
they can
their
release an
everything
rejoin the group
back.
with Mind Soothe, so
So-
they should be doing that. They only just now realize that they should be doing it too. So
Yeah, we've
the
all
thing
been there.
is, the thing is, the second they rejoin this poll, well, never mind. The Shaper's dead, so they shouldn't die again. But yeah, they'll
Look
get back
at
with the Mind
Shape's
Soothe.
damage. I mean, he can do this 1v5, no problem. Who needs DPS players if you can have a tank?
All right, the group has
Just-
rejoined them.
Yeah, here they are. Hunter coming in. The rest of the group right behind them. Footy getting some damage out, and we can move on.
Into the boss. Let's go. Into Neuraxis.
Oh, that boss was so evil too.
Every boss in this
I
dungeon-
think
this dungeon is really difficult.
yes, but this one was especially annoying for somebody. I mean, the one
melee
before
players.
it without the Wikara, I think that was rude. If you didn't have the Wikara, I think it was just way too hard. But this one, especially for a melee, you're gonna have a bad time.
You have like nowhere you can stand as a melee player. I mean, the only true melee player they have in the group are the tanks. Jack can kind of stand a pretty decent bit
True.
away.
He can just
So-
throw some bombs from beyond.
Yeah, I mean, it's not ideal, but you can definitely do it. Of course, the main thing here on this boss is making sure the tank that gets targeted by the line runs away from the group. You also need to make sure that you're killing the ads as they come in. When the boss reaches full energy, he'll spawn a couple ads, if I remember properly, so you have to kill those as well. Not a lot to it. Also, dodging the spit on the ground is really important. Jack unfortunately failed to do that, and we have a dead hunter to show for it, and no battle res for the next 50 seconds here. Chompy actually getting eaten by the boss. Not ideal. He's going to have a lot of reduced armor because of that, but fortunately they have 2 tanks, so it shouldn't really matter too much.
Yeah, they're going to keep on struggling through here. They've passed that 3 chest timer. Oh, we have an angel coming out now for them as well. Shape
it's
going
Shape
down
dead too? No.
So Chompy is going to be the only tank left. No res for another 30 seconds. And I wonder if you just wipe this and go again at this point.
The Devout has
I
made it into the
mean-
boss. He's not
Hmm.
casting, though. Is he casting? I don't see him casting.
Yeah, there it
Oh,
is, getting
he's getting eaten.
sacrificed.
Yep,
That
there's
is
the
a
buff.
danger.
Oh,
yeah.
boy. Oh, no. Now the boss is enraged.
Now it's
Chompy
really
versus
angry.
an enraged 50% boss. Oh,
Can
boy.
Chompy do it together with 40 though? It's like
I-
48%.
I don't
40
think so,
down?
'cause 40 is not long for this world. Remember, those you can see these our bros on the right here of our beautiful
Yeah,
camera angle
they're
from the
evil,
observer,
I
like
know.
pelting the group for damage. So once more players go down, It's just going to be rough. Chompy maybe can pull this off, though. Still, somehow. We'll find out.
Just use Bloodlust at this point, honestly.
You think he has drums on him?
He should.
Chompy!
I mean, he could just Bloodlust for himself, right? Everybody else is down, so they wouldn't get the debuff, no?
Yo, shout out to Chompy, by the way, for coming into the season as a DPS player, with Jack being the tank player for Ethical. They ended up role swapping after time trials because they figured it would be a more solid option for the team. Really fulfilling that tank role
Look
pretty
at
well.
him. I mean, this is going to take forever. But apparently they're committing to it. There is a battle rest available, but who do you
about
pick
sending
up?
a
Shape?
message.
It is. It is about sending a message.
It would have to always get eaten. And there's
Purge.
and he's dead.
Well,
All
we're
right.
going to do this again.
And they have wiped
They
interactions here. I
still
wonder.
have 10 minutes.
Yeah, they do, and they can keep attempting this, or they can send. No, they're going to send the town portals. All right.
No! Stop!
And
I feel
that
heartbroken.
that does indeed end Ethical, and that's our last team ended for the day as well here, leaving us in this position where we have the leaderboard looking again like a very, very one-sided top of the leaderboard. But the thing about this format, right, is that could still all change tomorrow.
It could. I mean, we just saw that Neltharion's Lair. I think we're in for some glorious runs tomorrow. I'm very excited. If you couldn't tell already, I can't stop smiling for some reason. I think it's going to be great.
Slight suspicion that we're going to see one tank comps tomorrow go in and have a much easier time in that dungeon. I mean, not easy
news.
per se, easier, which means still hard. Not easy, just easier.
Yeah,
But
even
that's
on
gonna
the
be a fun
21
watch.
key level, that dungeon is so it's got so many differences from how Shadowlands dungeons are designed. It's just from a different era, and you can see it's just pressuring the teams in a way that these other dungeons don't really. And so I'm curious to see how they attack it. Of course, they've known that Neltharion's Lair was going to be one of the dungeons for all week, so they had this week to practice that dungeon, to learn all the mechanics, to make sure that they were ready for it. But they didn't know the level, they didn't know the affixes. Importantly, that tyrannical affix, making Rockmora, and let's not forget the other bosses as well, Neuraxis as well. Very dangerous one. So we'll have to see how that works out for them tomorrow. It's going to be crazy.
It's funny because, yeah, they didn't know the affixes, but there's only 2 affix pulls for the Infernal affix, so they kind of knew that it could either be the tyrannical one or the fortified one, and they were practicing on the fortified version because they didn't think we'd be mean enough to give them the tyrannical version. But, well, welcome to the Last Stand Tournament. You really got to be the best team of the weekend in order to win the competition, and honestly, that's something that Womegalol has made a name for themselves for in the first 2 days of the competition here. 5 dungeons down, 5 gold stars across the board, a 6-minute advantage for them over the second place team. They're going to be the overwhelming favorite going into our final day tomorrow. It's really going to come down to that Nelts Lair and how much time other teams can potentially make up there. If Womegalol comes in tomorrow and puts up a very solid time in the Nelts Lair, they'll pretty much all but have sealed the competition in that final berth for the global finals for themselves.
You're telling me Ethical isn't the general favorite after that Neltharion's Lair run? I cannot take you serious.
They might be the crowd favorite, but they're not the favorite to win.
If
All
they
right,
just,
fair enough.
I mean, they only played 2 tanks in that run. If they just got a couple more in there, maybe they'd be able to
Imagine
make it
what
happen.
they could
Yeah,
do.
exactly.
Or
Unfortunately, we're not allowing stacking, so I think it's going to be hard.
Darn.
Yeah.
Well, you know, we keep talking about a tank balance is pretty good right now, so you could probably run a Brewmaster
True.
and then maybe
Sure.
throw in a Vengeance as well.
Why not?
Or you
Get
could
that,
do what
get that
the old,
buff in as well.
you could do what the old Echo Squad did way back in Legion and just go 1 tank 40 PS. You know what?
That's true. That was the way this
That would
dungeon
be
was done
terrible.
at
That
the
would
end
be
of
so
Legion.
bad.
It
It would wipe so fast.
I mean,
Yeah.
they kind of went really fast with 2 tanks as well, but I guess that was kind of the point.
I want to say if Womegalol can come in tomorrow and they can put together the best or within 3 minutes of the best time in Neltharion's Lair, I don't see how they can lose this tournament at this point. They just have such a lead that they've built up in those other 5 dungeons. And I mean, the fact that they are in the lead in all 5 of them is crazy. That's a level of dominance that we rarely see in this style of tournament. But again, there's still 5 hours tomorrow. You don't need all 5 to put up good runs in 6 dungeons. You probably do, but you don't necessarily, right? If one of these teams shows up tomorrow and they eat their Wheaties, right, and they show up and they're just blasting in all their dungeons, they could catch up here, especially if they can get an advantage in Nelth's Lair. That's going to be the thing where, these teams have a pretty good idea of what the Shadowlands dungeons look like, but whether a 17-minute Nelth's Lair is good, a 22-minute Nelth's Lair is good, a 12-minute is possible, all of these are things that we just don't have an intuition for, and teams may have come to really different answers about, like, how big can we pull in these middle parts of the dungeon.
Sorry, you look like you're scheming something. What is it?
I'm just typing some times in on our spreadsheet for
Okay.
Nelth's Lair. They're not times per se; they're more phrases.
Phrases.
Yeah.
Well,
we'll have to
share with the group, or is that a special treat for tomorrow?
It's for tomorrow. We'll go over it tomorrow.
All right, speaking of tomorrow, that is when our next day of the tournament is. It'll be at 10 a.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. in Europe, and it'll be here on this very same channel. So pretty low effort. You can just leave this browser window open, hit sleep on your computer, show back up in 18 and a half hours, and we'll be here to say hello. But right now we have to say goodbye because our day is over. So goodbye.